Here we go. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Resolvecon. Pretty cool. You can get excited about that. Thank you so much. Yeah, version 2, right? Welcome, everyone. Thank you. This has been a lot of work to make this happen, but really, it doesn't happen without here, and it's very, very special that you guys are here. All for you guys being here, the travel, the expenses, all that, and all of you guys watching online. Thank you so much. It's really cool to have you all here.
Yeah. Cool. I'm so humbled to be part of this. I'm so thankful that you guys are here in person. Thankful to everyone watching online. This is just a dream come true for me. I'm so excited. So we have some amazingly talented people here in the audience, as well as up here on stage that we've invited to just come nerd out for a whole weekend on making movies, man. I'm so excited. So we're gonna jump right in. Just so you know, we are going to be taking questions from the chat a little bit here and there. There's a lot of chat, so we're gonna do our best. We have a mod kind of taking questions, and we're gonna try and do that towards the end of the session. So we're gonna have kind of a Q&A. We'll also be doing Q&A, especially with people who are live, because you were nice enough to fly some people across the world to be here, and we want to give you an opportunity to ask whatever questions you have. And then, man, yeah, I'm just so excited. So we're going to go over every major aspect of Resolve during this weekend. And man, big thanks to our sponsor, Blackmagic Design, and we have other sponsors as well.
Yes. We'll say thank you to all the sponsors later, but we're going to also want you guys to know, like, raffles are going to be going on all day today, all day tomorrow. So if you haven't gotten your raffle tickets into one of those jars, by the way, you keep the one that says keep. Don't put them both in there. If you did do that, get that back. But yeah, big thanks to Blackmagic, to Motion VFX, to Puget Systems for making all this happen. The wonderful people that donated to make the raffles happen. Audio design app and pretty incredible. So yeah, there'll be lots of opportunities to win cool stuff, but yeah, we're gonna get right into it.
Yeah, okay. Very exciting.
So we should probably say thank you to, of course, Blackmagic Design for empowering the creativity of an entire generation with this amazing free tool that we use here each and every day, Resolve. Thank you so much. Check out more at blackmagicdesign.com. And we're gonna kick this off with a very, very special person. You all know and love him. He is the lead trainer at Ground Control Film. He is the co-owner of Release the Hound Studios, and he is my best friend. Give it up for Casey Faris.
All right. Okay, can you guys hear me? Okay, live stream, can you guys hear me? Just double check. I don't want to get into here before we're ready. So, all right, sounds good. Can you guys hear me? I'm just making sure. They say they can't hear me on live stream. Is that true? I want to double check here. Double-sided. We're good? You can hear me on live stream? We're good? Okay. I don't want to just start. I'm going to go quick. So, here we go. All right. Wonderful. Okay, I'm getting started. You guys, thank you so much for being here. I'm so excited to show you a little bit. This session is called Let's Finally Understand Resolve, okay? So this is the idea here. I want to make sure that we all have some kind of base knowledge about how Resolve works, because I know we all come from different experiences, different backgrounds and everything. Some of you probably know way more about Resolve than I do. Some of you, I know, earlier this week downloaded Resolve for the first time, okay, especially online. I know that's the case. So I want to give you kind of a tour of the things that if you've done a little bit of media production should make sense with Resolve, and kind of give you a crash course on that. And then I want to dive into Fusion and Color, which I find are kind of the harder things to wrap your head around sometimes if you're new to Resolve. And I know a lot of people in Resolve have been using it for editing, maybe even using the Fairlight page, working on audio, and just never touch Fusion because it's intimidating. And people who never touch color because they're like, I don't even know how that works. What is that? Why is that? Well, today we're going to dive in, and my goal is for you to at least go, okay, I think I get the big ideas here, because I believe that really learning software is all about learning those kind of big concepts. Okay, so let's start out with what is Resolve. Resolve is a post-production app, and it can do basically anything after you are done shooting, right? So as soon as you have your footage, and it's on your computer, anything when it comes to editing, organizing your media, doing audio, doing color, doing compositing, rendering, copying things, all of that stuff can happen in Resolve, and it's all in one app, okay? So a couple things to just kind of start out with here. I'm going to go down to the lower right-hand corner here, and this what's it called? What is that? That's a house. Okay, I'm a little nervous, guys. I've never seen this before. It's like some kind of foreign thing. So this opens up your project manager. Now, this is something that I feel like people get kind of confused about sometimes, because this project manager, especially if you're in kind of a list view, this looks like, are we okay on the audio here? This looks like that you're going through your Finder or your I'm sorry, just a minute. This looks like you're going through your system, right? It looks like you're trying to find things on your hard drive, when really this isn't. This is your library. So this is kind of where Resolve keeps all of your projects, and it keeps it in a special folder, and that's kind of where all your projects live. So I know for me, it was kind of rough starting Resolve, because I was like, man, where do I put my project file? How do I manage my projects and my files and everything? And really, it's kind of done for you. Now, you can still export, you can still share a project, and it's not that big a deal. There's different ways to do that, but just so you know, this is kind of where your projects live, all right? And this isn't on your system. This is just the collection of projects that you have, okay? So if you double click on one of these, it will open up a project generally in the edit page. And the edit page, let me just go up to workspace and go down to reset UI layout. The edit page typically looks something like this. I'll also make this full screen. And if you've ever edited video, this should make a ton of sense, okay? Over here on the left, we have our media pool. This is where the media that we add to our project lives. So anything that we actually want to use lives there. If we double click on a piece of media like this, we can load it up here in the source viewer. That's this left viewer. This is where we kind of pick up a piece of media and we can look at it, right? We can select a part of the piece of media and we can drag it down to our timeline, okay? Our timeline is where we put together our story. That's actually the sequence of clips, okay? This upper right-hand viewer, this is called the timeline viewer. So this is what the person who watches your movie is actually going to see, right? So this should really make a whole lot of sense if you've ever edited video before in any other app. It's very intuitive, okay? So this is something that I feel like most of the time is pretty straightforward, okay? But that's kind of how it works. Now, there's also the cut page. Now, the cut page, well, first of all, Resolve is split into these pages down here. So we have Media Cut, Edit, Fusion, Color, Fairlight, and Deliver. And each of these pages switches out the interface. So if I switch to Cut, we see the interface changes. If I switch to Color, this interface changes. And it switches Resolve into a different mode. It switches it into, this is color mode. This is where we're going to do our color correction. If we switch to Edit, this is where we're going to do our editing, okay? And each one of these is kind of it's a category of post-production. So anytime, and it kind of goes in order too. So the media page, this is where you would import your media. The cut and the edit page is where you would edit. Fusion is where you do compositing. Color is when you do color. Fairlight is when you do audio, and then the deliver page is when you actually render things, and it sort of goes in order, okay? The cool thing about this, again, this is like one of those big concepts, is every page shares the timeline, okay? So anything that I do in this edit page, if I'm building this movie together with all these clips and putting them in order and making my story, everything lives in that timeline, and the other pages use that same timeline. Now, this is a brand new thing if you haven't used Resolve a lot, because what we're used to with some other software is you'll, like, I don't know, for instance, you'll have like this, imagine like a suite of software, right, that you're like really creative with, you know? Imagine that, I don't know what it would be, but just something like that, right? And you edit in one of the programs, right? And then when you want to do something fancy, like you want to get crazy with your audio, you'll export, and you'll go through this process to export, and you'll bring it into another app, you know, just to try out your audio, you know what I mean? And, and then once you're done with that, you have to export that and bring it to another app. And it's kind of a time-consuming process. Well, in Resolve, if I want to get really crazy with my audio, I just click on Fairlight, and now I'm in audio mode. If I want to start doing color, I just click on color, and now I'm in color mode. And again, we're going to kind of dive into especially the fusion in the color pages here in a minute, but that's really the basic idea, is you can move back and forth to any stage in post-production all within the same app, and you don't have to export, you don't have to round trip, you don't have to convert files or anything. It just all lives in one place, which is how it should be. I mean, come on. What are we doing messing around moving stuff back and forth? It's dumb. But so that's like a big concept here. But check this out. So the edit page is where you put together edits. That makes sense. And then the cut page is where you cut things. And no, I'm just kidding. Who is super, like, who knows everything about the cut page and is like, yes, man, I love the cut page. It's amazing, right? OK, there's a couple people who's like, yeah, I like the cut page. Chances are, if you like the cut page, it's because you think of the cut page as a hammer, and you have a bunch of nails, right? It makes sense for what you're doing. I feel like some of us don't understand the cut page because it feels like a hammer and all we have are screws. We have to have the right tool for the right purpose, right? The cut page is designed to be a really quick workflow. So it isn't for everything. This is a page that is designed to save you time editing. It's if you want to like throw some footage on your computer, put together an edit really quick, and export it in like 10, 15 minutes, that's what the cut page is for. If you're not trying to do that, you're like, why would they build it this way? But I want to show you a couple things about the cut page that I think people miss and that I use all the time, okay? So first of all, like the interface of the cut page. You may notice, if you haven't opened it, there are two timelines here. This upper timeline, that is your entire timeline zoomed out, okay? So that's like the map of the world when it comes to your sequence. So if you want to go to the beginning of your sequence, you just click towards the beginning. If you want to go to the end, you click on the end, and it's really easy to just move around. This bottom timeline here, this lower timeline, this is the zoomed in version. So think about, you have the same map, because this is the same timeline, but you have a magnifying glass, right? So you're looking at the details. So the idea behind doing this, which, like, you know, at first glance, you're like, why would you need two timelines? That makes no sense. Well, think about this. In the edit page, if you want to go to the beginning of your sequence and you want to edit something like really detailed, you have to go to the beginning and you have to zoom in, you know, and you can adjust it or do whatever you need to do right here. And then, oh, but I also need to trim the end. So I'll zoom out and then zoom back in. Or, you know, you can hit Shift-Z to zoom all the way out and then Shift-Z to go back in if you have, but maybe it's not quite, maybe, you know. And it's like a lot of futzing with it, right? With the cut page, it's like, oh, I need to mess with the beginning of it. All right, I'm already zoomed in. I don't need to zoom in and out, right? So I think that's a big thing with the cut page, is it's just like, it saves you time by just moving around like this, okay? The cut page is something that I use a lot for making a rough cut. And so that's like taking your footage and just dragging it into the timeline as quickly as you can. And I want to show you one really cool tool for that, and that's called source tape. Anybody heard of source tape? You ever use it? Okay. Source tape, so normally how you do this is you double click on a piece of media and I'm going to turn the sound off so we don't just scrub everywhere. But you'd scrub through this and you'd set an in and an out with I and O. And you'd select part of your footage and then you can drag it down to the timeline, right? And then for the next piece of footage, you double click on that, set your in and out, and drag it to the timeline. Double click on your footage, set in and out, drag it to the timeline, right? Which isn't that big of a deal until you have to do it like 50 times, 100 times, right? So there's this little icon here right under, kind of in the middle of the interface. It's the second little icon called source tape. And if you click on source tape, that will take all of the footage from your media pool and it will put them all like one after another in the source viewer. And so there's these little white lines you can just barely see. Those are the dividing lines in between our clips. And so in just one movement, I can go through all of the clips in my timeline. So some of you more experienced editors might remember this from the tape days, right? It's kind of the same thing. But the idea is that you can hit in and out here and then do something like set a keyboard shortcut for this kind of button right here, this append button. And you can add that to the end of your timeline, right? Same thing, in, out, append, in, out, append, and it goes really quick. And so that's the kind of thing that I use the cut page for all the time. Oh, man, so nice to do that. So like for certain things, cut page is really great. This is also really great if you're like shooting vlogs. How many people do vlogging in here? Okay, a couple people. So, you know, a lot of the time you'll have your vlog camera and you'll have your mic attached to your vlog camera, so you'll have kind of on-camera audio. And so it's just like jump cutting it a lot of the time, right? At least for the first part of the edit. This is perfect for doing that kind of thing. So the cut page, the big thing is for certain types of videos, this is a great page. If you're doing something that's a little bit more intense or that has a lot more audio tracks, or you're editing in a bunch more layers, you might want to switch over to the edit page. But the good news is that you can start in the cut page and you can use the tools there. And then once you feel like, yeah, I think I want to get a little bit more detailed, I want to get crazy, you can switch over to the edit page and it's the same timeline, right? Okay. So, couple other pages that I want to hit before we get into Fusion and Color. The media page. A lot of the time people are confused, why do we have the media page? Well, again, it's a tool for a certain purpose. What I really like to use the media page for is this media storage right here. This is a great panel to be able to go through your system and find the media that you want to import, right? So let's see if I can do this on, I think it's this one. Okay. So now I can, let me find some media files. There we go. Goodness me. Where have I done this? What have I done? Oh boy. Well, now I've lost it. Anyway, let me grab something. I want something visual. There we go. So you can quickly find things on your system using this media storage, and you can preview them, and you don't have to have them in your project yet. It's kind of a nice way to be able to just preview a bunch of media. You can even set an in and an out and do all of that before you even bring it into your project, which is really cool. And so this is a great way if you're trying to just like navigate through a bunch of folders and figure out what B-roll you want in your project without bringing it in. Once you drag it into your media pool, then it's actually in your project. So if we want to, you know, grab this and bring it in, we just drag it into the media pool. And then this media pool, this panel, that lives in all kinds of different pages in Resolve. So if I switch over to the cut page, we have it here in the media pool. If I switch to the edit page, we have the media pool. Same with Fusion, Color, Fairlight. We have the media pool in all those different pages. And so that's another big concept, is that Resolve has kind of the same panels and uses the same timeline throughout all the different pages. One panel that I didn't hit on that we really need to think about here is the inspector. So in the edit page, if we go over here to the upper right and click on inspector here, we have a bunch of different panels in our interface. make sure that the panels that you want are open by clicking on these buttons up here. If it's bright white, that means the panel's open. If it's gray, it means the panel's closed. And that's kind of how you open and close panels inside of Resolve. But this inspector panel, anything that we have selected, we can adjust the properties for in the inspector. Okay? Say that with me. Anything we have selected, we adjust the properties for in the inspector. Okay. Wait. How do we adjust the properties for something we have inspected? We have something selected, right? The inspector. Okay. I have 3 kids, and this is one of them. This is my boy Bryce, and he was kind enough to be the talent for our very short film that I'm going to show you here in just a second. But I have to check for understanding sometimes, you know. But this is a really important concept. That's why I'm trying to hammer this into the ground, is because if something is not right in Resolve, if something's not doing what it's supposed to do, chances are you need to select it and go to the inspector and mess with something. All right? We're going to get into that in a second. Okay. Last couple pages before we get into Fusion and Color. Fairlight. Fairlight is the audio app. We're going to learn a lot about Fairlight. We have a couple very talented audio people here. They're going to show you all kinds of cool stuff about Fairlight, but you know, in a big conceptual way. We have the same timeline. In fact, you can even go to this upper left-hand part right here, timeline view options, and you can click this right here, video tracks, to show video tracks, and you'll be able to see bloop, your video tracks. And you can see that this is the same timeline as your edit page, but it's kind of in audio mode. So you can zoom in here. I'm just holding down Alt and rolling with the scroll wheel, holding down Shift, rolling with the scroll wheel to zoom in. And you can even zoom in to like the sample level. You can get really crazy with your audio here. You have a mixer, and you can apply effects. You can do all kinds of, you know, side chaining and bussing and all the fancy stuff that somebody who's like super into audio mixing would be into. Fairlight can do. And again, you don't have to export. You don't have to make an AAF or anything like that. All you have to do is just click on the Fairlight page, and it moves your edit into Fairlight. And any changes that you make in Fairlight, right? So I have this automation here. Any changes that you make in Fairlight will also happen in the edit page. There it is, right? Where'd it go? There it is. And so it's really cool to be able at any point to just switch over, do your audio, switch back, edit a little bit, and it kind of takes the having, like, who knows how scary the term picture lock is? You guys know what I'm talking about? Everybody says, we got picture lock, guys. Everything's going to be great. That is a lie. No, you don't. No, you don't. All right? You're going to add something last minute, and it's going to be inconvenient for me. But here's what the cool thing is if everyone's working in Resolve, which you can with the collaboration tools and everything, now it's not that big of a deal. It's like, oh yeah, I'm like working on this audio mix, and it's looking really good, and oh man, this guy just moved this over. I actually don't have to do anything because it already moved it over in the audio page as well, and everything's great. It will sound great, you know, except right at a stupid edit there. That's not going to sound great. But, but if you know what you're doing and you actually do a good job, yeah, it's going to sound great. So last little bit is the deliver page. Now, this is if you want somebody to see your movie, you're going to have to render your movie because you don't want people to just watch it in Resolve, right? You want to be able to upload it to YouTube or anything like that. So the deliver page is where you do that. Up here in the upper left, in this render settings here, we have all kinds of different presets to be able to pick a preset for YouTube or whatever we want to do. I have videos on how to set these just right, but that's where it happens. Then you can add it to the render queue, and you can make several different versions and hit render all, and it will render it in a big queue, right? So that's a great way to make multiple versions of your movie, or even multiple different versions of several different timelines that you have in your project. We do this with hundreds of timelines sometimes, and poor Sam has to suffer through big render jobs like that, and that's a brave man right there. But yeah, so those are kind of the basics of the media cut, edit, Fairlight, and deliver pages. I know I went super fast, but I really want to spend some time in the Fusion and Color pages because that's where I feel like a lot of people kind of get nervous with Resolve. How many people use Resolve and never open Fusion? Like just never, like I'm not touching that, right? Yes, exactly. That's a lot of people. So let's switch over to Fusion. And first of all, I didn't show you this video. I want to show you this. This is cool. Okay, we'll take this. Check this out. This is a very, very short film.
Remember to pick up your toys before bed.
Okay, why?
Destroy somebody with his toy lightsaber, but then it turned out to be a real lightsaber. So I don't know. This is just a big excuse to do that. So, okay, so let's jump in. Let's talk about Fusion here. So this last shot with him with the lightsaber, this is the type of stuff that Fusion can do. All right. Fusion is a compositor. Now, a compositor is basically a program that does fancy stuff. So we're talking motion graphics, we're talking lightsabers, we're talking adding fog and smoke, cloning things out, things that you would use like a photo editing app for. That is kind of what Fusion is about. And again, it's integrated right into Resolve. Okay? So anytime that we want to do something fancy, like let's just grab this clip here, and anytime you want to do something fancy, I can just switch over to Fusion, and it will open that clip in Fusion, and you can do fancy stuff. It's very cool. Again, no round tripping, which if you've ever, it's just, I know I keep saying it, but it's so great to not have to round trip and to just be able to instantly work really detailed on something. So I'm going to slow down a little bit on this Fusion part because, again, the other parts of Resolve are kind of analogous to other apps, but Fusion is a little different than probably most things that we've used. We're used to things that are built with layers. We're used to editing apps and that kind of thing. Like an editing app and an audio app kind of have similar things. There's a bunch of tracks and everything. But like, what is Fusion? What's that about? Like there's no tracks, there's no layers, there's what's happening? Well, let's start with the basics. Right here, this is your viewer, okay? Everybody good so far? This is what you're going to see when you render your shot, okay? Now, a little note, that's not necessarily always true. You can actually set it to be different, but we'll get into that in a second. But to start out with, this is what people are going to see. Then we have the timeline below that. So we can scrub back and forth. We can hit play. We can hit pause. We can hit play backwards, right? Not bad so far. We also have a leg up because guess what? We have our media pool. We have our effects. Okay, that's just like the effects panel in the edit page. And we also have the inspector. Wait a minute, what's the inspector for? You edit the properties of something that you have selected, right? So this inspector is going to be our best friend. We use the inspector all the time in Fusion. But the elephant in the room, the thing that I feel like most people are like, I'm just going to go ahead and nope out immediately, is this part right here, the nodes. Okay? And I really, really, really think that nodes are not as hard as people make them out to be. They look really intimidating. They look like they don't make any sense, but they're so simple, you guys. And I hope that at the end of this session, you're going to be like, OK, all right, I'll give nodes a chance. That's what I want. I just want you to give nodes a chance. Okay? So anytime that we open up a shot from the edit page, we have two nodes here. And nodes are basically like a flowchart. We have a really simple flowchart here. And OK, you know what? I got to have like a visual aid here. I got just a second. Hold on. Okay, just a second. OK, let's say you had some bread. Okay? Let's say you had bread. Let's say you had bread. Let me double check something real quick here. Where is, did I not put my stuff on here? Oh, I did. Okay, it's okay. All right. We're gonna have a node graph of our bread here, okay? So to start out with, let's make a really simple node graph of our bread. We have the bread, and we have the output of the bread, which is this white square. And we follow this yellow line, this is called a pipe, all the way over to what we end up with, which is also bread. This is really scientific, but if you take bread and you do nothing with it, it is bread. That's where we're at, okay? Everybody following so far? This is pretty tough stuff, okay? Anything fancy that you want to do with bread, you actually have to do with bread, all right? By the end of this whole job that we're going to do, between taking the bread and giving it back, we need to do something with it if we want it to actually be different. Make sense? So if we want to toast the bread, we will take the bread and put it in the toaster, and then it comes out as toast, right? Not that big of a deal. So what if we were to make a node graph of that? Okay, all right, this ain't too bad. We take the bread. Oh, hold on, let me go back in time. The bread. Okay. If we were to take the bread, to toast it, we put it through the toaster, right? We put it in the toaster, and it comes out as toast, all right? This is how we graph that out. We start with bread, put it through the toaster, it comes out as toast, okay? So here's what we're doing in Fusion. We're taking this first shot, all right, just normal, plain white bread shot, and we're doing nothing with it, and then we're putting it back. Each node has one job. This media in node right here, this node, has one job. Its job is to grab a clip from the timeline, and then we are going along the output here, and we're going into media out. Media out has one job. It's to put that clip back into the timeline. In between is where all the fancy stuff happens, okay? So if we want something fancy to happen in here, we have to put it on this pipe, just like we have the toaster on the pipe right here. So to do something like blur it, which is the bread, okay? If we were to take the bread through the toaster, right? We put it in the toaster, and all right? This is how we graph that out. Start with bread, put it through the toaster, out as toast, okay? So here's what we're doing in Fusion. We're taking this shot, all right? Just normal, plain white bread shot. And we're doing nothing with it, and then we're putting it back. Each node has one job. This media in node right here, this node, has one job. Its job is to grab a clip from the timeline, and then we are going along the output here, and we're going into media out. Media out has one job. It's to put that clip back into the timeline. In between is where all the fancy stuff happens, okay? So if we want something fancy to happen here, we have to put it on this pipe, just like we have the toaster on the pipe right here. So to do something like blur it, which is fancy as a lot of things that Fusion does, but it's something Fusion can do. Node, everything that we do in Fusion needs to take a node. So let's grab a blur node, live here on this. This is not like a toolbar where you click. We have a blur that we can put in between our nodes. Now, you may have noticed that my sweet boy here is not blurry at all. Why is that? It's because we don't have the blur, right? So what we have to do is take the output of this media and connect it to the input of the blur, and take the output of the blur and connect it to the input of the media out. So now, Wait a minute. Not much is happening still. Why do you think that would be? What do we do if something isn't acting quite the way it should? Let's see. The inspector, right? If you select something, let's select this and go to the inspector and look at this. Look at this. Blur size. It's only blurring at 1 pixel. Who's going to do that? Actually, that happens a lot. But we're going to blur this a lot, right? So we can see what's happening. So now we have a really basic recipe going here. We're taking the footage, we're blurring it, and then we're putting it back into the timeline. And then guess what? If I switch over to the edit page, we have a blurry image. We have a blurry image. That's like the first fancy thing you can do with Fusion. So if you can do that, here's the thing. Here's the good news. If you can understand that, you can understand nodes. It doesn't get a whole lot more complicated than that. Every node has a job, and you have to link them up, okay? And it makes a flow chart. So let's talk about something here. Let's talk about putting something over something else. That's kind of a really basic thing that you do in compositing. Compositing, a lot of the time, is taking an image and putting it over another image, combining them, right? Just like you would in a photo editing app, put yourself in a background on a volcano or whatever. Let's say we want to do something like add some fog to this shot. Well, we have a really convenient node here. Remember, each node has one job. And this node, this second node right here, is called fast noise. And its job is to make clouds. So if we click on this, well, how do we view it? Well, we can actually select a node and hit 1 or 2 on the keyboard, and it will bring that up in these viewers. What I like to do is select a node and hit 1, and that'll come up in this left viewer. And I like to have this second viewer be media out, okay? You can preview anything that is happening at any point in either of these viewers. That's why I said it was a little bit different. But this fast noise, if I select this and I have it in the first viewer, I can see what it's doing is making clouds. I'll actually zoom this out a little bit with it selected. Let's push the scale up, push the detail up. And now we have clouds, okay? Which would probably work for making fog, because guess what? Scientists say that fog is just a cloud that's really low. You learned that here. That's pretty good. But here's the thing. If we have a layer of fast noise, which is this fog, and we have the layer of our background, how do we put it on top of each other? There's no layers. Like, there's no layers palette here. Like, what do we do? Well, it's kind of the same thing. We need a node to tell Fusion what to do with this node, okay? And that node is called a merge node. So if we grab this, next to this second little divider here is the merge node. I'll grab that and drag that in. And the merge node has one job. What it does is it puts things over something else. So we can hook this up. I'll take the output of our media in, connect it to our merge, and take the output of our merge and connect it to the media out. Maybe, if it will let me. There we go. And now nothing's happening, because what we're telling it to do is pick up the media, put nothing over it, and then put it back. So that makes sense. So what do we want to put over it? This fast noise. We can take the output of this fast noise and plug it into the input of this merge, and now, look what happens. We have our composite. Now, if you've ever used a photo editing app, or if you used other compositing apps, you might say, gosh, that's a lot of work. Gosh, that's a lot of work to put something over something else. Like, what are you doing? Why would anyone in their right mind use Fusion? Like, this makes no sense. Why would I spend so much time making several different nodes to just put something over something else? Well, here's the thing. I totally see how this looks really complicated to do something simple like this. I understand that. The cool thing about Fusion is that once you get like a couple levels past this, there'll be a little light bulb that goes off in your head and go, okay, I see why you're doing it. That's one thing, okay? That's something you kind of have to trust me on, because we don't have time to get super deep on that right now. We will tomorrow, actually. And I'm sure some of the other presenters are going to do that too. But check this out. Here's a little shortcut. If I get rid of this merge, I can actually take this fast noise, and I can take the output of the fast noise, I can drag that over the output of media in1, and boom, we have a merge node. So it's not really as bad as all that. In fact, if I wanted to, I could just select this media in 1 and say, oh, I want clouds over that. And I could just go over here and click on fast noise, and look what happens. It will add that for me. It'll add the fast noise and the merge. And so once you kind of get used to it, it's like, oh, well, it's not actually a whole lot of work. But the advantage is that everything that you've done is mapped out in a little flowchart, okay? Now, we're talking about understanding this. We're talking about concepts here, all right? And something that I find people run into a lot is this confusion of when do I use a merge node versus when do I not use a merge node? It seems like it's just kind of random. Anybody have problems with that? You're just like, dude, I don't even know how that works. Okay, let me show you. Let me show you this. Okay, so here we have our toast example. Okay, we take our toast and we run it through the toaster. You can pretend that the toaster is an effect. All right, this is changing the toast itself. So this is something like a color correction, something like a blur, something like a distortion, anything that takes an image and it changes the image itself. That's an effect. All right, and what we like to do, what we like to say is you run images through an effect. Some people say you put an effect on top of an image. Don't say that. It's confusing. You run an image through an effect just like you run toast through a toaster. If you were to merge a toaster over toast, it doesn't make toast. It makes toast. It makes bread on top of a toaster. That's what this is doing, which it would be dumb, right? So we don't want to do that. But think about a situation where you wanted to make, let's see, English people don't call it jelly. They call it jam, right? Jam on toast, right? If you want to put jam on top of toast, jam is a totally different thing, right? So you would use a merge node. You would merge that. You would put it on top of your toast, right? So that's when you would use a merge node, is when you have something totally different and you're going to combine it with something that already exists. Okay? So if you have one image and you put it over another image, this also works with text. This works with graphics, anything that kind of like you have two images and you're putting them together. That's when you use a merge node. You wouldn't run your toast through jelly, right? Like that wouldn't make any sense. Like you don't really do that unless you had some kind of fancy jelly car wash thing, like a little, like it was like a tunnel, like a jelly. No, I don't think that would work. So that's a good way to remember it. Is you run an image through an effect, and if you're going to combine images, that's pretty much the only time that you need a merge node. Okay. So I hope that kind of clears that up a little bit. So this is kind of the basics of Fusion. And what's really cool is once you get used to using these nodes, you can actually like do a lot of cool stuff. So let me show you. This first shot, this is actually a composite. Or wait. This is actually a visual effect. Can you spot the visual effect? Nope. Fog's real. Light's real. Mm-hmm. He's a completely CG kid. Yep. I'm that good. OK, so check this out. What we did was, because of continuity, we have our lightsaber here. And we had to paint out this blade of the lightsaber, because it was extended and we were rushing. We didn't have time to make sure everything was all worked out. So we just painted that out. Again, a really easy thing to do in Fusion because it's right there in the timeline. Whereas if I needed to, move to another app, it might be like, I don't know, we'll call it good. It's fine, So that is like a lot of stuff you can use Fusion for. Of course, adding fog, right? We didn't actually add any fog to this shot. We might have needed to. Actually, I did on this shot, I guess. We might have wanted to for continuity, but it's an example project. So yeah, we have fog on this shot. But then check this shot out. What part of this do you think is real? Yeah, joke's on you. We have a real lightsaber, and the background's fake. Couldn't get the background in time, no, obviously. But once you get kind of deeper into Fusion, you'll get to start to make things like this, right? And who looks at that and goes, wow, that looks really, wow, I don't know about that. I don't know if I'm going to deal with that. But this is something where once you start to get it and you start to realize, oh man, nodes are super fun, you can really dive into these kind of things and make some really cool effects. But basically, we have the saber. Oh, this is the saber clone, sorry, yeah. So we have the bloop, bloop, bloop. We have the saber right here, which is being added. And then we also have some light that is being shown on the saber, because we actually had a real light, right? But we can turn that off and on because we had to kind of take that out, because that's a dead giveaway that we were lighting him from the other side, right? That this lightsaber wasn't actually the light on his face. And anyway, so like if you guys have questions about that, talk to me afterwards. But Fusion is a lot of fun, and you don't have to be complicated like this. You can do simple stuff like just cloning something out. We're going to talk about making templates and graphics and stuff later. Patrick's going to show us some wizardry, and I'm really excited for that. So that is kind of the basics of Fusion and a little bit about nodes. I love talking about nodes, so ask me questions afterwards. Let's talk. That would be great, because I would love for you to understand nodes the way that I love them. They're like my new little friend. If only I had real friends. Anyway, so let's switch over to the color page. Now, this is another page that is not necessarily a lot like everything else that we've used in media. So if you're familiar with other editing apps, when it comes to color correction, it's usually something like you can select a clip in the timeline, and then you can go over to some kind of properties panel or color panel. Maybe it's an effect or something that you drag onto the image, and then you can color correct it like that. Resolve doesn't really do it that way. Everything in Resolve when it comes to color correction is in the color page. And this, I think for some people, looks like sitting at the helm of a 747, right? There's all these little dials and everything, especially if you've ever seen the color surfaces. It's even worse. But you'll sit there and go, gosh, man, there's a lot of stuff here. And I feel like a lot of people just kind of nope out of that. And they go, wow, I don't know what any of that means, so I'm just going to go ahead and switch back over to the edit page, and my colors look fine. It's fine. But this color page, this is actually, it's a little more complicated than it looks. So again, we have our viewer. This is what's up?
It's a little more complicated than it looks.
Oh, yeah, it's way more complicated than it looks. Hi. It's not as complicated than it looks. See, I'm glad you guys are here, because like the live stream's just like chuckling to themselves at home. So we have the viewer here, and this is what the person who watches your movie is going to see. And below that, we have the clips. Now, this is cool, because these are each clip from our project, and it's all laid out, each clip individually. So it's really easy to just click on whatever clip we want. We can just click on the thumbnail to select the clip. And then we can adjust that clip really easily without having to add an effect, without having to open up a different panel or anything like that. It's just whatever clip we're looking at, that's the one we're adjusting, okay? So down here in this lower part of the screen, these are our color palettes. Now, this is where all the color control goes. So we're selecting the different clip that we want to adjust, and then the color controls are down here. I'm actually going to switch to a different timeline just so we can see this a little bit better. I'll switch to, let's do Fine Cut Temp VFX. Excuse me. So we're at 05 Fine Cut Temp VFX. This is NIMY work files, if you didn't know. I totally did not tell you at the beginning of this, but if you want to follow along, you can do that. Sorry about that. So here we have our ungraded timeline, and we can see that by these kind of grayish, like low contrast shots here. So this is shot on a Blackmagic 6K Pocket and shot in BMD film. And so that's why we kind of have this gray looking image. And we can go through and adjust our colors just by clicking on the shot that we want to adjust and then adjusting the controls down here. So again, if you see all these controls and you're like, gosh, man, that's a lot to learn. Here's the good news. You only need to learn like probably 3 controls to do most of what you need to do in the color page, okay? This is a very nervous thing for me with like super pro colorists sitting there, by the way. Don't be me, okay? But here's the thing. If you want to do basic color, right, all you really need is this panel right here, primary color wheels, okay? And what's cool about this is even though there's a lot here, there's only like 3 different controls. There's the color wheel, which if we grab the middle of this on this offset and we grab this and drag it around, you can kind of see what happens. It pushes color into the image. So if your image looks too warm, you can push this towards cool. And so that's kind of like the color, and then as far as you push this, that's the strength of the color. So if you want to push it really blue, you push it towards blue. Now, for the brightness, that's this tool right here. This is called the master wheel. You grab this and drag it to the right, and things get brighter. You drag it to the left, and things get darker. Okay? That makes sense so far? So that's kind of the basic thing. If you get your head around that, that's really the main 2 controls. And then the third one would be these sliders down here. So like this saturation slider, if I grab this and push it to the right, we can see the image becomes more saturated. All right? So why are there so many of these? Why are there so many different ones? Well, these primary controls right here, these control different things. So like the temperature and the tint, the contrast. If I push this up, there's contrast. And they all actually, a lot of them do similar things. And so you don't even necessarily need to use all of them. But we have the lift, gamma, and gain. Now, these are splitting up our image into 3 different tonal ranges. That's like kind of like the brightness ranges, right? So if the lift is all about the darkest parts of the image. So I can take the darker parts and I can change them, mostly adjusting the darker parts with the lift. So if I want the darker parts to be cooler, I select the lift and I pull it towards cool. And that's going to be most strong in the dark parts. So if I want to adjust the brighter parts, that's the gain. And so if I want to make those, warmer, I can push it towards warm. I can even combine these, and I could make my cooler parts or my darker parts cool and my brighter parts warm, like that. And really, it gives you a lot of control over your image because you can look at your image and go, what's wrong? Well, the darker parts aren't dark enough. OK, so what do? Well, I go to my lift, and I push the darker parts down. OK? And now I have that dark. What about the brightest parts? Let's go through here. The brightest parts need to be brighter. So I can grab the gain, and I can grab that master wheel and drag it to the right. And now I have increased the contrast in my image just with this one tool. Now, ideally, what you're going to want to do most of the time is do this under any color managed workflow, which I'm not going to talk a whole lot about because the other colorists are going to talk a lot about that. Okay? But this is generally how you adjust an image. Okay? If you want to adjust a certain part of the image, you think about what part you want to adjust, and then you can generally pick that in lift, gamma, or gain. Gamma, by the way, is the midtones. That's the kind of mid-brightness. So if you want to kind of leave the brightest parts and the darkest parts where they are, but you want to kind of boost everything else, you can boost the gamma. So you kind of move along with those different tools to do what you want. A similar tool, if you got the primaries and you're like, yeah, OK, I feel good about that. A similar tool is the curves. And you can actually do a lot of the similar stuff, especially if you're coming from a photo editing app and you understand curves. It works the exact same way, right? This bottom part of our curve, if we move this around, this is the darkest parts of our image. So I can grab this and push it to the right. And what we're really doing is taking the input of our image, which is the x-axis here, and we're making more of the image dark. And then we can grab the white point and push this up, and that will make more of the image bright, right? And then everything in between kind of moves like a rubber band. So I'm sure Daria will talk a little bit more about this, but this is really cool because you get a lot of control over exactly how you want your contrast in your image. You can do something like making an S-curve. This is a really common way to kind of make some stylized contrast. A lot of things are built with an S-curve. But yeah, this is pretty much a really cool way to be able to really refine what the contrast looks like in your image. You can also split this up into different channels. Like if I just want to adjust the red channel, right, I can kind of take some red out of my shadows and make kind of cooler shadows. You have a lot of control. So my advice, if you're not familiar with curves, is just to open up the curves and play around with it. That's the great thing about Resolve is, especially in the color page, you can grab stuff and move it around, and you are not going to be able to break it. Like, I mean, you could make something look bad. I mean, I could definitely make something look bad. Like, let's do some of that, right? Like, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much an expert in that. But you can always reset it, okay? So you can always reset it. You can always hit this little reset all button in the upper right of any of these panels. And if worse comes to worse, you can always right-click up here in the nodes and say reset all grades and nodes, okay? So let's talk about doing multiple different clips here, because we're not just adjusting one image, we're usually adjusting a whole bunch. So let's say that we have a really nice look on this. I'll just kind of adjust this by eye here. And let's say we really like this look, okay? And all I've done is just use the stuff that we've already talked about. And now I want to do the same look on this clip. Well, I could do all of that by hand again, but that would be dumb. Let's not do that. What I can do is copy that same grade from this clip to this clip, and I'm going to use a very advanced and very newfangled tool that I know a lot of people might not have, and I'm sorry, but if you don't have one, I really recommend investing in a 3-button mouse. A 3-button mouse, okay? This mouse has a scroll wheel, and if you push down on the scroll wheel, that's the 3rd button on the mouse. That's the middle click, okay? It's amazing to me how many people have never heard of this. But it's a thing. You push down on the scroll wheel, and if you don't have a 3-button mouse, go and buy one. If you're going to use Resolve, go and buy a 3-button mouse. We actually talked about handing out 3-button mice here because it's so important, okay? If you don't have one, go buy one. That is how you fix that problem, all right? Because it's really convenient to copy this color grade from shot 6 onto shot 8 by selecting shot 8 and then middle button mouse clicking on shot 6, like that. I can even hold Control and select whatever clips I want to, and then middle button mouse click, and it will copy them to all of them. And so what I'll sometimes do is make an adjustment on one clip and then just hit something like Control A, which will select all of my clips, and then middle button mouse click on that clip, and that will copy my look over everything, right? That's a quick way to color grade something if you want to. Again, I would recommend doing this under color management, but again, that's the next step. So that's kind of the basics of color grading an image and then copying it to another image. But here's the thing. That's really cool, but here's where like Resolve really starts to shine and get really exciting, okay? What we've been doing so far we call a primary color correction. But we can also do a color correction on just a part of the clip. And we can either select a part of the clip by the color, by the brightness, or even just by the physical space on screen, okay? So what if I want to do something like, let's go to shot 5 here. So this is shot 5, this shot of the shed. And what I often like to do when I'm looking at doing color is look at the shot and go, okay, what do I not like? What could be better about this shot? And to me, one thing that sticks out is I feel like these plants are kind of bright. I really like to look at this part of the shot, you know, the scary shed, right? But like these plants are all bright and happy, and I'm like, what are we doing? So what we can do is we can select just one part of the image and we can adjust that. Now, what we do, let me just reset this real quick. What I like to do is use a window for that. So a window is like a mask, and this, in our middle palette right here, this 4th icon over that looks like an ellipse, you click on that, and then click on any of these shapes. I'll just click on a circle. That adds a shape to our screen, and anything that we do, anything that we've learned so far, anything in the curves, anything in the primaries, anything that we do here is only going to happen inside of that circle, okay? We can adjust the circle by clicking back to the windows. I can grab this on screen and move it around. So I can do something like, I'll just reset this stuff real quick. I can do something like select just this part of the shot, and I can, you know, darken it down. I can take some saturation out, and I can really like just adjust that part. Okay. Now, I don't want to do that without getting rid of my original grade here. So I'll just copy this back over. So this is where, guess what? It comes back to nodes. Nodes again, okay? The good news is that nodes aren't quite as complicated in the color page as they are in the Fusion page. So in the Fusion page, each node has one job, right? But the color page, it's more like a group of corrections. In fact, we've already been using nodes and we haven't even known it. Down here, anytime that we adjust any of these color palettes, all of that actually happens inside of this first node, inside of our first group of corrections, okay? So now that we have this first node, anything that we adjust here happens in that node. But if we want to do like next level stuff, something else, we can make another node, which is another group of corrections, which we can kind of group together and use as kind of their own individual things. So I'll go up here to the nodes, right-click, and say Add Node, Add Serial, and that's going to add another node in a series. When I have that node selected, we'll notice all of our controls down here in the primaries, those are reset because nothing's happening in this node. So now I can do something to the entire image just by adjusting the entire image like I normally would. So I can do, contrast like that, whatever I want to do. And I have these kind of grouped together. I can right-click and say Node Label, and we'll say, contrast. And then this one, node label, we'll say like primary, right? And I can turn this off and on by clicking on this little number. So I can see the difference here between having that first node and then having both nodes. Now, I'll reset that node real quick. And this time, actually, I'll just get rid of it because I don't want to rename another one. I'll hit Alt-S to add another serial node. And now, let's take this node, and we're going to darken the plants. So I'll select just the plants with my mask here. And I'll make it really soft. Any colorist will tell you if you can get away with a soft mask, please just do a soft mask. And now I can adjust either the gain, maybe. Maybe I'll take the saturation down a little bit. And now, let's see, I'll get rid of some of these panels so we can see this a little easier. Now we're making a big difference right there in our plants, and we're getting a little bit more detailed. So that's the kind of power that you have in Resolve in the color page, is to be able to just pick like one part of your image and just really refine it. That's what I like, man. It's so much fun to do stuff like that. I want to show you something else really cool that I think you'll really like here. Yeah, let's just go with this shot. So let's say for whatever reason, we want to adjust his face, okay? We can do something like, I can even add a little shape around his face like this. And let's say we want to, I don't know, for whatever reason, maybe we want to make it warmer, okay? And I'll make this way warmer just so we can see it, all right? We wouldn't normally do this, but there's a lot of times where you'd want to adjust somebody's face or their hair or something like that. And we can feather this out a little bit, right? So we're mostly just putting a light on his head. There's a problem because he's moving, and now, look, that's a dead giveaway, right? But what's amazing about the color page is that if we have a window like this, we can go to this next palette over, this tracker window, and I can hit this track back and forth. Watch this. And it just instantly tracks it. Like it sticks to his head, which is pretty amazing. And so you can do stuff like you can relight people's faces. You can just do all kinds of stuff. Basically do roto here in the color page, and it's pretty darn amazing. And ask some of the Resolve nerds here. It pretty much always works that well. That wasn't just a fancy demo, but now I have control over his face, and so maybe I can like brighten that up a little bit, do something maybe a little bit more realistic, and now I can control his face separately from the rest of the shot. So, and then you can add any number of those things. You can absolutely just go crazy when it comes to color grading, and then again, you can copy and paste them through different shots, and it's pretty cool. So that's kind of a big thing. There's a lot of other tools that you can use, but again, if you're intimidated by the color page, all you have to do is just start, just play around with it. And that's the thing with Resolve in general, is Resolve saves all the time, and so you always have your project saved. I would recommend making backups and that kind of thing also, but you always have the undo key, and you can undo almost anything. You know, if I completely ruin this and it's just terrible, I can hit Control-Z a few times and be back where I was. And so don't be afraid to open it up and play around. Even in Fusion, man. Grab Fusion, start messing with it, right? Try and make a lightsaber. I'll tell you what, like I spent a lot of time just learning how, oh, this is a temporary thing, but learning how to make a good-looking lightsaber, and how, you know, I ruined the shot 2 or 3 times before I restarted and actually got something to work. And it's totally okay. It's totally okay to do that. You can't really break it. So that's my last encouragement to you is, if you want to really understand Resolve, get some time with Resolve, okay? So thank you so much.
All right, everyone. We're going to get things kicked off here with our first giveaway. So we're going to give you all some time. If you haven't entered your tickets back here with Gadali here at the raffle area, we're going to be doing our first giveaway here for a Godox LED light. Compliments of our sponsor, Godox. Thank you, Godox. So if you are watching via live stream, be sure to type this command into chat right now, !giveaway1. And we're going to be rolling this giveaway here for as long as our Q&A session. We're going to be drawing a winner at the end, so that'll give you guys some time to get all that set up. In the meantime, do you guys have any questions for Casey? This is Casey's Q&A time. Question back here, all right? Hold on a second. I want you to speak into the microphone so the stream can hear you.
Yeah, 2 things actually. One, what was the, you were in the color page and you clicked on the, what's that box there? The node up in the right corner. You did something to instantly create, add a node, add serial? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Did you like right click it?
Yeah, it's Alt-S on the keyboard.
Alt-S?
Yep, Alt-S adds a serial node.
Nice. Mm-hmm. And the other question I had was, there's got to be another way to do, other than the middle mouse click. There's got to be some...
There is a way. There is a way. You can select, okay, like let's say we have...
Thank you.
This purple shot, right? And we want to copy it to shot 8. We can right-click on shot 6 and go to Apply Grade. So you can do that. It takes more time. I would get a 3-button mouse. Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I appreciate it.
Any other question here? Han. All right, let me get you a mic so we can hear you. What's your name, man?
Jeff. All right. I make a lot of mistakes.
Me too, man.
And do a lot of playing around with the color page especially. And when I'm dragging the offset around, as you've done, and then hit Control-Z to undo that, it doesn't seem to undo the entire command that I've just done. It almost as if it's saving incremental steps before I release the mouse button.
That's interesting.
And I'm also wondering, is there a good way to Control-Z, because when do you stop controlling Z? Because there is really no indication other than some maybe subtle effect that you've done on your project.
Yeah, that's one of those times where you have to kind of pay attention. What I'll often do is look to go way too far. You know, it's like, okay, I know I didn't go that far. I know I didn't move the thing around. You know, that's what I just did actually, as I was going through, and it like switched to the other timeline, and I'm like, okay, that's really different. And then I'll Alt Z, or is it Control Shift Z to redo? Control Shift Z. Yeah, yeah.
There's also edit history.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. Under Edit, there's History. So there's all kinds of things. This is like a list of the things that you did, which is cool.
Awesome.
All right.
And I think we also have some questions from online.
Okay. So somebody can I'm not prepared to look at that
Okay.
right this second.
That's all right.
So if
Well,
somebody
I'll
can
get
do
that one queued up. I think we had a question back here.
Okay.
No? Anyone else? Any questions from Casey? Yes, right over here.
I can hold it. All right. All right. Karaoke time.
Yeah.
So when you were showing the object you removed, you painted out in Fusion.
Uh-huh.
I'm just curious, like when you would choose to do that versus doing like object remove in color panel, and why?
I would say it depends on, okay, honest answer, I would probably do it myself most of the time unless it was something that I felt like object removal could do a really good job on. Something simple like that, just cloning it out, it's probably gonna look better doing it yourself, I would think, especially if you just want like one part of it. That's what I would go to. I haven't used object removal a ton, so I can't like speak to that super well, but that's my thought. So, yeah. Could you read a couple of those
Yeah,
for me? Thank
sure.
you.
And then we have some questions from our live stream. What are the biggest misconceptions about Resolve with beginners?
Yeah, that's a great question. Biggest misconceptions, I would say, are that Resolve is only a color grading app, because it was a long time ago, and it was just did color. Big misconception is that you can't edit with it, or that it's bad at editing, or that it's, a big one is that it's not pro enough because it's free. You know, if you don't know, there's a free version and there's a studio version. And the free version you can use for commercial work. You can render up to UHD. You can, it has everything that I've shown you here is in the free version, and it just is unbelievable sometimes for people. The paid version can use your hardware a little better. It has noise reduction. It has a few different effects. There's a few things, but I always say just use the free version. And if you keep running into things that are limitations, then you can get the paid version, and it's $300 one time. So it's pretty affordable as far as software goes. But yeah, I think those are probably the main misconceptions people have.
Awesome. All right, you had a question, man.
I have two questions. Also, just trying to stuff these questions in. The first one was, what did you say that were the three main color controls again?
Yeah, I would start with primary color wheels. I would start with this palette right here. Yep. Okay. And the inside of those, there's the color wheel right here under offset, lift, gamma, gain, offset. There's the master wheel, this one, which is brightness, and then these primary controls right here, which control various things like contrast, tint, pivot, that kind of thing. So yeah, those are like the three kind of interfaces that you have to do with that, and they're all basically click and drag. You know, click and slide something around to where you want it to be. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So does that make sense? That answer your question?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
And does this have the ability? You said you did with your son's head 2 rotoscope. Is that like, would this do that for all types of, funny images and things like that?
Yeah, you can. You could make a matte in color. In fact, a lot of people are using the Magic Mask tool, which is in color, to make a roto matte sometimes and bring it into Fusion. I actually have a video on that. But I wouldn't say you'd normally do a bunch of roto in the color page, but you can get really detailed with tracking objects. And you certainly could do something like that. But that's generally something, if you're going to do some compositing with roto, you'd probably do that in Fusion. But yeah, does that make sense? Okay.
All right, one more question here from chat. Been wondering how to color correct footage shot on a phone because it's not S-Log or RAW. Your
Yeah.
thoughts on that?
Yeah.
Somebody else had a question?
I would love to hear what the other colorists think about this, but a lot of the time, it depends on the phone, but a lot of the time it would be Rec 709, and so it's kind of, you kind of do it by eye for the most part. You wouldn't use a color space transform because it's not really different color space than what you're going to be working in. And yeah, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I think that's pretty much how you would go about it.
All right, here's another question.
First of all, thank you for Casey, team, Dan, Sam, for setting all this up. Creatives, awesome you did this. This is less of a technical question and more kind of a personal question for your opinion. In your mind, where is DaVinci heading? Like, are they going to improve the AI? What else are they going to add? Like,
Yeah.
what is your personal feeling? Like, where is Resolve heading?
Yeah. So this is I'm a little nervous answering this question because just to tell you, I don't work for Blackmagic. I don't know any of their insider detail. I haven't talked to anybody about this.
Not yet.
I have, no.
Not yet.
I literally, I'm not giving you any kind of inside scoop or anything like that, all right? Everybody cool? Here's what I think would be cool, all right? I think going into the 3D would be great, more integration with something like Unreal. I think doing more 3D stuff with Fusion would be awesome. AI seems like, man, that's here to stay. And I mean, with there's a bunch of like AI guided tools and stuff. I think that's just going to get crazier. I would not be surprised if Resolve just became, I mean, even more the killer app than it is now. You know, even taking over image editing software, vector drawing software. I don't know. You know, I think that would be the logical next step. But again, I don't know.
All right. Here's another question from chat. I'm trying to track with Planar Tracker, but as soon as I try to start tracking, it says, quote, track append failed, even though I didn't change anything about how I tracked it.
Okay, so my suspicion with that is that you are, let's see, I'll just bring up a Planar Tracker. My suspicion is that you are hitting like the wrong button. I know that sounds like, I'm pretty sure that if you don't have a track going and you try to like add it from the next frame or whatever, that it won't do it. One thing is you have to make sure that you set your reference time. And so like if I'm going to track his face, right? So I can drag around his face real quick like this. You have to set your reference time. And then you track forward like this. And then you can go to your reference time. I happen to track from the beginning, but half the time I'm not paying attention and I just track. I just start in the middle and then track from forward, and then I can go to my reference time. That's why this button's here, and then track it backward, and then we have the track, right? The other thing that's problematic sometimes with the planar tracker is if you have the motion type set to perspective, and it's not that complicated of motion, sometimes it tries to put a whole bunch of motion in it when it really just needs to move around like this. So that's stuff that I've ran into. It's kind of a case-by-case thing. It would be hard for me to say without looking at that, but those are a couple things that you'd run into with the planar tracker.
All right. I think this will be our last question for this panel.
Okay.
Go ahead and stand up.
Well, first, thank you so much for everything.
Of course.
And just a quick question. So in the color panel, is there a way to choose like an in and out for a certain clip if I'm coloring something, or the color or the LUT applies on the whole clip?
Sure. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, you're talking about like applying it to just like a certain duration, right? So like if you want the color to happen just for a bit. So you can do something like you can keyframe things in the color page, right? So if I want to do something like let's say I want to, I'm trying to think on the fly of what we would do here. But let's say maybe this fog was too bright and I want to darken the fog, let's say. So I can just take this down and darken it for whatever reason. Let's say the fog was brighter at the beginning of the shot and I need it to be darkened more at the beginning of the shot than at the end. Like that's something that I've run into a lot, right? What you can do is you can keyframe basically the strength of a node. So if you select the node and you go over here to this palette right here, oh yeah, this one, key. This key output gain, this is basically the strength of the node, like the opacity of it, right? So if I take this and I roll it to the left, it turns that node completely off. So you can see it kind of goes bright again. I'm going to make this really obvious just so we can see it, okay? It's like really purple. If I take this gain all the way down, it's not purple at all, okay? So what I can do is I can keyframe that using the keyframes palette right here, and we're in Corrector 2. So here in Corrector 2, I can click on this little automatic keyframing diamond, and then whatever I touch in the color palettes, it's going to keyframe. So I can just grab this and like move it for a second, and then go to like the beginning of our shot where we want this to be not as strong or stronger or whatever. We can take the gain all the way down, and now we have these keyframes here. I'll turn this off just so I don't ruin anything else. And now, as we play this back, it gets stronger throughout the shot. And so, I mean, that you can do with anything. And so, like, I feel like a lot of people will do, you know, they'll have a node and they'll design it for like full effect, and then they'll kind of dial it in and then keyframe just that key output gain. And that's a great way to do it rather than trying to keyframe like, oh, I'm gonna move my offset this much, and it's kind of wonky when you do that. But key output gain is your friend if you have changing things in the shot. Yeah.
Awesome. All right, we are going to take a quick 15-minute break, and we will draw the winner for our first giveaway and let you guys know who won the Godox Lite here in just a few moments. We will see you guys here in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Let's give it up for Casey one more time. Great job.
Puget system really helps us understand the specification of the system, especially the benchmark. We know exactly how to push the system, and we know exactly where we could push it.
What happens is when a computer goes down or when there's any other technical issue, which is bound to happen on set, it can cause some downtime, and it means that maybe we have to compromise on shots. And since we're using such stable systems now from Puget that are really well optimized for virtual production, it's something that we don't have to worry about as much.
Hello?
All right, all right. Okay, everyone, let's start coming back in. Find a seat. The extended break is over. I want to share a quick thank you to one of our sponsors here, Puget Systems. Thank you for creating powerful and reliable systems on top of top-notch consulting and lifetime technical support. To learn more, check out PugetSystems.com. Up next, guys, a very special guest. We wish she could have been here in person, but she'll be joining us here virtually for our next presentation. Let's give it up for Daria Fissoun.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Absolutely gutted that I couldn't be there. I was unfortunately beyond my control. Thank you so much for coming to. So much, Casey, for hosting. In fact, I developed a DaVinci Resolve color page, so you can find my work on the Blackmagic website page. And I'll be taking DaVinci Resolve. Show this off. The ability to to maybe give me hosting options. Thank you very much. And then we'll jump right back. I thought, like, I came up with solutions, information. I feel a little bit like a speed run potentially. Enjoy the feeling of anxiety and stress, perpetual, then maybe just sit back and watch these solutions. But menu over here under parade, and that way we can keep track of the luminance values of all our images as we work. Also, for me as the presenter, I am going to enable the qualifier focus, but you don't need to do this. This is in the options of the scopes, and this will help me display the area that I'm pointing at with my mouse. So you can see these wheels have appeared in the scopes palette, and that's quite helpful when I'm talking about things like highlights and shadows and things like that. I guess one final thing, looking at this like 1920 by 1080 layout that I'm using, I'll also want to collapse my mini timeline so that I have a bit more room for my viewer. So I'll click on the timeline button at the top, and we're ready to go. Okay. So what is the first solution I'm proposing? It's actually 3 in 1, and they're all related to overexposure. But the reason why I decided to turn this into separate steps is because the way that you deal with overexposed footage depends very much on the nature of the footage or the format, right? So I'm sure you're all aware that there's different camera formats, there's different recording formats, and even display formats. And that can severely impact your latitude for grading, right? The things that you can do to a clip. So in this instance, I've got the original clip that was recorded on a camera. This was like an older Blackmagic camera, so you could see the recording format was DNG. And then I transcoded it into 2 other formats. And I think these 3 are pretty good representations of the 3 most maybe common approaches that you're going to have when color grading. So DNG is raw media. The second one is intermediary media. So this is encoded in DNX HD. It could also be ProRes. That's another intermediary format. And it has a log transfer curve on it. So if you own a DSLR, that's probably how the footage appears to you when you import it into an editing software. It tends to have this very flat, decontrasted look. And even though it has a great amount of grading potential, it is substantially less than that of raw media, which is essentially a digital negative. You know, there's just like stops worth of like YouTube or Vimeo. It will probably be in Rec 709. Also, potentially, if you're working with archival footage and you no longer have access to the originals, you may be stuck with grading a Rec 709. Also, a lot of like consumer video cameras and phones will record in Rec 709. So it's still good to know how to fix these things, even though professionally it's not that common workflow. And yeah, I just want to go over what our options are. By the way, I've got my codecs listed underneath the thumbnails of these clips. You can always double click in this area to rotate between various options that you have for information. So when I double click, for example, I now reveal the names of all my clips, clip names. And then when I double click again, I reveal my version names for the grades, which we're not really using in these demos. So I'm going to double click again and rotate back to these 3 standards. Later on, I'll try to remember to change this to clip name. Okay, so what do we do with raw media? This is clip number 1. My very first approach will always be to go into the raw camera palette, which is in the left palette. So it's the leftmost button. And I know that I'm working with raw footage when I can actually have, when I can see that I have access to these parameters. If I click on any of the clips on this timeline that are not raw, this will be completely grayed out. There's nothing you need to do to indicate this to DaVinci Resolve. It will already know. As soon as you import a clip, DaVinci Resolve knows what is or isn't raw. All right, and that's probably the best place to start looking at overexposed elements. One thing I would change would be the ISO. So it's the same way as changing the ISO in camera, which is the sensor sensitivity. So I could take it from 1600 down to 800, for example. And as I've done that, hopefully you've noticed that the image has become less bright. And I've also revealed a bit more details in the highlights, which look nice and dispersed. On top of that, I can continue to work with the exposure, just like I would in camera. And I even have a highlights parameter, especially when working with DNG. These parameters tend to change based on the raw format that you're working in. So I can click and drag my highlights to the left. And you can see that this is focusing almost entirely on the sky in the image. So I'll bring it down to about -70. But I won't get carried away with these controls. This is really important to keep in mind. Like I almost never ever touch the parameters on the right-hand side for 2 reasons. Number one is that you could accidentally end up in a sort of a destructive workflow in which you're starting to affect the highlights and shadows in a way that's more creative than technical, you know, like a correction. So you might not realize that you've like maybe crushed some data in the midtones, and then you're trying to color grade using your primary grading wheels, and you'll find that you can't restore certain parts of the image. The reason why this is particularly dangerous to do in the camera raw palette is that there is no evidence that you've done this in the node editor. So you see there's no symbols on the node. If I hover over it, it will actually tell me that there's no color correction. That's because everything you do in the camera raw palette is happening on the debayer stage, right? This is the place where DaVinci Resolve is unpacking the raw signal and making it viewable for human eyes in the viewer. So this is happening pretty much here, right before the input of the node editor. So I only use this for absolutely vital adjustments to the raw signal, and then I will return to my primaries controls and do the rest of my work there. So that's like my first tip for raw media. And then second, when it comes to making more fine adjustments to the sky region, I would probably go into the HDR palette, which lives next door to the primaries color wheels. And I've got a set of tonal zones here represented by these 6 wheels. Can use the control at the very top On the right-hand side, light zones. I could decide in the sky and make the clouds pop by reducing what next to the word. It will actually show me as like the highlight mode here. And this is really well mapped that I need to affect. And then if I click the word specular up above, the tone becomes much more that it's only of the clouds which comes to the image. In contrast, I just need to reduce the a little bit. And then raise the and now when I disable this node, mild adjustment, but it's still and on the bushes and trees. So solution number one. In fact, still talking about raw media. This raw included like with all of the far more see the same controls more or less. I'll start by reducing ISO because of how bright I want to drop it way down. So I'll go from 640 to about log. What are the limitations of log? And how do we work with, how do we restore high palette continues to be an option. Despite its name, it's not only designed to work with high dynamic range media. You are working in, but I won't go into this because we've already looked through this. This is a precursor to raw formats. And with log, we were able to capture media with this really strong curve applied to the luminance. So it's called the log transfer. It's kind of like a gamma curve that you use for television. And the intention of this curve was to preserve as much data in highlights of an image as much as possible. So that meant that when you play the footage directly, it tends to look quite flat and decontrasted and uninteresting, but it's actually hiding a wealth of information that we can uncover using the various primary tools. I tend to start off this process checking out what's hiding up there before I even decide on what tool I'm going to use, because you never know, it could actually be really crushed. Looking at the waveform, I can see that there's a really flat top on that scope, which is not looking good. I can also tell histogram projected in the curves palette that we have our midtones over here, and then we can go over to the right and we can see the sky and the highlights, and there's a pretty sharp line over here. I'm going to pick up the white point of the curve palette and drag it downwards. All right, I'm going to ignore how dark the image is getting, and instead I'm just going to focus on this over here to see, is there anything hiding there? Is there information? And I'm happy to say that there is, even though it is quite compressed in the waveform, there's still certainly something hiding. So I'm going to bring that up. And at this stage, after this preliminary check, I will start to go over my options. Like I said, HDR, the palette is definitely one possible solution to, so it's more linear than that log wheel option, but it is much more distinct to the highlight region as opposed to the gain, which is much wider. So I can click and drag my highlight parameter, and I will find that I'm actually bringing back a lot of detail into the sky without affecting the foreground as aggressively as I was when I was working with the curves as white point. So that's another good option for certain clips. But the very final solution I want to show you with this one, so I'm going to reset the primaries once again. So I keep backtracking, but I want to throw it all out there. Like I said, you're going to watch the video, you're going to pause it. I would like to use the curves and a combination of other techniques to get the sky back. Like I said, we can see in the histogram that there's data over here. So that's informing us exactly where we need to click on the curve itself to work with this information. I'm going to pop up my curves so you can see them a little better. All right, and I can drag it by the corner here to reposition it. By the way, if you don't know how to pop out curves, that's the 4 directional expand like arrows. So top right corner. And it remembers like the size that you picked, which is really handy when you're working. Cool. So then by making it bigger, I have a lot more control over where I place my control points. And first thing I'd like to do is lock off these mid-tone areas, which I want to preserve. So I'll hold my shift modifier key and click on the curve. Then I can start to lower my white point. And I can also click between these 2 points and choose to darken the sky. So there is a Bezier behavior happening with this control point here. So I could choose to maybe reposition where it falls, maybe even introduce another control point to further darken the shadows. But I am much more focused on recovering the clouds as much as I can. And I am conscious that the clouds are coming in very saturated. They're extremely blue, but don't worry about that. That's just a normal it's not an artifact, but it's a result of raising contrast. With higher contrast, you have more saturation. So we can address that later on. But in the meantime, it's all about getting that detail back. So that's my before, that's my after. So the foreground is almost unaffected, but I now have a lot more happening in the sky. So let me collapse that. And yeah, let me perform some other minor corrections. I could increase the contrast in this image to make it a bit more dynamic. So the contrast controls are in the primaries palette. And I can also use the pivot to darken the image overall while maintaining the same level of contrast. So the pivot is like the balance point for the contrast. I would also like to increase the mid-tone detail, which is another contrast tool, but it only focuses on areas of high detail. So it ends up operating almost like a sharpening tool, even though technically your pixels are not being modified in that same way. So I've just raised it a little bit, but I like this parameter because it's non-aggressive. Even if you take it to 100%, it tends to continue looking pretty good. Okay. And then finally, I'm also going to push the color boost to introduce a lot more colors into the image. So I'm taking it up to about maybe 15. It reacts very strongly to even the smallest adjustment. So I'm just going to use the bushes, like in the greenery, as a reference. And once I feel it's in a good position, I'm going to stop and finally address that overly blue sky. So there's a few options for this, but really the most straightforward one, especially since we're using curves, is to directly target the saturation of that luminance range. So that means lum versus sat. Sat is what we're affecting. That will be the 5th icon in this list in the top right corner. So as you hover over these icons in the curves palette, there it is, lum versus sat. And once again, the histogram is really helpful because I know that this middle area is all of this other information in the foreground. I just want to desaturate the sky and the clouds. So I am going to hold my shift key, drop a control point, and now I can use the very end, the far right end of this control point to drop the saturation in that region, and then click on that point between the 2 control points and further desaturate the sky here. All right, so hopefully you can see the difference. If I was to drag this point upwards and downwards, you could see I'm bringing in more blue or less blue. And that will make it a little bit more natural to work with. I can even move this anchor point so that it's not so close. Okay. So that was my second solution, and this was for log footage. If I look at the before and the after, we've now introduced both colors and detail into the sky. And yeah, pretty happy with the result. I say this even as I'm adjusting the parameters, but I'm sure everyone's like that. So then the final solution will be for the Rec 709 overexposure. Now this is the most difficult one to address. If we use the same testing technique as earlier with the white point of the curves, we will find that as we drag it down, this looks absolutely hopeless. All right, so the detail is completely gone. We are looking at a pool of white pixels in the sky, and the scopes are also represented by a very flat white line, which indicates crushed data. But that all is lost. So you have a few options again. Number one is, well, depending on the size or the scope of the project and your budget, you might send out a clip like this to the VFX department and just perform some actual sky replacement, which is done all the time in film. But of course, because you're in DaVinci Resolve, you could also just jump on over to the Fusion page and perform the sky replacement yourself if you're familiar with the tools. There will be a session coming up over the next 2 days that you should attend to learn how to use Fusion. But if you don't have the budget or the means, sometimes you're working for, say, broadcast. You may be turning around episodes very quickly. So you may only have like an hour or two per episode. You don't really have the luxury of sky replacement. So you have to learn how to deal with these overcast skies on the fly. And a very quick solution is to just introduce some artificial color into this region. So I'm going to reset my node once again. And this time I will use the log wheels, which live in the same palette as the primaries color wheels. So I'm going to click log in the top right corner. It's the same circular symbol. And even the interface itself looks very similar to the primaries wheels. It just affects the tonal range of the image differently. So not broad, expansive application, but rather very distinct, compartmentalized approaches to tonal ranges. So we're going to affect the highlights. Click on the master wheel underneath, and if you drag it to the left, you will see that you are impacting virtually just the sky and nothing else. And you might be thinking like, well, Daria, this doesn't look better. This just looks more gray. But it's important to make overexposed elements gray first, because you are now introducing latitude into the top of the scopes. Right? Back when it was crushed against the top, we don't really have the latitude of moving our color channels around. So by dropping the highlights way down, making the image a little bit gray, we now have a carrier for color. So that's how you should think of gray, as a carrier. I can now drag my control point in the highlights color wheel towards blue and change the color of the sky. Try to be very subtle with this. It's very maybe tempting to try to drag it like quite far. But you have to kind of see it in the context of the overall scene. And in fact, if I bypass this node, so I'm going to press Control D or Command D if you have a Mac, see how much of a difference that makes. That was my before, and that's an after. So even the slightest blue adjustment has made quite a big difference. And for me, one of the bigger things is the fact that the sky no longer looks like it's the color of the road or the man's shirt. So before that, it was, you know, kind of in that same region of just pure white. Whereas by adding a bit of that darker blue, we've now differentiated them, and it makes the footage look a little bit more like, I don't want to say look expensive, but yeah, like overexposed footage like this does tend to have like a bit of like just, you know, video camcorder cheapness to it. So this just fixes it and brings it all together. You will have other like bright elements in the footage affected by this grade. So if I disable this, you can probably see it like on his shirt and on the ground. And for that, you can just use something as simple as a linear window to isolate the area that you want to focus on. So if we go into the Windows palette, in the central palettes, and introduce a linear shape. Oh, I disabled the node, so that's why I'm not seeing the result. There we go. And yeah, I could just isolate it like that. And that means that the ground now remains a nice neutral, warm white color, and I'm still changing the sky. It's still affecting his shoulder color, and I'm still changing the sky. It's still affecting his shoulders because he's wandering into this window, but this is why we use the magic mask, you know, so we can select people and mask them out of a secondary correction if we need to. I can even introduce something as basic as an ellipse, drop it over him, and track it to him. And that will exclude him from the selection. I just have to make sure that I don't leave the circle as it is. I enable masking so that that area is now ignored by the primary grade. So let me go into my tracker palette and I can track both ways. The tracker is next door to the windows. And it's gonna walk along with him like that. Beautiful. And that's great. And you can imagine if you're turning around clips like these, like I said, a show within a few hours, you can accomplish this in probably about 30 seconds and then move on to the next clip. So it's a pretty quick solution. All right, I am very conscious of my time, so I'm going to keep moving on. The next solution we have is that of oversaturation. So this can present itself in various ways. The first example I have is just maybe an overall saturation of the image, especially in a single channel. So this clip, I actually love the way that it looks. Let me make sure looping is enabled in my viewer. But at times, the red that's reflected off the campfire that they're sitting next to is incredibly strong. And I kind of have to question the intention of the director and the DP. Not question it as in, like, what were you thinking? No, I meant like, I need to discuss this with them. Was it a creative decision? Perhaps this is an aesthetic choice, you know, like strong reds or strong colors in general. But in other cases, it may be that I know that they're going for something a little more neutral, and they might not want overwhelming red in the image. Hopefully you can see this on your screens. On my computer screen, this doesn't look too bad, but on my grading monitor, this red looks incredibly aggressive. So I'll show you how to address this regardless. This will once again include require our curves palette. I will pop it out. But this time we are going to use one of the HSL curves, and in particular, this will be hue versus saturation. So hue, because we know the color that we want to impact, it's red, and saturation because that's the parameter that we want to affect. I'm going to click. And one way I can affect this red color is by clicking on it in the viewer and dropping 3 control points in the HSL curve. So they just appeared automatically as soon as I clicked on his cheek. And these 3 points, on either side, you have the anchors that are there to hold the control point in the center in place. Or rather, they're holding the rest of the image in place, so none of the other colors get affected. And then when I can move the control point up and down, I can increase saturation or decrease it. My only issue with this approach is that the control points are often quite close to the area that I've selected, so I still end up having to readjust them side to side to give myself a bit more latitude. So my preference most of the time when I make these adjustments, I've just reset my curves, is instead to use the swatches at the bottom of the curves palette. So I've got a red swatch here. I'm going to click on that. And now you can see that I have 3 control points, but they're much more widely spaced. So wide, in fact, that we've looped around the edge of this rainbow, and we've ended up on the left-hand side, well, the right-hand side now of the color model. So we're now pinning it down in magenta and in yellow, and now I have a lot of latitude for affecting my reds, and I'm not seeing anywhere near as much artifacting in the image. I'm not seeing that noise. So yeah, up to to saturate it, and then down to denoise it slightly. Oh God, why do I keep saying denoise? To desaturate. There we go. I can full screen this and Control D to disable and compare before and after. And notice that when you have desaturated this slightly, you bring back a bit more detail into people's faces. So things like shadows start to look more natural, and also neutral or non-red elements like his hair, for example, stand out a bit more, whereas before that they were a little bit closer to each other, a bit more blended. So that's one of the reasons that I like to use this workflow, this desaturation, is to make sure that people's expressions are easily readable. And that's one thing I'm always on the lookout for, is redness that's saturated to the point where people's shadows become red, so the shadows on their face. So that's something I like to dial back. But again, it's all up to the DP's intentions. And if that's something they wanted, obviously I will keep that. All right, let's get out of full screen mode. And I do have one other example, and I wanted to show an alternative approach to fixing oversaturation. Again, this doesn't look too bad at all on my monitor. On my grading monitor, I am seeing red shadows just under her hair. So basically in her forehead, around the side here, under her there and there. So I'd like to dial that back a touch. Also, we have a very vibrant green bottle in the background, and that might be distracting in the scene where we're clearly meant to be paying attention to the secondary character. So I am going to get out of full screen. And for this, I am going to use the color warper. The color warper is very similar to the HSL curves. It performs pretty much the same function, except it allows you to adjust 2 parameters at once. So in this case, it's hue and saturation, and then there's also a chroma and luma mode available in the top right corner. We're going to stick to hue and saturation, and we're going to pop out the palette once again using the expand button. Okay, so just like the HSL curves, we're working with lines and control points that we're going to be dragging. By default, you have a division amount of 6, so both for the hues and the saturation ranges. And this is really good if you're trying to make sweeping changes, really broad strokes. But if you want to impact a very specific color, you will want to change the division amount. So I'm going to switch it from 6 to 16. Or actually maybe 12, like 16 is a bit hard. There it is, 12. And now when I make adjustments, I know that they're going to be more targeted to the area that I'm selecting. The 2 ways that you can interact with the color warper is by clicking and dragging the points directly on the grid, or by clicking and dragging in the viewer. So I can click on a very red part of her face, and then I can click towards the center of the color warper to desaturate, or outwards to saturate. And I can also drag in circular fashion to introduce other colors to that range. So generally, if you want to get a nice, good, clean result, you don't want to be overlapping any of the other lines in this grid. So you can see that happening in the grid below. As soon as I overlap the magenta, I'm starting to see artifacting and quite unnatural colors. So I'm going to stick within this region, and I want to make a very subtle change to her skin tone. I mean, it's almost already there. I don't need to go too hard. But I want to reduce the saturation slightly and bump it towards a more warm or orange tone. So that way her face is not as pink. So if I disable this before and after, hopefully you can see the change is very subtle. It's a tricky thing about these types of demonstrations is you want it to be, you know, visible to the audience, but you also don't want to take it so far that it just looks like a bad grade. But there we go. So before, so this is after, it looks nice and natural, and this is before, which is a bit more pink. And then I can do the same thing for the bottle. I can hover over it to check out where the green is represented on this grid. And I can see that it's predominantly, oops, that's the wall, predominantly on these 2 columns, that green and that green. So without even clicking in the viewer, I can choose to select the point and drag it towards desaturation on that side and on this side. All right, and then we can see before and after. So that's after, that's before. So the bottle has become much darker, much more desaturated. I don't really care about the luminance too much. I'm not going to go in and try to brighten it up to try to compensate for the darkness. I think it looks nice. It looks more subtle. It still looks natural in its environment because it's a vibrant green glass, but it's no longer drawing the eye. All right, so that's my 2 approaches to oversaturation. Let's keep going. The next thing I would like to talk about is underexposure. Obviously, we've talked about overexposure quite a few times now, but with under, I'm going to present just one solution because a lot of what we've already seen, you can do inversely to underexposed areas. But if you've got severe underexposure, I just want to show you that there's a few tricks for bringing out a lot of detail that you didn't even know was there. Just like with the highlights, we're seeing a highly, highly compressed waveform at the bottom of our scopes. And I'm always like curious about these types of waveforms because I feel like there's treasures hidden in there. You know, like I feel like if I use the controls correctly, I could end up revealing a lot of interesting stuff. So let me reset my palettes a little bit. And yeah, I'll begin by just normalizing this footage. I'll go into my primaries color wheels. Remember, this is like the original wheels that we had. So that's the leftmost mode here in the primaries. And I'll begin by dragging out the top of this waveform using the gain, and that will spread to the rest of the waveform and increase that as well. Now, the only downside of doing this, the way I'm doing it, is that I am also crushing the highlights in this image. So if I disable this for a second, you'll see that there was a lot of very fine information. It's very, very subtle in the scopes palette. When I start to drag it upwards, I start to crush it against the ceiling of my scopes. So I don't really want to do this image restoration at the expense of these windows, which are now starting to look really overexposed themselves, really flat. So as I've done this, I've taken it up to about 2.3 or so. I'm now going to switch back to the log wheels, and I'll use my highlights to try to recover some of this information at the very top. So I'll click and drag the highlights master wheel. And there you go. You should see some of those spikes at the top return back down, and they get rolled off, right? So they're not, they don't have the same level of detail as they had a second ago, but they're still more protected than they were previously. So there's still enough of a distinction compared to like the flat tops that we had a second ago. So if I were to reset this and keep an eye on the windows, right, you can see how the luminance just explodes in those regions. So I'm going to drag the highlights a little bit lower, make sure I'm not crossing back onto the waveform. And I'm pretty happy with this result. But of course, the more important element are the shadows, because I've just brightened up the image, but it's still fairly unusable. But the reason why I wanted to drag it so high up with the gain is that I wanted to introduce space in which to pull down my shadows. All right, and it's like pulling taffy. You're basically pulling the waveform from both ends and you're revealing information. So I'll go to the shadow master wheel and do the same thing as I did with the highlights. I'm just going to drag it to the left, try to make the shadows look a bit more natural. Okay, so that's a good starting point. I am going to go back into my primaries wheels and do a bit of reiterative grading, right? So that's what a lot of grading is. You go back and forth until you find that sweet middle ground. For this, I am now going to drag the gamma master wheel. I'm done with the gain because I'm really happy with where I got the highlights and I don't want to end up crushing them again. So with the gain, I'm going to be targeting the mid-range and specifically like the lower midtones. And I can raise those up. And I'm going to be really, really aggressive. I'm just going to pretty much take it into the center of the image. You wouldn't normally justify like a nighttime shot being this bright, but I know that I'm going to be dragging down the shadows. So I'm just, once again, giving myself that latitude at the bottom of the scopes. And then I'll return to my log color wheels and just keep dragging that shadow master wheel. Drag it down, down, down. This is going to reveal a lot of noise in the image, but I'm okay with that because I can always denoise. All right, so I'm going to keep going down. That's pretty good. So I'm about -3 on the shadows. Another thing I might want to do is also work on my lower and upper range parameters in the top right corner of the log wheels. And these allow us to define what constitutes a shadow versus what constitutes a highlight. So if I click and drag the low range, I'm actually impacting what part of the waveform is being affected. So I'm going to lift it up just a little bit so that I have even more latitude for my shadows. I'm going to bring it down. Oh, that's a bit too low now. But there we go. That looks all right to me. Looks a bit neutral. It's not too dark. So it's not my intention to make everything, really, really dark in the shadows. So it's just sort of touching the very bottom of the trace. Okay, so if we look at the before and the after, we have revealed a ton of information and surprising amount of colors. Like there's all this golden colors in like the top left corner where the leaves are. The color of the building is now different from the sky, which was not apparent at the start. But of course, it is incredibly noisy. If I play this back, I zoom in and I play it back. Look at that. Whoa, look at that noise. Very intense. Well, let's see how much we can reduce this. I'll label this node. This is going to be it's technically normalization because we didn't touch the colors. And I'm going to add a node before, serial before. You can also press Shift S to introduce this node. And this node will be dedicated to denoising this footage. So I'm going to jump into the motion effects palette, which is on the very right of the left palettes. And I mean, I would love to go into excruciating detail about what all of these parameters do, but I'm going to set it up relatively quickly. The color book, which is available for free download on the training page, does go through these parameters, so you know exactly what they're doing. But I'm going to increase the level of analysis that I have. I don't need to pick a very high number because there's not very much motion in the shot, so I don't really need a great deal of temporal analysis. So temporal noise reduction, as the name implies, is based on moving frames, right? The information that's deduced from that. I'm also going to be super aggressive with my luma and chroma threshold. So usually with footage, I'm quite gentle with this, but I'm just going to drag it all the way to the right, hitting double digits, well into the double digits. One thing I like to keep on when I'm working with temporal noise reduction is the highlight mode in AB mode. AB overlays your original video signal, your input to the node, and your outgoing signal, which is the noise reduced one. And it compares the pixels, and it basically tells you where the change has occurred. So if we had applied a color change, then that would be revealed in the AB comparison. But when you're doing something that's physical to pixels, like blurring, or in this case, noise reducing, you can actually see an image of the noise that you have now removed from the image, which I think is really cool. So when there's a lot of motion in a shot, you kind of want to exclude things like people or vehicles from noise reduction. But in this case, it's not really impacting the image too greatly, I think, because it's mostly static. So I can pull it, I can set a pretty high threshold. But as soon as you start to recognize elements, so here we have like the outline of the building, you kind of have to decide, like, am I okay with this being blurred by this tool, or shall I drag it back? And it's actually like it's affecting the edges pretty early on, so you may as well just drag the numbers way up. And then with spatial noise reduction, I don't leave AB on for that because spatial is far more aggressive, and as the name implies, it's happening within the space of a frame. So it's analyzing the noise within the frame, and then it's trying to kind of invert it or remove it rather. So there's a few modes, and they use different algorithms for noise reduction. I like to start with better and then switch to enhanced if I think it will make a big difference. I'll leave the radius small, and once again, I'll be pretty aggressive with the threshold, so I can click and drag, and you see how the image becomes like softer. All right, so all that noise starts to dissipate. We're essentially blurring it out. All right, so now I'm going to make sure my image is full screen, and I'm going to press Shift D to bypass my entire node pipeline. You can see before and after. And if I'm being completely honest with you, I would probably never do something this intense when color grading footage. I doubt that the client would be expecting this level of restoration. But I think it's a really fun exercise in which to show off exactly how much you can achieve with shadow recovery and with noise reduction. So by the way, this is also very old footage. This is well over a decade now, which is why it was so grainy when we brought back like all the details in the shadows. But I think it still does a pretty good job of reducing that noise. Let me zoom in. It just looks so incredible. That's before and that's after. Where did it all go? I don't know. But it is exciting to see. So I could play it back, and yeah, it looks pretty clean. All right, wonderful. All right, oh, keeping an eye on the time. Keep it moving. All right, the next problem that we have to deal with is working without a color chart, and sometimes without even reliable references to white, so like a white sheet of paper or a white t-shirt, which is what we traditionally use for white balancing. So I had this sequence of this band practicing, and I didn't find that I had anything satisfactory to work with. In order to reduce this intensely cold look. So the color temperature is completely off in this camera. I could use, I suppose, the temperature control in the primaries wheels, but this cool look is so strong that as you drag the temperature control, it kind of distorts the image. because by the time that I get the blacks to look black, the highlights start to look very yellow and the skin starts to look very flat and kind of orange yellow. So this is no longer an option. So in that case, a better approach is to find reliable areas of the image that you think are neutral in nature. So when I say neutral, I mean something that's grayscale or something that's white or something that's black. In this case, I see a microphone, which traditionally are black in color. I have no reason to believe that it's like a dark blue or dark purple. The wall is probably also another good reference. It looks like it might be like one of those soundproof panels. And then the performer looks like she might be wearing a black t-shirt. So I have all of these nice references to what I think should be a neutral tone that I should be able to balance too. It's a little trickier to do with white, especially if you're working with, like, say, white walls or white buildings, because you might assume that it's white, but it might be like an off-white, or it might be slightly beige. And then that's the worst thing that you could do, is start color balancing to a beige wall, and then you're going to turn everything like cool. But yeah, let's assume that this is a black microphone. We can now start to balance the image. But instead of using the temperature controls, I'm going to have to go in with the primaries. And I'll start by darkening the image, because you can see that the shadows are very elevated here. Going to click and drag and just place it right above, right somewhere between the bottom two lines. And then, I can also expand the top of the waveform by increasing the gain. Make sure her expression is readable. That's very important. And then I can also maybe use the gamma to either brighten or darken the overall image. Okay. And then offset the shadows a bit more, so it's a jumping back and forth. Then obviously address the blues in the shadows. For this, I will switch from my color wheels to my bars, and I will begin by reducing the strength of the blue channel in the lift tonal range. I can either click and drag this parameter, or I can just place my mouse over the bar itself and use the scroll wheel on my mouse to drag it down slightly. Oh, hello?
Real quick, we're going to give you 10 more minutes, okay?
You're going to give me 10 more minutes?
10 more minutes.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right. So yes, I think that's all I need, 10 more minutes. So yeah, as I drag this down, hopefully you can see that it's starting to look a little more neutral. I'm still seeing some, and by the way, I'm not just doing it by looking at the viewer. I am also looking at the blue channel inside the scopes here. You can see how it's really elevated compared to everything else, especially in the regions where we expect it to be neutral, where all three channels should be lining up. So I'm dropping this down and making sure that these are lined up. I'm also seeing a bit of a red fringe at the bottom, so I could potentially push up the red slightly, but not too intensely. And that's a pretty good starting point, right, for neutralizing this image. So before and after. Her skin, though, still looks a little bit dead, a little bit colorless. So after I perform the balance, I will also do a skin adjustment, not for creative purposes, but for essentially corrective purposes. So I have this little cheat that I do sometimes when I'm trying to focus on someone's skin tone. So for that, I'd use something like a vector scope to evaluate how close someone is to the skin tone indicator. It's really small right now, the trace of the image, because it's so colorless. So I'll need to go into my settings and zoom. So double zoom the colors, there we go. And also activate the skin tone indicator. Now, this is not a rigid indicator of where everyone's skin tones should go, because people do naturally deviate towards cooler tones or warmer tones, depending on an undertone that they may have. But it's just make sure you're not way off the line. But then I'm still seeing the rest of the image. So in order to see her skin tone, what I'm going to do is this little sneaky trick. I'll use a window. Select just her skin and turn on highlight mode. Make sure I'm not in AB. There we go. So now I am seeing a result that is just her skin tone against the trace. And you can see that it's well off the line. So I can use something as basic as the offset color wheel to try to pick up that area. So you can see it moving around in the scopes. I'm going to line it up so that the very tail of it is touching the center of the scopes here. And then I'm going to make sure the face falls a little bit, not that far left. That's already going into green. I can tell just from looking at the viewer. All right. Like so. Another way that I like to adjust skin tones is using the HSL curves like we had used a second ago. So hue versus sat, drop another red swatch and increase the saturation. And once again, I can see the skin actually increasing in saturation over here in the scopes, and that will make it a little bit easier to control with the offset parameter too. Okay, when I'm done, all I have to do is disable my highlight mode and then go into my window palette and disable the window so that I'm applying this grade to the rest of the image. And that is looking really nice and clean. I now have neutral shadows and I have a more realistic skin tone with a bit of natural variation. So, I do still have like natural greens under her eyes, but like purples and blues where the other light source is hitting her. And I can now apply this grade to all the other clips in the sequence. So if I select the clip and I middle click clip 10, I can apply the grade and that's looking really nice. And that was all done without a reference. Middle click clip 10 on clip 8. So you can see other colors have been revealed. We've got green at the bottom here. We've got red at the top, still works. All right, we've got another person. So their skin tone is also now being affected. And that's looking really good. Okay. So with the time that we have left, I swear I practiced this and I got it in under an hour, but very quickly working with mixed temperatures. I've got a clip here in which we have two different light sources. So we start off fairly neutral, maybe slightly cool, and then we whip pan and reveal a warmer light source, which I think is coming from the lights in the ceiling of a tunnel. Now, personally, I would often keep this type of look. I love chromatic contrast, and I really like when DPs use color gels to create more of like an environment or a look with different colored lights. But I don't have footage of different light sources that are unneeded. So probably the most common example is wedding videography. If you're traveling, like if you have a long shot traveling from indoors to outdoors or vice versa, you will see a pretty distinct color temperature change, which you generally don't want. So in that case, what you will need to do is to animate your color grade. And to accomplish that, I need to create a new node. So I'll select my empty node 2, go into my keyframes palette, and then where it says corrector 2, I will want to activate keyframing. Now, you don't have to get the keyframe in exactly the right position to start with. You can always move it later on, but I like to have it on a sharp in focus frame so that I know exactly what I'm working on. So I'll drop a starting keyframe here. I'll activate it, by the way, in corrector 2 first. So activation is over here on the left-hand side, and then I'm going to right-click and add a dynamic keyframe. That's my first one. I don't want to do anything to this shot. I think it's a great starting point. But I can move to this shot here. And I can use my temperature parameter to reduce the temperature slightly. Maybe reduce the saturation a touch. And then I can use the square brackets on my keyboard to jump to the before and the after. So if you look at the completed version of this timeline, you'll find that I've made a few other adjustments to the clip, specifically using the temperature control in the HDR palette, which has a unique mapping of how it treats light temperature. But overall, this is kind of the result I'm aiming for. So once I'm done, I can figure out where I want the animation to occur. Probably at the point where we lose focus and the camera starts panning. So I can pick up my first keyframe, drag it to the end, then find the place where the pan ends, which is still out of focus, or it's got motion blur rather, and then drag the second keyframe to that position. So now the animation of the color change is happening at a point where the audience won't really be able to catch it. And now when I play this back, I'll see it fairly neutral to start with, and then it pans, and it continues looking very similar to the starting point. All right, let's keep it going. I wanted to talk about what to do when matching wide shots. So we've got a sequence here, again, from another film I worked on a while ago. And I remember it bothered me for a while that I couldn't get this starting wide shot to match the subsequent more shallow depth of field shots. And that's because of the nature of the lens that was being used, right? So you've got this really distinct look of objects in the foreground in focus, and then objects in the background very pleasingly out of focus. But that's not visible in this wide shot. And even though I matched up the colors fairly well, I was still really unhappy with how it played as a sequence. So what I discovered, and I kind of did this as a joke to start with, but then I realized it worked really well, and I've started using this as a solution for a lot of my shots. So I have these 4 clips. You see these in every single one of these clips. I've moved these out of the way slightly to give myself room at the end of this pipeline, and I'm going to introduce an effect called the tilt shift blur. All right, so I'm going to scroll down and you will find tilt shift inside of the stylized category. So that's somewhere near the end, about 3/4 down. There it is, tilt shift blur. I'm going to drag and drop it at the end of the pipeline. And as soon as I do that, it instantly applies in the viewer. Let me drag there to my gallery to give myself room. Okay. And what that does is it imitates the appearance of a tilt shift lens in which parts of the image are in focus and parts are out of focus. And because we're doing this after the fact, this is like an artificial tilt shift. If you click on depth map preview, you'll be able to see exactly where the defocusing is being applied. So anything that's black is going to be in focus, anything that's white is out of focus, and then grayscale is varying degrees of strength in between. So I can disable that preview and decide exactly where I want the focus range to be. And I think background will look really nice. And then I even have things like the focus sweep and near blur range, which allows me to determine exactly how in focus something is. So if it's too blurry, you can always reduce it using near blur for the foreground or far blur for the background. But I'll leave these as they are. I'll just control the near focus blur so that it's not too intense. And yeah, I tried this out, like I said, as almost like a joke, like I was giving up on the shot at this point. And then as soon as I applied it, I was really, really happy with the result. It just brought the whole thing together and it connected all these elements. All right. Do we have like a minute? We're on the last few shots. This is just one thing. It's so fast to demonstrate. And it is, how do you start working with raw media? So it's more increasingly becoming the standard workflow from professionals to amateurs to students. But the way most applications interpret raw media, the way they layer them, is with that log transfer curve. So a lot of times raw media comes in, it tends to look a little flat and desaturated. And of course you can use this, change this with your color management tools. But something else you can do is apply the color space transform effect, which allows you to change things on a per clip basis. And it allows you to continue working in the DaVinci wide gamut, right? So it gives you access to all of the original raw data, which we know is expansive, and also all the original luminance data, just with a slight adjustment to the colors that will make it look more like human vision. So I'm going to click and drag color space transform onto this first node. I don't have to change, oh, by the way, so all of these controls might look familiar to you if you use color management. If I open up my project settings, open up color management. Right now I'm using just one of the preset color management options, but if I change that to custom, I will have all the same controls, my input color space and timeline, and I can even separate them into different color space and gammas, just like we have here. All right, so let me cancel. I don't want to change anything in the project settings. I don't want to change the input because we want to stay in the DaVinci wide gamut, but I do want to change the output of this particular node. And I want the colors, color space, to present themselves as they would in a Rec 709 color space, which we've agreed previously represents human vision. And there we go. So with just this one parameter change, I was able to prepare this shot for color grading with a really nice starting point. So I didn't have to guess as to what my saturation levels need to be. I didn't have to push up the saturation separately on different tonal ranges. It's just been done for me. And with the other clips, I can just select them, middle click clip 16, and that will adopt the color space transform node.
Daria.
And color grade all of them. Yes, and I can hear the play out music playing already.
I know.
Thank you so much
sorry.
for letting me
I would love to listen to you all day. This is wonderful. Thank you for sharing with us. But and it's our fault because we had some technical stuff and we had to kind of start you late. So, but yeah, we're going to have to move on. So thank you so much. This has been awesome.
Yes. Thank you so much, everyone, for having me. And I really look forward to seeing you next year. I will be there.
Wish you could be here. We miss you. That's all. All right, we're going to very quickly get into our second giveaway, which will be a BMD Cloud Pod. So if you haven't entered into that, use your raffle tickets now to go over here to the raffle table. Exclamation point giveaway 2 in chat if you want to be eligible for that. You only have to enter it one time. I'll repeat that again. You only have to enter exclamation point giveaway 2 one time in chat. The winner of the last giveaway, by the way, in-house, 5181748. 5181748. If you are the winner, I will meet you afterwards. Congratulations, man. You just won yourself a Godox Lite. Let's get into our Q&A. So, Casey's going to be reading some questions that were delivered from our chat, of course. If anyone here has a question for Daria, I will stand awkwardly next to you and let you speak into my microphone.
So I'll start out with it, with it, Daria. So somebody asked, what is the difference between shadows and highlights wheels and the sliders named in the same way at the bottom of the DaVinci interface?
That's such a good question. It has to do with, if you've ever seen the graph, like the tonal range, like distribution, the tonal graph. So you may be aware that like the shadow and highlight wheels have like these almost like arc-like shapes. So the highlights and shadows parameters in the adjustment controls, they're kind of like the same width, but they're not arc-shaped. They're more linear. So they're kind of like a combination of the primaries tonal ranges and the log wheels, weirdly. But yeah, a good representation would be to bring up a grayscale clip on your viewer and actually try to adjust both of them and see what the difference is as well, and see it in the waveform.
Wonderful, thank you.
All right, great. We have one question here from somebody live.
So first, thank you so much for this very fruitful session. Two very quick questions. My first question is, does changing the ISO on the camera is the same as changing it in post? You know, like the same way you drop the ISO in DaVinci if we have, filming in RAW. So that's my first question. My second question is, when we were trying to tackle this grain or noise in the, the underexposed scene, if we zoomed in a little bit, you will see like some pixels are moving. And I'm wondering if there is something to tackle that. And I'm asking this question because I was recently filming something with my 360 camera. And looking into the footage, you feel that maybe the building is moving or something, even though you're not shaking your head. So that's my two quick questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, well, two very good questions. So the first one had to do with, oh gosh, I had an answer for that. What's the first one? Oh, remind me.
The ISO in camera and how it reacts in Resolve.
Yes, so my understanding is, yes, the ISO corrections in the raw palette will be the same as the ones in the camera because that information is not baked into the video signal when it's recorded. So that is why things like temperature, ISO, exposure are all still adjustable because they're not baked in as pixels the way they would be with log footage or Rec 709. So yeah, you could still make adjustments. The metadata for those parameters are still carried across when you save, footage from like a raw camera, but they're still adjustable. So that's that's a yes on that. And then the second question was about like you were seeing some artifacting with pixel noise reduction, and that's sort of expected because noise reduction in essence is just like a blurring technique. I mean, at this stage in 2022, it's an incredibly intelligent blurring technique. So it really does reconstruct a lot of the original data as it runs. But still, there is that element of like your footage is no longer the original footage. You're kind of deconstructing it and reconstructing it. So that's why there might be some fluctuation. In my footage in particular, I'm pretty sure the camera had, like there used to be like a built-in stabilizer that some cameras have, and there probably still are some, which is why there is a little bit of like a warping effect. So it's kind of inherent to the footage. I'm not sure that noise reduction actually introduced that. So those are two possible explanations why it looked like that.
All right, we're going to do one more in-house question. Somebody have a question for Daria here? All right.
Sweet.
Get my workout for today. All right, go ahead.
All right. Good job, by the way. Is it accurate to say there's no right or wrong way to color, since a lot of what looks good to someone is subjective? Is it about learning how color works, how colors work together, and the tools to achieve what's pleasing to a client's eye? Or do you try to teach the clients, no, your color choice is bad and you should adjust the colors the way I said so, trust me, I'm awesome?
Wow,
great question.
Very philosophical question. Wow. Yeah, no, because like there's two halves to color, isn't it? There's the technical side and then there's the creative side. And I know colorists who think of themselves only as creatives, and then other colorists, like I think of myself as more of a technician. So there are certain aspects of it that are right and wrong, like as in deliverable standards. Like you have to, maybe like 20 years ago, you had to meet broadcast safe levels. Like there is only a right and wrong for that. But yeah, when it comes to the colors themselves, it's an aesthetic choice. I never, ever argue with directors of photography or directors. Like if they have a vision, it is my job to meet that vision, to realize it. Even if I personally don't think it looks like as best as it could look. So yeah, of course, the answer is there's not a single correct way to do it. But yeah, that's a good one.
All right.
I think that's a good panel question. I think a lot of people can debate.
We'll probably come back to that question a number of times over the weekend. Daria, thank you so much for sharing all your wisdom with us. Give it up for Daria, guys. You have a lovely day. Yeah.
I heard nothing, but I'm like, that made me a bit nervous. I was just like, oh.
There was tons of clapping, trust me.
Okay. Cool.
You have a great day. All right, guys, we're going to get into our next break. And we will see you here in about 10 minutes or so. Thank you.
Bye.
This is how you take your DaVinci Resolve editing to the next level. Casey Faris here. I'll be your host for our brand new course, Pro Editing Workflow in DaVinci Resolve. This is basically all the most essential tips and tricks that I've learned creating video projects for over 14 years. When you're learning to make videos, it can be hard to understand the whole picture. From complex settings to confusing interfaces to mountains of footage, it can add up to feel totally overwhelming. This course is the answer to that frustration. We'll go over all the things you need to know to make awesome videos with Resolve. We'll start with the basics of Resolve and then jump into some essential things that the professionals know about editing, but nobody seems to teach. Answers to questions like, what settings do I actually need? How do I make my edits look professional? How do I cut down a ton of footage? Or even, how do I get started when I'm staring at an empty timeline? And nowadays, editors are expected to be experts on all kinds of post-production. So we go over the most important need-to-know tips on working with audio, creating motion graphics, putting together visual effects, and some quick workflows for color grading. Then we put all of that wisdom into practice on 3 unique video projects. From a simple how-to video, to a gaming video with tons of footage, to a documentary-style short film with all kinds of neat editing tricks. Pretty much we made the class that we wish existed when we started getting serious about video production. It's over 10 hours of solid gold editing wisdom explained in plain language so that you can up your video editing game. And if all that wasn't enough, it includes lifetime updates. So when we update the course for a new version of Resolve, you get the new lessons absolutely free. This course is perfect for anybody who knows the basics of Resolve, and it's a must-have if you want to edit videos professionally or just make cool stuff faster. This is a one-stop shop to get a great foundation for how to actually get things done in Resolve. It's called Professional Editing Workflow in DaVinci Resolve. It's a new course available now at groundcontrol.film.
Check 1, 2. Okay, we're good.
Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. We'll be starting again shortly.
You
All right, everyone. All right, everyone, come in, find your seats. We're going to get this going real quick here. First, I want to say a quick thank you to one of our sponsors. That's Motion VFX. All of the animations and everything you see here are complements of the M-Resolve plugin, which you can download for free starting today, right now, if you go to mvfx.co/Resolvecon. And they're doing actually their own raffle. 10 people who download that free pack, which is all compatible with Resolve, will be entered into a contest to win the equivalent of $50 worth of in-store credit on the Motion VFX store, which is pretty awesome. So that is mvfx.co/Resolvecon. And now we're going to be getting into our first discussion panel featuring Billy Rybka, Jay Lippman, Jake Wipp, and Casey Faris will be facilitating this. Guys, give it up.
Check. Hello. Hey guys, can you hear me? Yeah. All right. Ooh. Jake, Billy, can you hear me?
Oh, but we can't hear them.
Yeah, just a minute. Standard Zoom procedure. Hello.
Hello.
Oh yeah.
There we go.
Can you hear my voice?
It's getting funky in here.
We're gonna ASMR this. Let's go.
We all know
Come
how
on, that's
computers
what I'm
are,
about.
don't we? That's right.
Just kidding.
All right. Jake, can we hear you?
Hopefully.
Yeah, man.
I can hear you okay, so yeah.
You two look so handsome. This is great.
Oh,
Man.
right back at
Thank
you,
you.
Casey. Thank you.
Casey.
Well,
I know, I wish I could be there this year.
I know. I wish you guys could be here
Couldn't
too.
miss my wife's birthday, bro. For sure.
Yeah, we can't
Ooh,
be
yeah.
messing with wife's birthdays. Can't do that.
No, dude. You know, get in trouble. Hot water. No doghouse. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, man. Oh. So we also have Jay here. How's it going, man?
Hello. It's going good, man.
Yeah.
Excited to be here.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, we're doing a little discussion panel here, and so I wanted to round you guys up because you all do online content, and you've been doing that for quite a while. And I know there's a lot of people that really want to be a content creator, want to make things for YouTube, make things for clients. I mean, anything like that. And yeah, I want to kind of go through some of just your best practices and just some of the things that you've learned as a creator. So if that's good with everyone, we'll just start out with a few questions that we kind of have to get the discussion going, and then we'll take some Q&A here as well. Does that sound good, gentlemen?
Sounds perfect.
Great. Yep, that'll work.
All right. So why don't we start off with Billy? Why don't we start off with you, and then we can volley it to other people if you want to. What are some of the differences between editing for traditional media and editing for YouTube?
All right. This is a fun one. Okay. So traditional media, I mean, I guess you have to define that, right? Like, is it, for clients, or is it, a movie or whatever? So, and then of course, editing for YouTube, I'm assuming in this case is for you, right? And you're not editing for another person, right? So editing for YouTube is a lot more creative. You have all of the creative freedom you want. Whereas like if you have you're in traditional media, you have a client, you have a project, right? There are certain parameters which you have to stay within. And, at the end of the day, that video is someone else's. It's not yours. So, you get certain says in it, right? You can add whatever effects, but at the end of the day, they could turn around and say, hey, we don't like that glitch effect right here in your wedding video, which obviously you shouldn't do that, right? Don't put a glitch effect in a wedding video. It's going to be terrible, but nonetheless. Whereas if you're making your own videos on YouTube, you can kind of do whatever you want. You can explore your style. You can try things out. And one of the greatest things I think editors, really any kind of creator, like you should jump on YouTube, experiment, try new things, find your style. Even if you don't if you're only doing it just to do it, completely fine, right? You don't need to make a career out of it. You don't need to be someone like us who, you know, goes hard at YouTube, me and Casey and all the others. Just throw stuff out there to learn your style. You know, you can adapt from other people's videos, you know, steal from the greats, steal. But, you know, see what people are doing. If you like that style that they're doing, the effect, incorporate it into your video, incorporate other things in, because that's how you develop a style. You just put it all together and try things. And, you know, but you have so much more freedom with your own content and your own YouTube videos. But yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot more freedom, but there's some limitations as well on the technical side. I mean, with online content, with YouTube, especially, you know, attention, you know, audience retention is super, super important. So when you're editing, you're really focusing on keeping the audience's attention during your edit. And you're also working with a faster turnaround usually. You know, this is assuming you want to start a YouTube channel and grow a YouTube channel. You know, one of the big things is being consistent. One of the most popular forms of that is one video a week. You know, could you imagine somebody trying to put out like 1 2-hour movie a week? Like we're working on a much faster turnaround here. So one of the big differences is you are optimizing your workflow for that quick turnaround and for the things that are going to be able to grab and keep a hold of your audience's attention.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Jake, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I agree with what Billy and Jay said. One of the big differences between like the traditional media and YouTube is the short like retention span that people have. If you go to watch a movie or something, like you're going in with a mindset that you're going to be there for the 2 hours. But like on YouTube, you're like, oh, I'll try this video out. And then if it doesn't catch you right away, you'll start watching a different video. So you got to keep that in mind, editing for the different audiences.
And if I can add something, I think one of the other advantages of YouTube, right, because I'm a very big advocate for YouTube and all of this, but traditional media is still great. I still do a lot of it. But so you can see a faster, like you can see, let's say, if you try something with editing on YouTube, if you can see if it worked or not pretty quickly because you have the real-time analytics. If you tried a different hook in your video or an intro and it just completely bombs, you'll know. Your audience will be like, dude, we're out of here. Like, this is nonsense. So I think you can actually like improve faster in that way because of those real-time analytics. And like Jay was saying, with that consistent schedule, you're always putting out stuff. And you're always trying new things. I think part of creating content is always experimenting. You know, like getting 1% better every week, every video.
Yeah, I think that's such a great point. I mean, you can quickly figure out if something's not working. You can quickly kind of iterate. Which, you know, if you're making a huge TV show, if you're making a movie, I mean, you don't necessarily get that kind of opportunity. So it's nice as like kind of a testing ground, you know. I love that. Okay.
We're having a little bit hard time hearing you, Casey.
All right.
Yeah. Sorry. I just thought I'd mention that because it sounds like your mic's off.
All right. Can we do anything back there for that, you guys? Check. Hello?
Smile and look pretty.
Yeah. Hi. I'm
smile and look pretty,
audio
Casey.
To make sure it's a little better because we're doing this live. So.
We are.
Okay. Can you guys hear me decent enough though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good now.
Great.
Thank you.
So, second question. What are some of the tools that you use to speed up your workflow? Since you were talking about how things, you know, are on kind of a tight turnaround sometimes 1 video a week or more. What are some tools that you go to automatically? Jake, why don't we start with you?
A lot of the tools I use are like Fusion templates and stuff like that. And I love making new ones that, like, if I find something that I use a lot, whether it's like putting my camera down in the corner of the screen, I'll go to make a preset for it. So that way, every time, you know, I make a video, I can just use that preset and don't have to spend, you know, like a couple hours creating all the elements and titles and stuff that I need for it. That's what I kind of do working for Billy too, is I make a bunch of the presets and stuff like that that are just intended to speed up your workflow.
Oh yeah.
Other tools? Other things you use to speed up your workflow, guys?
Yeah, 2 words, power bins. Learn them, love them, they will be your best friend. Especially in the YouTube world, we're constantly using the same assets over and over and over again, whether it's a video intro or a lower third or something. You know, there's always stuff that we're gonna use all the time, and if you throw those into a power bin in DaVinci Resolve, it will be there in every single project that you work on, and it is one of the biggest time savers I've ever used. And the cut page is great for going through and cutting your A-roll really, really quickly.
So the biggest one I have found was actually from Jay Lippman. Right, I watched a video from him, and he brought up this crazy program called Switch Take. Okay, so I don't know if anyone's heard of it. I did a video on it a while back. Some people saw it. Oh, I just smacked my mic. Sorry. Some people saw it. Some people didn't. However, this tool has like just changed my workflow. Now I'm a huge advocate on like workflow optimization. So essentially, while I'm sitting there recording, right, like let's say you're doing a talking head video like this, or even like it's worked in weddings and live events and stuff like that, you can sit there and be pre-editing, right? This crazy concept, but essentially you pre-edit, right? You're editing your video as it's recording. And all you do is run it through the software. When you put it on the computer, it pops out an XML file. You just drop it into DaVinci Resolve. Right there, you have all the cuts, all the good stuff that you wanted. All the bad stuff's removed, and it has literally, I'm not lying, like saved me over 6 hours a month just for recording, because I have a lot of screw ups. I just talk a lot and a lot of stuff happens, and I have a lot of mistakes. But I mean, I can sit there and just say, hey, I don't like this part, swipe down, and it's just like what we would do inside DaVinci Resolve, right? You cut that part out, and if you like it, you swipe up and it keeps that part. And, you know, it's just crazy concept, but it works so well. I've been using it for over a year now, and it's like, I can't personally like edit a video without it, because I just find myself hating having to rough cut the whole thing. It just speeds that whole process up. So that is
having
my
an hour-long recording for a 10-minute video, it'll automatically trim out half of that for you.
Oh yeah. Like it'll cut actually about like, so like I said, I screw up a lot. So on average, I have, you know, my recordings are about 45 minutes and they end up being like a 7-minute video, right? Because I say a lot more than I probably need to, and I mess up my words, but I can just sit there, remove it, and it, you know, I end up with probably about 20 minutes, maybe 15 minutes of footage at the end of it, and I don't have to rough cut it. And it works, and it's crazy. And I don't know how more people don't know about it, but here we are telling you about it.
Wow. Yeah, that sounds like a game changer for sure. That's awesome.
Yep.
Straight up.
Okay, so you were talking a little bit about retention, about keeping somebody's interest and keeping them watching your videos, watching the next video and stuff. What are some tools that you guys use to kind of increase retention, and how do you kind of make sure that that's a thing in your videos?
Ooh. There's a few. My general rule of thumb is every 6 to 10 seconds, something should be happening to, you know, there's got to be some sort of movement either with the camera or some sort of motion graphic or something like that. So motion graphics, which is pretty cool since this segment is sponsored by Motion VFX, but like, you know, motion graphics are a great tool, but in Resolve, native to Resolve, there are two that I use, you know, religiously, and they're both in the cut page. One's called the boring detector, and the other one is the close-up tool. So if you go into the cut page, there's a button you can press. It's the boring detector, and you can set it so, you know, tell it that, you know, every 10 seconds, a video is considered boring. So if you have one clip going on for too long, it will indicate that that clip is too long and you need to put something in there to keep it moving. And one of the things that I do to keep it moving is I'll hit that close-up tool to do a little punch in on my video, so there's just a little bit of movement there, and that way people aren't staring at the same thing the whole video, because that gets really, really boring.
So you're using the cut page to do these things?
Yeah, so I'll go through and I'll cut my entire video. I'll do the A-roll, I'll do the B-roll, I'll do all my motion graphics, titles, and whatever, and then I'll head over to the cut page as kind of like a finishing touches, just to kind of sweeten the pot a little bit, and I'll run that boring detector to see if there's any sections of A-roll that are going on for too long.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's really cool, because like I feel like I use the cut page for like the beginning of things,
right?
And then like you use it for the end of things.
I use it for both, but it's I always go back to the cut page at the end of an edit.
Nice. Other thoughts on retention and keeping the attention there?
Yeah, your first 30 seconds are your most important. So, you know, one of the biggest things, especially with creating content online, is a hook, right? You need to have a hook. And that's essentially something that, whether it's how you phrase stuff. So you're going to talk about, 5 things you could do to make money online, right? So, instead of just being like, hey guys, we're going to talk about making money online, that's boring, right? I want to boring detector literally just went off. You could say something like, hey, in this video, we're going to talk about the 5 best ways that you can make money online in 2022. And at the end, I'm going to show you, this crazy one that I just found out about, right? So now not only are you telling them that you're going to find that you have kind of distilled all the information down into 5 ways, but you're going to also at the end show them this crazy one that you just found out, like an extra bonus tip. So it's just this, you need to think about the psychology of it. What would somebody how do you capture somebody? And at the same time, throw B-roll in there. Throw your, of course, if you can make your A-roll interesting, do it. Most videos are talking head videos. That's completely fine. But if you can add B-roll in there, titles, like Jay said, have some punch-ins, that's all going to help. Because that, I call it the 10-second rule, but it really should be like the 6-second rule, because humans, apparently TikTok has ruined us, and now we just have 6-second attention span. So every 6 seconds, unless it's like a formal training, because I think formal trainings something like a longer 20, 30, 40-minute training, right? You might have some longer parts. You don't want every 6 seconds, right? That's going to really start pulling away from your material, I think. Of course, depends how you do it. But, for most stuff, you're going to want to have that 6 to 10 seconds stuff happening in there. And at the end of your video, one of the best ways that I've seen people do it, so I worked for a while, I worked for a company called Think Media, and they taught this method called the transition method, which would really elaborately transition you into the next video that you could watch. And it was just beautiful. So, instead of just being like, hey, check out this next video, it's like, hey, instead you'd be like, hey, now that you've learned how to do this, there are 11 things that you really should know about the Fusion page. So check this out right here, and you just kind of draw them into the next video. You kind of do that whole Netflix thing where it's like, it just, hey, we're going to start almost auto playing. Yeah. But, yeah. All right, your turn, Jake. I've talked too much. I've talked too much.
Yeah, you guys covered it great. I guess I'll go back to, like I said in the last one, like titles and stuff, and just having good presets for it, because then you can have that fast turnaround while also adding some cool graphics and whatnot. And it doesn't have to be anything fancy. Even if it's simple text popping on the screen, like what you're saying at the time, just to kind of strengthen the meaning of it or grab the audience's retention. That can go a long way.
Oh yeah, and a jump cut does wonders, right? It doesn't have to be this crazy effect that goes on. A jump cut makes the person inherently think about what just happened, right? Because you see like a change in your frame, whether it's subtle or not. They might not even notice they do it, but it helps just keep their attention.
I want to loop back around real quick because Billy talked about the hook of the video, and I just want to make it very clear that a hook is not the same thing as an animated logo intro, okay? Like nobody cares about your animated logo intro. A hook is a thing that confirms that the video that you clicked on actually contains the information that you're looking for and gets them excited to watch the whole thing. You know, if you want to do a logo intro after that, it can be a good transition into the main body of the video, but like you really have to dive in immediately. If they don't know in the first 6 seconds that like they're actually going to get what they look for when they click on that video, they're gone. You know, it really is that quick. You can, you know, anybody who's been on YouTube can watch a retention graph of a video and you can see that like 75% drop off in the first 30 seconds, you know, and it's because of that. It's because you did not either confirm that they were going to get what they were looking for, or they're, you know, or you just bored them right off the bat.
It's something to add to that too, like with the hook, like you want to be descriptive enough to show like, okay, this is what I'm going to show you, but you don't want to tell them, you don't want to give them too much information right away because they need to have a reason to continue watching the video. So like Billy was saying with the example he had before, I think it was like finances or something like that.
I don't know, I pulled it out of my butt.
But like he's like, and stay to the end of the video and I'll show you this thing I just found out. Like now they have a reason to watch through the video, and that'll get you a lot higher audience retention.
Oh, for sure. And, you know, audience retention is obvious. It's important that like you don't, of course, kill it, right? So, hey, you have your nice hook, right? Your first 15 seconds, your first 30 seconds. But then you start talking about like, hey, sorry, I haven't uploaded in like a month. Dude, nobody cares. I want you to know, nobody cares. Stop it. No. Okay? So make your video as long as it needs to be, but not longer than it has to be. Okay? Whether, you know, you're doing a vlog, obviously vlogs are a different style, right? But gone are the days of the Casey Neistat vlog, I think. Like, it's very rare for you to really find somebody who can, it's Casey Neistat, it's just Casey Neistat, right? Most people can't do what he does, and most people can't succeed in that vlog type niche anymore. So, you know, really just, you can add your fun comments, stuff like that throughout the video, but like that 30 seconds is sacred, right? That's why personally, like I keep most if I ever have a brand deal, right, I keep most brand deals out of that because I'm like, no, this is so important that our, you know, audience, like, it's just engaged, right? This is sacred. Yeah. Also, the number that you want to have in terms of like audience retention. So the first 30 seconds, you want to have a 70% audience retention. And that's a really good, that means that most people are sticking around, but also it means that YouTube is going to serve your video more because most people are sticking around past 30 seconds. And that's huge itself.
Yeah, massive. All right, we're gonna move on. So what about audio? So audio is something that I feel like a lot of us, we kind of approach it as more of an afterthought sometimes. But when you're talking about audio for YouTube, for online content, how do you guys approach finalizing the audio?
But I guess first, to address the thing you said about people treating audio as an afterthought, stop. This is something that I've said before, but your ears know that they don't like what they're hearing faster than your eyes know that they don't like what they're seeing. People will forgive lower quality video a lot faster than they'll forgive lower quality audio. So spend the time, you know, making your audio sound. It doesn't have to be perfect, you know, but make sure that your levels are correct. Make sure your background music, if you have it, isn't drowning out your dialogue. And, you know, as far as how I finalize it. YouTube has standards. You know, they're looking for your video to be minus 14 LUFS, which is loudness units full scale. Basically, how loud. That's how loud they want your video to be. I typically aim for closer to minus 17 LUFS, but you know, the last thing I do after I've done all my mixing is I bounce all of my mix to a new track. And I use, you know, DaVinci Resolve has built-in tools that'll tell you how loud your overall mix is, and then you can go on and you can normalize from there, raise the levels, set limiters or whatever. Just make sure you're in that minus 17 to minus 14 LUFS range, and you should be good.
I need a J. Lippman crash course or master course on audio. Not that I don't pay attention to it, because I do. But I'm like, man, he's throwing out some terminology that I'm like, I really want to know what this stuff is. It's just not my, you know, I obviously, like, being in the editing niche and in production, you need to have an awareness of all of these things. And, you know, like Jay said, he didn't put a number on it, but literally like 50% of your video is audio. Like he said, people will forgive bad video, but if you don't have good audio, they're gonna leave. Like, if you can't understand what they're saying or it sounds like they're eating their mic, people don't wanna watch that. There's somebody out there who has a better video, who has condensed it, who isn't, you know, eating their mic or sounding like they're 7 miles away. So, you know, really like going into it with like, also, you just, if you're recording a video, buy a mic. That's all it is, right? Have a good mic. Don't even have a great mic. Have better than headphones. And geez, I mean, $20 mic online will do wonders. So that's huge right there. Mm-hmm. It's also better to like record a little under than over, right? So like if you're peaking, you're losing information there. You can never recover it. But it'd be better to record like anywhere from like, I like to keep like -12 decibels, somewhere in that range for like the actual recording, and then I can boost it later. But you don't ever want to record like, if you're like average is like -2 or -3, like you're really getting close. Like you're a sneeze away from ruining that. Yeah. So, yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah, audio is something that I still need to work on in my like workflow, and I'm looking forward to like Jason's segment at Resolvecon this year, where he kind of covers some more of that audio stuff. But usually what I do, again, I make a preset. I do one of the global track presets in Fairlight, and then every video I'll just apply that and tweak it as needed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Jake doesn't really have to worry about that so much, though, because he just naturally sounds like he's talking into a condenser mic. I will give you one little, I guess, pro tip. If you choose to have background music in your videos, which that debate has gone on since like the dawn of time, and I'm not here to say it's right or wrong either way, but if you choose to have it, one thing that you can do is if you open up your EQ on your background music track, put a little point at that 1K frequency and drop that down to like -12 dB, it'll help your voice stand out from the background music, and it won't be as distracting. So there's my little technical know-how.
Yeah, those are
that golden nugget right there.
great tips, guys. Thank you so much. Let's do one more from what I have, and then I want to open it up to questions here. So if you have your questions, be thinking about it. Be ready to raise your hand, and we'll do that. We do have the mic available, right? Okay, double checking on that. And then if you're in the chat, if you're watching on live stream, make sure to tag Laura Mirth on the live stream, and we can get those in. And we'll do as many as we can before we go to lunch here. So, but first, what are some steps that you guys take to finalize a video for YouTube, right? Because when you're done editing and you're like, all right, it's pretty much good, what do you do after that, after you're pretty happy with the content?
Now, okay, I guess, so we're not talking are we talking editing, or are we talking like what the video is like rendered?
Whatever you want. Like after your content is good, what kind of steps do you take to finalize something for YouTube?
Gotcha. Jay, go first. I copy his answer. No, just kidding.
So after I've watched it 867 times and chewed all my fingernails off, wondering if people are gonna like it, no, I do. I watch it a few times, just making sure everything makes sense, make sure that the pacing is good. Like if I feel like something is off, I'll go back in and tweak it. But once all that is done, I mean, it's just about rendering. And I personally, I don't tend to use like the YouTube presets that are in the deliver page in DaVinci Resolve. I do custom export settings. I like doing H.265 with the main 10 profile, so I'm actually rendering out a 10-bit video. It's gonna look a little bit better once it's uploaded to YouTube, and you know, and that's it. One thing I will say, and I've done a video, it's one of my top performing videos, but make sure that you are rendering especially if you're on PC, render a QuickTime H.265, because that's going to allow you to export 24-bit audio. The 16-bit audio export from DaVinci Resolve gets these weird artifacts. I'm not sure what the deal is there, but but so render is QuickTime.
I feel better.
24-bit audio, and then I upload it to YouTube.
Nice. Yeah. Okay, so now I get the question. All right. Yeah, you know what? Hey, I'm gonna be honest. I don't lie to you guys. Whatever. I am me. So, all right. Yeah, when I am, you know, a video is good, right? Color graded, I've done the audio, I've done all that stuff. Of course, you watch it, right? I tell people, I tell my inner circle, watch this, you know, before you render, and also watch it after, because sometimes, rarely, there are some weird Resolve render problems. Now, you'll find this more with like something like Premiere Pro. Like, I love Think Media. They used Premiere Pro. When I was the executive producer, so I had to like watch all of these videos, and it was very common to just be like, oh, hey, look at that, another glitch from Premiere Pro. Hallelujah, that wasn't there originally. So Resolve like has very few, you know, render issues. Now, Jay was mentioning, right, with the MP4, I find it with the MP4 files, it will have some kind of like weird artifacting, almost like you're underwater. Very subtle, but like, so, you know, you'll find those render glitches, and then you can address them after you've already rendered it once, okay? It's a little annoying, obviously, if you have to re-render it again, but it's better than putting out a really crap video or a really like low quality video. So, and then, I mean, after that, it's a matter of upload, title, tags, do all that good stuff that you do on YouTube. But yeah, I mean, I personally, like, I watch the video, like, I'll cut my video up, rough cut it, and then I'll like go through and like really, you know, with critical, like a critical lens, I guess, I'll look through, you know, all of the, like, polish up my video, and maybe I'll watch it one more time just to make sure that I'm not bored while watching my own video. Because if you're bored watching your video, something's wrong. Like, how much more bored is your audience? If you're like, gosh, kill me with this video, you gotta do something, homie. You gotta change that. Like, throw some titles in there, throw some B-roll, throw some audio, better music. But man, like, if you're bored watching your video, you got a problem. But yeah, like, I'll watch it, and then, so like I said, I'll watch it like maybe 1 or 2 times, maybe 3 times before, and then that one time after. And I hope I don't have to do it again, because no, that I addressed all the issues in there.
I've got pretty much the same process. Like, I'll watch a couple times in DaVinci and go through and, you know, add like a title if I think it needs it, or like a punch in. And after that, I'll render it out. And usually I upload it to YouTube, and then I watch through the video just to save a little bit of time. And then if I run into an issue, I can cancel the upload and whatnot. And then, yeah, do my titles, descriptions, stuff like that. And usually I have like a list of ideas I've had throughout the video creation process, so that doesn't take too long. But yeah.
All right.
Now, if we're going in terms of like actual YouTube back end, like title tags, description, like I have a lot of thoughts on that. But can we, Casey?
I think we have to move on. We're going to move on to some.
Let's move on.
Some questions here. So, you guys, thank you. This has been great.
I'll just give them inner circle.
Do we have a question?
I'll just give it to those guys.
Yeah.
Take all my knowledge away.
Exclusive.
Yeah, we can take a few questions here. Anyone in our audience here have a question about workflow for the panel? Here we go.
All right.
Go ahead and stand up.
Hey, fellas. I'm curious, with
Hey.
your talking head editing, how many of your edit cuts are L&J cuts versus just straight cuts? And just a quick follow-up, what's your favorite go-to stock VFX site? Thanks, guys.
Ooh. Me personally, all the cuts are J&L cuts. I can't stand the sound of just a straight cut. It kills me. So I will always do a slight J&L cut, especially if one section ends on an S sound. I will start the next clip like pretty early on in that, and it helps it flow a little bit better, in my personal opinion. The stock footage, I get all of mine from ArtGrid. That's mine.
I usually use the J&L cuts on a lot more in the beginning of the video, but like once I'm actually into the tutorial, especially if it's a longer video, I'll just do like normal cuts just to save a little bit of time. Because at that point, people are usually watching and don't care quite as much. But then I would have to say ArtGrid as well for my stock video site.
Yeah, I agree with Jay. Like I pretty much have all of my cuts, J&L cuts. Mainly because like I don't like hearing like the hard cut. But the other thing you can do is like I also add a 2-frame like what do you call it, like a blend on it, and like on all of my all of my audio cuts, and it just sounds so much better. Now rarely will I do just a hard cut, because like if I'm gonna ever do that, it's because both of them just match up perfectly and you'll never know, right? It's a hidden cut. But that's also very rare because I move around a lot. So good luck catching me.
All right. Hey, thank you guys for answering that question. That's awesome. Let's take one from our live stream chat here. And it is, what's a good way to...
Oh, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What's a good way to organize and pace yourself on long projects full of hundreds of clips? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, super bins.
Yep. So that's another program like that goes with SwitchTake, and what it does is it can mirror your like file structure on your computer with the project bins in your media pool. So if you like add a new video to your media pool, it'll automatically link that with your file structure like in Windows or Mac, and vice versa. So that way your file structure in DaVinci Resolve matches what's in, you know, your project file in Windows or something like that.
Yeah,
Are
that's
we talking about
like beautiful.
pacing? Did you say pacing?
More like pacing yourself, like being efficient in working with, you know, a ton of clips.
Ah.
Okay, so I mean, let's assume you just got a bunch of stuff dumped on you, right? You didn't actually record it, because if you recorded it, odds are you know what's good and what's bad. But what I always tell people is like literally look through almost everything, because you don't know what you have until you actually look. Now you can 2x speed through this, rip through it. It's gonna be painful. It's gonna suck a little, but it's good to know what you have, discard the stuff you don't use. also reward yourself with some like a break, right? I usually set up like 90-minute intervals. So like I'll set an actual timer on Windows, like 90 minutes. Okay, here's a hard recording session, or sorry, editing session. Stand up after 90 minutes, walk around, maybe even like, I mean, you can go outside, you could play a game if you want, do something, right? 15 minutes, just downtime, because you just went really hard. If you don't feel like you need that, don't do it. I mean, sometimes I've just completely bypassed that. Other times I just, need that because it's a big project and I'm draining myself doing this thing. But it really is about like energy management. It's like, how can you manage your energy over a long period of time? Because, you're creatively putting a ton of stuff out there and it takes effort, it takes thought. You're constantly thinking through different things. I mean, unless no, there's a lot, it's pretty intensive in general. Like you always have to be on. So just manage your energy well. And what works for one person, like what works for me, might not work for you. So but it is worth checking out and finding out, a workflow and a system that works for you, because you're going to perform better and you're going to be able to go longer.
Yeah, I feel like that a lot of pacing yourself with any project has to do with figuring out a workflow that works for you. There is no one size fits all workflow. And also, me personally, by the time I get into an edit, I want everything to be easy. So I spend the majority of the time in any project on organization, and the better organized I am with all my media files and my bin structure, and I'll even go as far as to like write out my edit on a piece of paper so I can follow that along. But the more organized I am, by the time I get to the point where I'm throwing clips into a timeline, it's almost automatic. I know what's going to go where, and it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier to pace yourself and stay focused when you're not like freaking out and trying to like. The less scatterbrained I am, I have horrible ADHD, so like this is a huge struggle for me. But it's the more organized I am before a project, the easier it's going to go, and the more I'm going to be able to focus on it and pace myself and not burn myself out trying to figure out all the little details.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Like organization for me was painful in the beginning because I want to do what I want to do and nobody's going to tell me what to, like that kind of thing. But I'm like, no, actually I should probably be organized because things are harder if I'm not organized. So, the first, like in my, I really go over a lot of this, but you always want to, like, your number one is to just organize everything. Okay. You always need to organize it, always, because you're going to regret it later. And then throughout the whole project, you need to maintain that organization, because step one could be organized, but if you just throw the organization out the window at step two, guess what? It really didn't matter, because now everything is everywhere and you don't know what's what. And now you're crying in the corner. So overwhelmed with an edit. So don't do that. You need to maintain it. You need to find a system that works for you. Like sometimes it's helpful. Actually, it's really helpful to just write out a workflow and follow it. And if it doesn't work, tweak it and just keep doing that, because workflows are essential. You need one. Yeah. Especially if you're on like if you're doing weekly videos, like for YouTube or whatever else, right? For clients, you just need a workflow. You need a system that's repeatable.
Awesome. Okay, we got one more question here from our live audience. Stand up.
Hiya. Pertaining to that being organized, I seem to be having a hard time figuring out where DaVinci stores all the information on that I've So I've made a video, I've exported it to YouTube or whatever. I want to back this up on a backup drive, right? So I can clear all that stuff off my computer and make space for the next thing. Or every 10 videos I want to clear out some space on my computer. I don't see a whole lot in the Resolve disk database in terms of like where the material's stored. And don't quite know how to phrase this question, but how do you back stuff up, where you could grab it all later, and bring it up again if you wanted to change something or make a new video with some of the material or whatever?
So
good question.
Whoa, hi.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so there's a couple things you can do. There is a way to automatically back up your DaVinci Resolve database, but that doesn't sound like that's what you're looking for. The best thing you're going to be able to do, that you should do, is probably to export a DaVinci Resolve archive, and that's going to give you the project file and all of the media associated with that project. And once you've exported that DaVinci Resolve archive, you can put that in Google Drive or Dropbox or wherever you store your files, and that way, if you want to go into that project again later, you can restore a project archive, and that'll bring the project back into DaVinci Resolve, because DaVinci Resolve saves all their projects in a database. It's not like a project file structure like certain other programs.
Windows.
But so yeah, I would export that DaVinci Resolve archive and then save that archive in a folder, and then when you bring that back, you'll have all your media, you'll have the project file, and it'll be back in your database, and you'll be good to go.
Yeah, because all it's doing is referencing. So you're not going to ever find a place where it's like, oh yes, here's everything, until you do that archive.
So there is a spot, I'm trying to find where it is right now, but they do store like all the oh yeah. So I'm not sure where it's at on Mac, but if you go into your app data, there's a spot that you can find where the actual projects are stored. So none of your media is actually stored in that spot, but all the project data is. So like if you wanted to copy that and paste on like another computer, or just take a backup of all your projects, like without the media, that's a great spot to do it. I have the location, but it's really long. So I guess if someone just wants to reach out to me, I can show you how to find it on your system.
At that point, you might as well just export the project itself.
Right. Yep.
The project file, like that, probably just easier.
Yeah. The spot that I found it useful for is like switching like hard drives, or like in a computer. Like I have all the media on an external drive, and I just want to have all the same projects on like my new computer. Like you can just copy this and move it over. And, yeah.
Gotcha. So like copying the database.
Yep. And it's like in bulk too. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Another question here. Go ahead and stand up.
Hey, I was just wondering, in terms of when you're creating multiple databases, if you had a standard operating procedure, like when you're going to have a new database, is it like for a series of videos or that sort of thing?
I used to have multiple databases when I was doing a lot more client work. I would have a database for like my YouTube stuff, and then a database for all my client work. I don't have that anymore, but that's kind of dealer's choice. You can have everything on one database, and it's not going to be that big of a deal. What I do now is all my different categories of videos, if you want to call it, are just in different folders in the project manager. So I guess my answer is like create one. I would suggest creating one right off the bat. If you just opened DaVinci Resolve for the first time, you just installed it, I would create a new database somewhere other than the main drive on your computer. But that's really the only like must-have that I would really say. Billy?
Yeah, I mean, it's all good. I got you, Jay. Don't worry. All right. Don't worry, boo. All right. So personally, I haven't found a need for multiple databases like that. I'm actually a little surprised to hear that happens. I just use folders because it just seems like if I want, like, let's say if I want to take an asset or something like that, something I did from a client video, right? And I want to paste it into a new video. If you were having databases, right, you're just having to constantly like switch, and it's gonna like have to load up, and you copy it, load up the next one. It just seems more clunky. But you can use the dynamic project switcher if you're in the same database and open up both projects essentially side by side almost, and copy, paste, a lot easier that way. And the categorization is just like, for example, right, if I'm doing like Billy Rybka stuff, right, that's how I name things, like Billy Rybka stuff, that's a folder, right? Or BR YouTube, that itself is a folder, and inside of that, that's all the projects, right? If I'm doing, BR media work, right, the template store that I have, like I'll do, that kind of work there. If I'm doing like clients, right, I'll list the client's name out as the folder, or I could just have like one folder that says clients, and then inside of that, there's another folder with the client's name, because then it kind of narrows down your folder structure that you're not looking through everything. You're just looking through your clients if you have to find a certain client. And then it's also really easy to just, like, I personally, for years until DaVinci Resolve released their cloud database, I just would have my main database on a SSD, and I just take it from one computer to the next. But now I just use the cloud database because it's just beautiful.
Yeah, so that's what I was gonna say. So I use the bins to like separate projects, so like personal, like work stuff like that. But then I also use the DaVinci Resolve Cloud for pretty much all my projects now. So it's $5 a month. But like if you store all of your like media on like a hard drive, like just get a SSD. I can be editing a project on my computer, but then if I'm off on vacation or something, I can plug in my hard drive to my laptop and pull up any of my projects because it has all my media files. And then also you can like collaborate with other people. So like I said before, I work for Billy, and we have a cloud database. So we have all the same projects and stuff on there. So like, yeah, it works really well for just like for teams, and then also just for yourself to switch between workstations.
The cloud is definitely something that we use quite a bit at our place too. It's great to be able to share the libraries on the cloud and everything, and man, we just can't get enough of that. That's pretty awesome. Guys, we are about out of time, so thank you so much for being here and for zooming in, you guys. We wish you could be here, but we're really thankful to be able to pick your brain, and yeah, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Next year, it's happening. Coming next year.
Yes.
Hey Jay, hold down the fort, man. You got this.
You got it. We're all with you guys. Thank you again so much for answering all the questions so beautifully. Guys, we are going to be transitioning now into our lunch break. We will be back at 2:20. And we will be kicking that off right away with another giveaway from our giveaway table over here. So be back here 2:20, and we'll see you later. Take care.
See ya.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Hey, everyone, just quick announcement. If you need to leave your stuff here, that's totally okay. This is a secure room. Personnel will be in this room at all times. You can leave your stuff if you'd like. Motion VFX, an official trusted partner of Apple, is the leading creator of plugins for Final Cut Pro, DaVinci Resolve, and Apple Motion templates, and the provider of top quality tools for video editors, content creators, and motion designers. Find out more at motionvfx.com.
Hurry up, it's just a little bit further.
That's what you said 10 minutes ago.
Shut up.
I don't see why we don't just come out here with Uncle Randy or the police or something.
We are not telling Uncle Randy. Why are you so slow?
Why is your face so slow? Hey, stop, wait up.
Whoa. Go check it out.
No, you go check it out.
Fine. Okay. Oh, go check it out.
What was that?
Shit!
Dude! Jesse! Hey, are you okay? What happened? What did you see? This is a terrible idea.
This is a great idea.
What's Mom gonna say?
She's not gonna find out. Mikey.
This is such a bad idea.
No, it's not.
We're gonna get in so much trouble.
No, we're not.
Jess! We can't keep this thing here. And Mom? She's gonna be home any minute, and what is she gonna say?
I don't know.
And what about Dad?
I don't know.
What's your plan here? You're just gonna keep him as your little pet until you go off to college?
I don't know.
Yeah, I know. You never know.
Mikey, I don't know. You're expecting me to have a lot of answers here. I don't.
What about Dad? He's gonna flip. They're gonna send the government after us, and we're gonna have to go into witness protection, and they're gonna do all kinds of tests on him. Jess, are you listening?
Dude, it's like Baby Yoda.
Whoa. Mom.
Where do I put him? Where do I put him?
I don't know. You got him.
I'm putting him in your room.
Don't you dare put him in.
Ah!
We're gonna get in so much trouble. For the record, this is not my fault.
Ah!
Why did Robin do this? Where God?
You're not being helpful.
It wasn't helpful bringing an alien home either.
Couldn't you keep him there? Yep.
Are you kidding me? The bathroom?
Yep, we're going in the bedroom. You take care of him. I'll go take care of Mom.
Wait, no. Don't put me out here with this thing.
Just be cool.
Be cool? You're locking me in the bathroom with an alien.
Shh.
You.
Just go.
Hello? You guys must have bounced on the steps again.
Where is he?
I had him and then you pushed me.
Why is your backpack in the middle of the floor? Your father sees all this. You know you guys need to take better care of your stuff. Oh,
This is the best way to learn DaVinci Resolve. I'm Casey Faris. I've been teaching video editing for over a decade now. I've led classes online, in person, in groups, at conventions, and one-on-one. I've worked with people all over the planet teaching them DaVinci Resolve. And years of experience have shown me this. It's all about the concepts behind the controls. So we're bringing you a new kind of video training that will let you pick up DaVinci Resolve and start creating with confidence. We start with the basics and explain the major concepts behind post-production, so you can have a full knowledge of not just what buttons to push, but why you would even push them. And it's all broken up into simple steps, thoughtfully organized, so that you can build your knowledge in the very best way possible. Not only do you get our best Resolve training course ever, but you get access to media and project files so you can follow along, and our exclusive training Discord so that you can ask questions and get help if you're stuck, because, you know, sometimes you get stuck. And for the first time ever, after the course, you can get ground control certified as proof that you know your stuff. No matter if you're just starting out with video or if you've been in the suite for years. At the end of this course, you'll have a deep understanding of the Resolve workflow so that you can create with confidence. This is the best way to learn Resolve, period. And we're gonna have a lot of fun while we do it. We know you'll love it. And if you don't, we'll give you your money back. So what are you waiting for? Introduction to Resolve 17. It's available now at groundcontrol.film.
Blackmagic Design is leading the creative video revolution in 2022. Dedicated to quality and stability, Blackmagic Design is willing to do whatever it takes to give creative editors and designers the very best quality tools. Find out more at blackmagicdesign.com.
If you want to learn how to color grade in Resolve, this is the very best place to start. Hey everybody, Casey Faris here. I'll be your host for this brand new training, Professional Color Grading in DaVinci Resolve. This is a massive course with over 8.5 hours of video training, all about the ins and outs of color grading. We start from the very basics, covering why we should color grade, specific color tools, and the various techniques for making beautiful images. From there, we build on each concept to give you the most complete and practical wisdom for color grading your projects. This is perfect for anyone who's used Resolve a bit but hasn't really explored the amazing things you can do in the color page. You can follow along with everything in this class using the free version of Resolve with no special hardware, but we'll also show examples of professional gear and how it's used. Whether you're on a laptop or in a pro studio, this training is perfect for anyone learning color. We cover pro techniques for adjusting exposure, correcting color casts, creating stylistic looks, matching shots, masks, tracking, refining images, and how all these techniques work together to help you create beautiful color grades. After that, we get into practical color grading sessions for 2 different projects. We'll walk you through the entire process from beginning to end, so not only do you learn how and why to make certain adjustments, but you get to try them out for yourself with the same footage. And as if all of that wasn't enough, this course comes with lifetime updates. That means if you buy this course once, we'll update it whenever a new version of Resolve comes out, and you get the new lessons absolutely free. We've built this course from scratch to be the very most effective way to learn color grading in Resolve. And if you don't think so too, we'll give you your money back. This is Professional Color Grading in DaVinci Resolve. It's a new video course available now at groundcontrol.film.
One unheard message. First unheard message.
Hello, hunters. This is your final message. I trust that you're all aware of the value this item holds. Now that you have accepted the terms of the agreement, you will be sent the final coordinates of the packages. That's right. There are actually 2 packages. I figure this will make things a bit more interesting, don't you think? And remember, 1 device, 1 winner. Good luck.
Listen to the message, did you? It said 1 device, 1 win. You know, there's this funny little theory about the Mobius. It's a twist in the fabric of space where time becomes a loop, and unfortunately for you, you're just stuck in one of those times.
What are you talking about? A twist in... What are you doing?
Someone else will find it.
No.
Time's up.
No!
Okay. No. Just gotta get out of here. It's fine.
Device. Hand it over.
Please don't shoot.
Give me the case.
Look, it's gonna sound crazy. This thing, it's special, okay? I don't know what it does, but...
Oh, I know. I just get the distinct impression that you haven't done this before.
I know this is worth a lot of money. And, you know, a second ago, I thought that's what I wanted. But this could help me.
I don't have time for this.
Hold on. There's 2 of them. You know, what if I help you find the other one?
You did not listen to the message, did you? It said 1 device, 1 winner.
I don't know what happened, but 1 minute you were here, and then you weren't.
You know, there's
and
this
now.
funny little theory about the Mobius. It's a twist in the fabric of space where time becomes a loop, and unfortunately for you, you're just stuck in one of those times.
What are you talking about? Wait, a twist in... What are you doing? If you leave it here, someone else
will find it.
Rybka. Wait, no. No.
Time's up.
No!
Time's up.
Hey everybody, Casey Faris here. I'm gonna be your host for our biggest training title ever, Resolve 17 End to End. This is an absolutely massive class where we create a film from scratch together. Every step of post-production is here, from the first clip in the timeline to hitting that beautiful render button. We're talking editing, visual effects, color correction, sound design, everything. If you want to learn how to get things done in Resolve, this course is for you. We start with a folder of media and a completely empty project, and I'll walk you through my process of editing a film one step at a time. We'll learn workflow tips, slick ways of solving problems, and dive deep into the most essential features of DaVinci Resolve. You'll learn the basics of every page, and then we'll put those skills to work on a real short film. You're free to follow my every move or create your own masterpiece. We brainstormed what the most useful, practical training would be for beginners and the most satisfying content for advanced users, and we built our dream course from the ground up. The course comes with over 18 hours of video training, along with project files, unedited media, royalty-free sound effects, and visual effects assets that you can use to build your skills and master DaVinci Resolve. If you want to learn advanced workflow in Resolve and make your own beautiful projects, there is no better way to learn, period. It's Resolve 17 End to End, available now at groundcontrol.film.
Motion VFX, an official trusted partner of Apple, is the leading creator of plugins for Final Cut Pro, DaVinci Resolve, and Apple Motion templates, and the provider of top quality tools for video editors, content creators, and motion designers. Find out more at motionvfx.com.
If you shoot S-Log3, this is how you make awesome color grades. My name's Casey, and I'll be your host for this brand new training course, Color Grading S-Log3. In this course, we start with the very basics of what S-Log3 is, why you want to shoot with it, and we look at some tips for getting good exposure so that you can make the very best images possible. Then we dive into working with S-Log3 footage in DaVinci Resolve, which is a free app that also happens to be the Hollywood standard for color grading. We explore basic color grading principles and techniques so that you have a solid foundation of how color works. Then we take that knowledge and apply it to a project shot in S-Log3 so that you can see all the techniques worked out in a practical way. And you can download the sample footage and grade along with me. This is the very best way to get started color grading your S-Log3 footage. Even if you know nothing about color grading, at the end of this course, you'll be able to unlock the beauty of anything you shoot and make awesome color grades. If that sounds like fun, check out Color Grading S-Log3, the ultimate beginner's guide. It's available now at groundcontrol.film.
Yeah, most days start this way. I always do my routine. It's a bit of a ritual of sorts. Now, some of the guys are very superstitious. Always wear the same pair of underwear and such. I think that's taking it a bit far, though. I was in the warehouse the other day and I found a box. And there was a lot of cartridges just sitting around, ammo. Are we supposed to clean that up? Or just leave it? What's my typical day like? Well, I usually take a few minutes to get in the right headspace. Meditation has really helped a lot. I mean, if you're not in the right headspace, you're not going to last long in this line of work. Nope. After that, I like to do a few exercises just to get my blood moving. Because this job can be very taxing on the body, so warm-ups help a lot. Business time. Right. No. Yeah. Mind and body, right? Oh no! Look at these thugs. They're so strong and fast, you can't get away from them. We'll flank you. We'll flank you, flank you, flank you. Flank you very much. And then, it's business time, right? Yeah. A lot of it is just standing in one spot, looking and listening for anything suspicious. Then after about 30 seconds, I turn, walk 15, maybe 20 feet. And I stop, look, listen. After 30 seconds, I turn, and I walk back. Now, if we do hear or see something suspicious, we get our choice of 3 replies. What was that? What was that? Who's there? Who's there? And my personal favorite. Huh? Huh? That adds a bit of variety, which is nice. Yeah.
Dude, what's up? What's going on, man?
So do you think you'll go far in this line of work?
Well, I want to follow in my dad's footsteps. He was a thug. A good one. Got promoted to mini-boss. Of course, he didn't make it, though. Good guy came along, got in his head, made him get stuck in a corner. Good guy totally cheated his way through him. It's a shame. I miss you, Dad. But now, he's guarding that big warehouse up in the sky. Moving from box to box. Every 30 seconds I know, he's moving. I can hear him. Like a thunderclap in my heart. What was that? That must have been the wind. It's not a bad job, really. I mean, I'm not too worried about the good guys. I mean, that's what the gun's for, right? I think I'll be ready for them when they show up, so. That must have been the wind. I mean, yeah, he might be stealthy and all, but nothing, I mean nothing gets past me, huh? Right? Huh? That must have been the wind. It's usually the wind. Or a cat.
Hans,
I think that...
He's right behind me, isn't he?
Good job, Sturdy Cobra. Head back to HQ for debriefing.
Hey, Casey Faris here. I'm going to be your guide for an updated Fusion graphics training, doing some advanced compositing, making some beautiful graphics here in the Fusion page. We're going to learn all kinds of awesome stuff, like how to use and customize some of the basic tools inside of Fusion, working with effects and color correction and external textures, animation and advanced transforms and motion blur, 3D camera animation, extruding 3D text, 2D and 3D particles, adding depth to your compositions, and just generally a whole smattering of really useful stuff for creating graphics inside of Fusion. This is the stuff I wish somebody taught me, and it's all the advanced stuff, and we're including our original basic motion graphics training, so that even if you're brand new to Fusion, this will take you from not knowing much about graphics to making some really cool stuff. All of this works in the free version of Resolve. You can even modify these comps, use them for your own work, but it's pretty much everything that you need to be awesome at graphics inside of Fusion. We really built this from the ground up to be the most useful graphics training on the internet. I think you're gonna love it. It's our new training pack, Advanced Motion Graphics in Fusion, and it's available right now for download at groundcontrolcolor.com.
Based in the Pacific Northwest, Puget Systems believes computers should be a pleasure to purchase and own. They should get your work done and not be a hindrance. Puget achieves this through personal consulting and lifetime technical support. Find out more at PugetSystems.com.
Yeah. Gonna be a beaut. This is God's land.
Gary?
Jacob?
What you got cooking?
Got a real treat for us here today. Gonna be smoking a cheesecake.
Okay, well, first problem is that's not a smoker, but most importantly, why are you smoking a cheesecake?
Clearly this is coming from somebody who's never had a smoked cheesecake.
Well, clearly that sounds like the worst thing you could do to a cheesecake.
Counterpoint, the very worst thing you could possibly do would be to judge something before you've even tried it.
Well, I'm just saying, with my knowledge of cheesecake, judging this smoky book by its cover is probably going to be pretty accurate.
Get some of that accurate wisdom over at Judgy School, where you got straight A's for a straight quarter. Well, why don't you feast your eyes on this, Judge Judy? Hold on to your coats there, Guy Ferrari. This one's gonna take you to Flavor Metropolis.
Well, first off, this smells like an old milk truck went careening through a tire fire.
I think your attitude stinks like a bunch of dirty pigeons left an upper decker at a haunted campground's bathroom.
I'm sorry. This just doesn't sit well with me. Or on the plate for that matter.
You know what? I'm sorry too. I'm sorry I put in the effort. Wake up at 4:30 a.m. to make something nice for an uncultured, feckless baboon.
Hey, I'm not the one doing unspeakable things to time-honored desserts, you downtrodden lich. I'm sorry. You're not a lich. I just really don't want to eat smoked cheesecake, Gare Bear.
It's all right. Not everybody likes everything.
True. Hey, toss me a cold corn?
Now you're talking. Cheers, brother.
Butte. Corn, brewed straight on the cob. Share a cold one. What is this, decaf?
This is how you take your DaVinci Resolve editing to the next level. Casey Faris here. I'll be your host for our brand new course, Pro Editing Workflow in DaVinci Resolve. This is basically all the most essential tips and tricks that I've learned creating video projects for over 14 years. When you're learning to make videos, it can be hard to understand the whole picture. From complex settings to confusing interfaces to mountains of footage, it can add up to feel totally overwhelming. This course is the answer to that frustration. We'll go over all the things you need to know to make awesome videos with Resolve. We'll start with the basics of Resolve and then jump into some essential things that the professionals know about editing, but nobody seems to teach. Answers to questions like, what settings do I actually need? How do I make my edits look professional? How do I cut down a ton of footage? Or even, how do I get started when I'm staring at an empty timeline? And nowadays, editors are expected to be experts on all kinds of post-production. So we go over the most important need-to-know tips on working with audio, creating motion graphics, putting together visual effects, and some quick workflows for color grading. Then we put all of that wisdom into practice on 3 unique video projects. From a simple how-to video, to a gaming video with tons of footage, to a documentary-style short film with all kinds of neat editing tricks. Pretty much we made the class that we wish existed when we started getting serious about video production. It's over 10 hours of solid gold editing wisdom explained in plain language so that you can up your video editing game. And if all that wasn't enough, it includes lifetime updates. So when we update the course for a new version of Resolve, you get the new lessons absolutely free. This course is perfect for anybody who knows the basics of Resolve, and it's a must-have if you want to edit videos professionally or just make cool stuff faster. This is a one-stop shop to get a great foundation for how to actually get things done in Resolve. It's called Professional Editing Workflow in DaVinci Resolve. It's a new course available now at groundcontrol.film. Editing for YouTube is a whole different beast. All the rules that we learn in school about pacing and visual storytelling still apply, but we have the freedom to break them. Casey Faris here. I'm going to be your host for the biggest training series we've ever made, the YouTube Editor's Master Training. You're going to learn everything you need to know to make your next great YouTube project in Resolve. Whether you're shooting vlogs or gaming videos or how-to videos or even documentaries, we'll go over my proven step-by-step process for making amazing projects fast. We'll cover everything from the very basics of structuring an edit. We're doing something called editing in passes. What we're doing here is actually called a J-cut, adding B-roll and adjusting timing, and the second to last one is called place on top. This is perfect for B-roll. To more advanced concepts like audio mixing, so the way that we fix that is with this makeup. Compositing, we're kind of animating this piece of paper coming off. And color correction. If we're adjusting the darkest parts of the image, we're gonna go over to the lift wheel. You'll learn the need-to-know stuff to make your ideas into videos that are fun to watch and grab your audience.
I'll go with the flip-flops.
That's a great kind of awkward beginning. I'll show you tricks and tips and hard lessons I've learned from over 12 years of professional video editing and YouTube production. We'll take a look at how YouTube videos are structured and what makes them work. There are different kinds of videos, but they're all presenting a story or presenting information in some way. And then we'll take these concepts and apply them to our projects. So now we have our basic edit with the picture-in-picture as well as the full screen reaction shots. We even got a little slow motion there.
600 feet.
This course is essential for anyone looking to start YouTube, or even if you just want to get more tactical in the way that you approach an edit. It's going to be lots of fun, and I know you'll learn a lot. The YouTube Editor's Master Training, available now at groundcontrol.film.
Motion VFX, an official trusted partner of Apple, is the leading creator of plugins for Final Cut Pro, DaVinci Resolve, and Apple Motion templates, and the provider of top quality tools for video editors, content creators, and motion designers. Find out more at motionvfx.com.
It's just a little bit further.
That's what you said 10 minutes ago.
Shut up.
I don't see why we don't just come out here with Uncle Randy. Or the police or something.
We are not telling Uncle Randy. Why are you so slow?
Why is your face so slow? Hey, stop! Wait up!
Whoa. Go check it out.
No, you go check it out.
Fine. Okay. Oh, go check it out.
What was that? Dude! Jesse! Hey, are you okay? What happened? What did you see? This is a terrible idea.
This is a great idea.
What's Mom gonna say?
She's not gonna find out. Mikey.
This is such a bad idea.
No, it's not.
We're gonna get in so much trouble.
No, we're not.
Jess!
We can't keep this thing here. And Mom? She's gonna be home any minute, and what is she gonna say?
I don't know.
And what about Dad?
I don't know.
What's your plan here? You're just gonna keep him as your little pet until you go off to college?
I don't know.
Yeah, I know. You never know.
Mikey, I don't know. You're expecting me to have a lot of answers here. I don't.
What about Dad? He's gonna flip. They're gonna send the government after us, and we're gonna have to go into witness protection, and they're gonna do all kinds of tests on him. Jess, are you listening?
Dude, it's like Baby Yoda.
Whoa. Mom.
Where do I put him? Where do I put him?
I don't know. You got him.
I'm putting him in your room.
Don't you dare put him in.
Ah!
We're gonna get in so much trouble. For the record, this is not my fault.
Ah!
I get routed for this? Swear to God.
You were not being helpful.
It wasn't helpful bringing an alien home either.
Shouldn't just leave him there.
Yep.
Are you kidding me? The bathroom?
Yep, we're going in the bathroom. You take care of him. I'll go take care of Mom.
Wait, no. Don't put me in here with this thing.
Just be cool.
Be cool? You're locking me in the bathroom with an alien. Shh. You.
Just go.
Hello? You guys left your bikes on the steps again.
Where is he?
I had him and then you pushed me.
Why is your backpack in the middle of the floor? Your father sees all this. You know you guys need to take better care of your stuff. Oh,
This is the best way to learn DaVinci Resolve. I'm Casey Faris. I've been teaching video editing for over a decade now. I've led classes online, in person, in groups, at conventions, and one-on-one. I've worked with people all over the planet teaching them DaVinci Resolve. And years of experience have shown me this. It's all about the concepts behind the controls. So we're bringing you a new kind of video training that will let you pick up DaVinci Resolve and start creating with confidence. We start with the basics and explain the major concepts behind post-production, so you can have a full knowledge of not just what buttons to push, but why you would even push them. And it's all broken up into simple steps, thoughtfully organized, so that you can build your knowledge in the very best way possible. Not only do you get our best Resolve training course ever, but you get access to media and project files so you can follow along, and our exclusive training Discord so that you can ask questions and get help if you're stuck, because, you know, sometimes you get stuck. And for the first time ever, after the course, you can get ground control certified as proof that you know your stuff. No matter if you're just starting out with video or if you've been in the suite for years. At the end of this course, you'll have a deep understanding of the Resolve workflow so that you can create with confidence. This is the best way to learn Resolve, period. And we're gonna have a lot of fun while we do it. We know you'll love it. And if you don't, we'll give you your money back. So what are you waiting for? Introduction to Resolve 17. It's available now at groundcontrol.film.
Blackmagic Design is leading the creative video revolution in 2022. Dedicated to quality and stability, Blackmagic Design is willing to do whatever it takes to give creative editors and designers the very best quality tools. Find out more at blackmagicdesign.com.
If you want to learn how to color grade in Resolve, this is the very best place to start. Hey everybody, Casey Faris here. I'll be your host for this brand new training, Professional Color Grading in DaVinci Resolve. This is a massive course with over 8.5 hours of video training, all about the ins and outs of color grading. We start from the very basics, covering why we should color grade, specific color tools, and the various techniques for making beautiful images. From there, we build on each concept to give you the most complete and practical wisdom for color grading your projects. This is perfect for anyone who's used Resolve a bit but hasn't really explored the amazing things you can do in the color page. You can follow along with everything in this class using the free version of Resolve with no special hardware, but we'll also show examples of professional gear and how it's used. Whether you're on a laptop or in a pro studio, this training is perfect for anyone learning color. We cover pro techniques for adjusting exposure, correcting color casts, creating stylistic looks, matching shots, masks, tracking, refining images, and how all these techniques work together to help you create beautiful color grades. After that, we get into practical color grading sessions for 2 different projects. We'll walk you through the entire process from beginning to end, so not only do you learn how and why to make certain adjustments, but you get to try them out for yourself with the same footage. And as if all of that wasn't enough, this course comes with lifetime updates. That means if you buy this course once, we'll update it whenever a new version of Resolve comes out, and you get the new lessons absolutely free. We've built this course from scratch to be the very most effective way to learn color grading in Resolve. And if you don't think so too, we'll give you your money back. This is Professional Color Grading in DaVinci Resolve. It's a new video course available now at groundcontrol.film.
One unheard message. First unheard message.
Hello, hunters. This is your final message. I trust that you're all aware of the value this item holds. Now that you have accepted the terms of the agreement, you will be sent the final coordinates of the packages. That's right. There are actually 2 packages. I figure this will make things a bit more interesting, don't you think? And remember, 1 device, 1 winner. Good luck.
Not listen to the message, did you? It said 1 device, 1 win. You know, there's this funny little theory about the Mobius. It's a twist in the fabric of space where time becomes a loop, and unfortunately for you, you're just stuck in one of those times.
What are you talking about? A twist in...
Someone else will find it.
No.
Time's up.
No!
Okay. No. Just gotta get out of here. It's fine. It's fine.
Device. Hand it over.
Please don't shoot.
Give me the case.
Look, it's gonna sound crazy. This thing, it's special, okay? I don't know what it does, but...
Oh, I know. I just get the distinct impression that you haven't done this before.
I know this is worth a lot of money. And, you know, a second ago, I thought that's what I wanted. But this could help me.
I don't have time for this.
Hold on. There's 2 of them. You know, what if I help you find the other one?
You did not listen to the message, did you? It said 1 device, 1 winner.
I don't know what happened, but 1 minute you were here, and then you weren't.
You know, there's this
and now...
funny little theory about the Mobius. It's a twist in the fabric of space where time becomes a loop, and unfortunately for you, you're just stuck in one of those times.
What are you talking about? Wait, a twist in... What are you doing? If you leave it here, someone
else will find it.
Wait, no. No.
Time's up.
No!
Time's up.
Hey everybody, Casey Faris here. I'm gonna be your host for our biggest training title ever, Resolve 17 End to End. This is an absolutely massive class where we create a film from scratch together. Every step of post-production is here, from the first clip in the timeline to hitting that beautiful render button. We're talking editing, visual effects, color correction, sound design, everything. If you want to learn how to get things done in Resolve, this course is for you. We start with a folder of media and a completely empty project, and I'll walk you through my process of editing a film one step at a time. We'll learn workflow tips, slick ways of solving problems, and dive deep into the most essential features of DaVinci Resolve. You'll learn the basics of every page, and then we'll put those skills to work on a real short film. You're free to follow my every move or create your own masterpiece. We brainstormed what the most useful, practical training would be for beginners and the most satisfying content for advanced users, and we built our dream course from the ground up. The course comes with over 18 hours of video training, along with project files, unedited media, royalty-free sound effects, and visual effects assets that you can use to build your skills and master DaVinci Resolve. If you want to learn advanced workflow in Resolve and make your own beautiful projects, there is no better way to learn, period. It's Resolve 17 End to End, available now at groundcontrol.film.
Motion VFX, an official trusted partner of Apple, is the leading creator of plugins for Final Cut Pro, DaVinci Resolve, and Apple Motion templates, and the provider of top quality tools for video editors, content creators, and motion designers. Find out more at motionvfx.com.
If you shoot S-Log3, this is how you make awesome color grades. My name's Casey, and I'll be your host for this brand new training course, Color Grading S-Log3. In this course, we start with the very basics of what S-Log3 is, why you want to shoot with it, and we look at some tips for getting good exposure so that you can make the very best images possible. Then we dive into working with S-Log3 footage in DaVinci Resolve, which is a free app that also happens to be the Hollywood standard for color grading. We explore basic color grading principles and techniques so that you have a solid foundation of how color works. Then we take that knowledge and apply it to a project shot in S-Log3 so that you can see all the techniques worked out in a practical way. And you can download the sample footage and grade along with me. This is the very best way to get started color grading your S-Log3 footage. Even if you know nothing about color grading, at the end of this course, you'll be able to unlock the beauty of anything you shoot and make awesome color grades. If that sounds like fun, check out Color Grading S-Log3, the ultimate beginner's guide. It's available now at groundcontrol.film.
Yeah, most days start this way. I always do my routine. It's a bit of a ritual of sorts. Now, some of the guys are very superstitious. Always wear the same pair of underwear and such. I think that's taking it a bit far, though. I was in the warehouse the other day and I found a box. And there was a lot of cartridges just sitting around, ammo. Are we supposed to clean that up? Or just leave it? What's my typical day like? Well, I usually take a few minutes to get in the right headspace. Meditation has really helped a lot. I mean, if you're not in the right headspace, you're not going to last long in this line of work. Nope. After that, I like to do a few exercises just to get my blood moving. Because this job can be very taxing on the body, so warm-ups help a lot. Business time. Right. No. Yeah. Mind and body, right? Oh no! Look at these thugs. They're so strong and fast, you can't get away from them. We'll flank you. We'll flank you, flank you, flank you. Flank you very much. And then, it's business time, right? Yeah. A lot of it is just standing in one spot, looking and listening for anything suspicious. Then after about 30 seconds, I turn, walk 15, maybe 20 feet. And I stop, look, listen. After 30 seconds, I turn, and I walk back. Now, if we do hear or see something suspicious, we get our choice of 3 replies. What was that? What was that? Who's there? Who's there? And my personal favorite. Huh? Huh? That adds a bit of variety, which is nice. Yeah.
Dude, what's up? What's going on, man?
So do you think you'll go far in this line of work?
Well, I want to follow in my dad's footsteps. He was a thug. A good one. Got promoted to mini-boss. Of course, he didn't make it, though. Good guy came along, got in his head, made him get stuck in a corner. Good guy totally cheated his way through him. It's a shame. I miss you, Dad. But now, he's guarding that big warehouse up in the sky. Moving from box to box. Every 30 seconds I know, he's moving. I can hear him. Like a thunderclap in my heart. What was that? That must have been the wind. It's not a bad job, really. I mean, I'm not too worried about the good guys. I mean, that's what the gun's for, right? I think I'll be ready for them when they show up, so. That must have been the wind. I mean, yeah, he might be stealthy and all, but nothing, I mean nothing gets past me, huh? Right? Huh? That must have been the wind. It's usually the wind. Or a cat.
sense. I think that...
He's right behind me, isn't he?
Good job, Sturdy Cobra. Head back to HQ for debriefing.
Hey, Casey Faris here. I'm going to be your guide for an updated Fusion graphics training, doing some advanced compositing, making some beautiful graphics here in the Fusion page. We're going to learn all kinds of awesome stuff, like how to use and customize some of the basic tools inside of Fusion, working with effects and color correction and external textures, animation and advanced transforms and motion blur, 3D camera animation, extruding 3D text, 2D and 3D particles, adding depth to your compositions, and just generally a whole smattering of really useful stuff for creating graphics inside of Fusion. This is the stuff I wish somebody taught me, and it's all the advanced stuff, and we're including our original basic motion graphics training, so that even if you're brand new to Fusion, this will take you from not knowing much about graphics to making some really cool stuff. All of this works in the free version of Resolve. You can even modify these comps, use them for your own work, but it's pretty much everything that you need to be awesome at graphics inside of Fusion. We really built this from the ground up to be the most useful graphics training on the internet. I think you're gonna love it. It's our new training pack, Advanced Motion Graphics in Fusion, and it's available right now for download at groundcontrolcolor.com.
Based in the Pacific Northwest, Puget Systems believes computers should be a pleasure to purchase and own. They should get your work done and not be a hindrance. Puget achieves this through personal consulting and lifetime technical support. Find out more at PugetSystems.com.
Yeah. Gonna be a beaut. This is God's land.
Gary?
Jacob?
What you got cooking?
Got a real treat for us here today. Gonna be smoking a cheesecake.
Okay, well, first problem is that's not a smoker, but most importantly, why are you smoking a cheesecake?
Clearly this is coming from somebody who's never had a smoked cheesecake.
Well, clearly that sounds like the worst thing you could do to a cheesecake.
Counterpoint, the very worst thing you could possibly do would be to judge something before you've even tried it.
Well, I'm just saying, with my knowledge of cheesecake, judging this smoky book by its cover is probably going to be pretty accurate.
Mm-hmm. Get some of that accurate wisdom over at Judgy School, where you got straight A's for a straight quarter. Well, why don't you feast your eyes on this, Judge Judy? Hold on to your coats there, Guy Ferrari. This one's gonna take you to Flavor Metropolis.
Well, first off, this smells like an old milk truck went careening through a tire fire.
I think your attitude stinks like a bunch of dirty pigeons left an upper decker at a haunted campground's bathroom.
I'm sorry. This just doesn't sit well with me. Or on the plate for that matter.
You know what? I'm sorry too. I'm sorry I put in the effort. Wake up at 4:30 a.m. to make something nice for an uncultured, feckless baboon.
Hey, I'm not the one doing unspeakable things to time-honored desserts, you downtrodden lich. I'm sorry. You're not a lich. I just really don't want to eat smoked cheesecake, Gare Bear.
It's all right. Not everybody likes everything.
True. Hey, toss me a cold corn?
Now you're talking. Cheers, brother.
View. Corn, brewed straight on the cob. Share a cold one. What is this, decaf?
This is how you take your DaVinci Resolve editing to the next level. Casey Faris here. I'll be your host for our brand new course, Pro Editing Workflow in DaVinci Resolve. This is basically all the most essential tips and tricks that I've learned creating video projects for over 14 years. When you're learning to make videos, it can be hard to understand the whole picture. From complex settings to confusing interfaces to mountains of footage, it can add up to feel totally overwhelming. This course is the answer to that frustration. We'll go over all the things you need to know to make awesome videos with Resolve. We'll start with the basics of Resolve and then jump into some essential things that the professionals know about editing, but nobody seems to teach. Answers to questions like, what settings do I actually need? How do I make my edits look professional? How do I cut down a ton of footage? Or even, how do I get started when I'm staring at an empty timeline? And nowadays, editors are expected to be experts on all kinds of post-production. So we go over the most important need-to-know tips on working with audio, creating motion graphics, putting together visual effects, and some quick workflows for color grading. Then we put all of that wisdom into practice on 3 unique video projects. From a simple how-to video, to a gaming video with tons of footage, to a documentary-style short film with all kinds of neat editing tricks. Pretty much we made the class that we wish existed when we started getting serious about video production. It's over 10 hours of solid gold editing wisdom explained in plain language so that you can up your video editing game. And if all that wasn't enough, it includes lifetime updates. So when we update the course for a new version of Resolve, you get the new lessons absolutely free. This course is perfect for anybody who knows the basics of Resolve, and it's a must-have if you want to edit videos professionally or just make cool stuff faster. This is a one-stop shop to get a great foundation for how to actually get things done in Resolve. It's called Professional Editing Workflow in DaVinci Resolve. It's a new course available now at groundcontrol.film. Editing for YouTube is a whole different beast. All the rules that we learn in school about pacing and visual storytelling still apply, but we have the freedom to break them. Casey Faris here. I'm going to be your host for the biggest training series we've ever made, the YouTube Editor's Master Training. You're going to learn everything you need to know to make your next great YouTube project in Resolve. Whether you're shooting vlogs or gaming videos or how-to videos or even documentaries, we'll go over my proven step-by-step process for making amazing projects fast. We'll cover everything from the very basics of structuring an edit. We're doing something called editing in passes. What we're doing here is actually called a J-cut, adding B-roll and adjusting timing. And the second to last one is called place on top. This is perfect for B-roll. To more advanced concepts like audio mixing. So the way that we fix that is with this makeup. Compositing, we're kind of animating this piece of paper coming off. And color correction. If we're adjusting the darkest parts of the image, we're gonna go over to the lift wheel. You'll learn the need-to-know stuff to make your ideas into videos that are fun to watch and grab your audience.
I'll go with the flip-flops.
That's a great kind of awkward beginning. I'll show you tricks and tips and hard lessons I've learned from over 12 years of professional video editing and YouTube production. We'll take a look at how YouTube videos are structured and what makes them work. There are different kinds of videos, but they're all presenting a story or presenting information in some way. And then we'll take these concepts and apply them to our projects. So now we have our basic edit with the picture-in-picture as well as the full screen reaction shots. We even got a little slow motion there.
600 feet.
This course is essential for anyone looking to start YouTube, or even if you just want to get more tactical in the way that you approach an edit. It's going to be lots of fun, and I know you'll learn a lot. The YouTube Editor's Master Training, available now at groundcontrol.film.
Motion VFX, an official trusted partner of Apple, is the leading creator of plugins for Final Cut Pro, DaVinci Resolve, and Apple Motion templates, and the provider of top quality tools for video editors, content creators, and motion designers. Find out more at motionvfx.com.
Hurry up, it's just a little bit further.
That's what you said 10 minutes ago.
Shut up.
I don't see why we don't just come out here with Uncle Randy. Or the police or something.
We are not telling Uncle Randy. Why are you so slow?
Why is your face so slow? Hey, stop! Wait up!
Whoa. Go check it out.
No, you go check it out.
Fine. Okay. I'll go check it out.
What was that? Dude! Jesse! Hey, are you okay? What happened? What did you see? This is a terrible idea.
This is a great idea.
What's Mom gonna say?
She's not gonna find out. Mikey.
This is such a bad idea.
No, it's not.
We're gonna get in so much trouble.
No, we're not.
Jess! We can't keep this thing here. And Mom? She's gonna be home any minute, and what is she gonna say?
I don't know.
And what about Dad?
I don't know.
What's your plan here? You're just gonna keep him as your little pet until you go off to college?
I don't know.
Yeah, I know. You never know.
Mikey, I don't know. You're expecting me to have a lot of answers here. I don't.
What about Dad? He's gonna flip. They're gonna send the government after us, and we're gonna have to go into witness protection, and they're gonna do all kinds of tests on him. Jess, are you listening?
Dude, it's like Baby Yoda.
Whoa. Mom.
Where do I put him? Where do I put him?
I don't know. You got him.
I'm putting him in your room.
Don't you dare put him in. We're gonna get in so much trouble. For the record, this is not my fault. Why did Robin for this? Swear to God.
You were not being helpful.
It wasn't helpful bringing an alien home either.
Couldn't just leave him there.
Yep.
Are you kidding me? The bathroom?
Yep, we're going in the bathroom. You take care of him. I'll go take care of Mom.
Wait, no. Don't put me in here with this thing.
Just be cool.
Be cool? You're locking me in the bathroom with an alien. Shh. You shh.
Just go.
Hello? You guys left your bikes on the steps again.
Where is he?
I had him and then you pushed me.
Why is your backpack in the middle of the floor? Your father sees all this. You know you guys need to take better care of your stuff. Oh,
This is the best way to learn DaVinci Resolve. I'm Casey Faris. I've been teaching video editing for over a decade now. I've led classes online, in person, in groups, at conventions, and one-on-one. I've worked with people all over the planet teaching them DaVinci Resolve. And years of experience have shown me this. It's all about the concepts behind the controls. So we're bringing you a new kind of video training that will let you pick up DaVinci Resolve and start creating with confidence. We start with the basics and explain the major concepts behind post-production, so you can have a full knowledge of not just what buttons to push, but why you would even push them. And it's all broken up into simple steps, thoughtfully organized, so that you can build your knowledge in the very best way possible. Not only do you get our best Resolve training course ever, but you get access to media and project files so you can follow along, and our exclusive training Discord so that you can ask questions and get help if you're stuck, because, you know, sometimes you get stuck. And for the first time ever, after the course, you can get ground control certified as proof that you know your stuff. No matter if you're just starting out with video or if you've been in the suite for years. At the end of this course, you'll have a deep understanding of the Resolve workflow so that you can create with confidence. This is the best way to learn Resolve, period. And we're gonna have a lot of fun while we do it. We know you'll love it. And if you don't, we'll give you your money back. So what are you waiting for? Introduction to Resolve 17. It's available now at groundcontrol.film.
Blackmagic Design is leading the creative video revolution in 2022. Dedicated to quality and stability, Blackmagic Design is willing to do whatever it takes to give creative editors and designers the very best quality tools. Find out more at blackmagicdesign.com.
If you want to learn how to color grade in Resolve, this is the very best place to start. Hey everybody, Casey Faris here. I'll be your host for this brand new training, Professional Color Grading in DaVinci Resolve. This is a massive course with over 8.5 hours of video training, all about the ins and outs of color grading. We start from the very basics, covering why we should color grade, specific color tools, and the various techniques for making beautiful images. From there, we build on each concept to give you the most complete and practical wisdom for color grading your projects. This is perfect for anyone who's used Resolve a bit but hasn't really explored the amazing things you can do in the color page. You can follow along with everything in this class using the free version of Resolve with no special hardware, but we'll also show examples of professional gear and how it's used. Whether you're on a laptop or in a pro studio, this training is perfect for anyone learning color. We cover pro techniques for adjusting exposure, correcting color casts, creating stylistic looks, matching shots, masks, tracking, refining images, and how all these techniques work together to help you create beautiful color grades. After that, we get into practical color grading sessions for 2 different projects. We'll walk you through the entire process from beginning to end, so not only do you learn how and why to make certain adjustments, but you get to try them out for yourself with the same footage. And as if all of that wasn't enough, this course comes with lifetime updates. That means if you buy this course once, we'll update it whenever a new version of Resolve comes out, and you get the new lessons absolutely free. We've built this course from scratch to be the very most effective way to learn color grading in Resolve. And if you don't think so too, we'll give you your money back. This is Professional Color Grading in DaVinci Resolve. It's a new video course available now at groundcontrol.film.
You have one unheard message. First unheard message.
Hello, hunters. This is your final message. I trust that you're all aware of the value this item holds. Now that you have accepted the terms of the agreement, you will be sent the final coordinates of the packages. That's right. There are actually 2 packages. I figure this will make things a bit more interesting, don't you think? And remember, 1 device, 1 winner. Good luck.
Listen to the message, did you? It said, 1 device, 1 win. You know, there's a funny little theory about the Mobius. It's a twist in the fabric of space where time becomes a loop, and unfortunately for you, you're just stuck on those times.
What are you talking about? A twist in...
Someone else go find it. No. Time's up. No.
So if you are watching right now, we're going to go right into giveaway number. Swap mics. I'm on right now. Great. Just a test to make sure you guys are all listening. Hello, welcome back. We're going to get right into our giveaway number 3. So this is going to be for a copy of the Audio Design Desk app at add.app. So check that out. This was actually the winner at NAB Show 2022. It was pretty phenomenal piece of software. If you don't have your tickets in the raffle jar over there, go ahead and do that now and type !giveaway 3 into chat if you're watching online. But we're going to be running this for just a couple minutes, and then we're going to jump right into giveaway 4. And pretty soon here, we're going to have the wonderful Patrick Stirling up here giving an incredible presentation on Fusion. So make sure you guys are entering that. In the meantime, how have you all been enjoying Resolvecon so far? Pretty good? Enjoying yourself? Awesome. I love to hear it. Thank you all so much for being here. Also, if you have any feedback on how we can make this better, besides the obvious technical stuff, we know. But I mean, as far as the presentations, as far as the experience here, we want to make this better every year, okay? Because we plan on doing this. We plan on doing more, you guys. And we need to know exactly how, and you guys are the first-hand experience on how to make this better. So please let us know. We want to hear your comments and all that. So yeah, let's go ahead and we'll roll that one. All right, so we're going to roll giveaway number 3. Last chance to get in, ! giveaway 3 in chat. And as soon as we're good on that, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and we'll go ahead and pull the winner here too. Why not? Davis here. Sorry, David. David, congratulations. You won a copy of the Audio Design Desk app. And so come and talk to me after the panel, all right? I'll get your information there. Cool. Okay, this next one is going to be giveaway 4. This is for a copy of, no, it is not. This is for the Cloud Store Mini. So, pretty awesome piece of technology here. If you've gotten your entry in store or in person here, go ahead and do that, and type !giveaway 4 into chat to be entered into that. And we'll roll this one after Patrick's done. We'll just get right into his presentation now. So give it up for Patrick Stirling.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I am Patrick. I am talking about Fusion, and that's very exciting because I think there are a lot of things to get excited about when it comes to DaVinci Resolve, like the raw accessibility of Resolve being free. That's pretty wild. I don't think there's anything more exciting when it comes to untapped potential than the Fusion page. I can understand it can be a little scary sometimes, a little intimidating, but I think it's absolutely worth it if you dive in. My channel is mostly about the Fusion page, and really I focus in on presets and templates that you can then use on the edit page if you are too scared of the Fusion page. So this is just like a few things. I have some like effects and titles, all different stuff, drag and drop onto the edit page. Because although it's not a thing I'm really talking about this session, almost anything you do inside the Fusion page, you can package it up, make it a drag and drop preset on the edit page. It's incredible. It's very, very cool. I'm going to jump ahead and we're going to see what we're going to talk about this session, and then I might give a little disclaimer. But we're going to look at some of this. Lots going on, lots of really cool stuff I am excited about. And that could take a very long time to talk about. Disclaimer is, I think for a lot of people, you might not have the best time if you actively try to follow along in real time. Some of you totally can. That's great, especially if you find something and you want to like pull it up, explore it. That's cool. But we also have a project file. If you have a blank Fusion composition on your timeline, you got this little guy, and if you just drag that into Fusion, pipe it into a media out, boom, you have this effect. It does look a little different. I have disabled some of the 3D stuff and some of the extra effects going on, but if you open this up, first, yes, that's a lot of nodes. But down here are all these grayed out nodes. If you want to go back, if you come to any of these nodes and toggle them all back on, and then come to this dissolve and say, hey, I want it to be the old way, bring it back to background, you will get exactly what I demoed with the full 3D screen, that movement as well. That's sort of like the polish on top. We are very interested in the things going on in each of these panes, and that's what I'm going to talk about. And really, I'm going to talk about systems, because it's not too awful when you dive into Fusion for the first time. You have an asset, you have a graphic, like you make a background and mask it, then you pipe it into a transform node, and hey, you can make keyframes, you can move it around. That's great. A lot of the power of Fusion comes from the systems inside and how they can build upon each other. And that's what we are doing through a lot of this. We have lots of random motion, we have looping motion, we have lots of systems talking to each other. So that's what we are going to talk about. Now, what I am going to do, I am going to go to a blank Fusion composition, but I am keeping this full version here as well. Even if you are trying to build this can be useful to have a fully built out version. If some of you just want to poke around the full version as we walk through, you might be able to learn a lot through that as well. But also, this is also here for me because I will almost certainly actively need to reference some things I had already done previously, and I'm trying to remember lots of different things. But we're also going to use this as a jumping off point. At the very beginning of our node tree, I have a background node. I will preview that on our first viewer here. I am also very thankful Casey went earlier and covered a lot of bare bones Fusion basics, because I'm not going to do that. So if I can just demonstrate that there is a lot of cool stuff in Fusion and it's worth investing a lot more time, that's great. So I have a background node, and then I have all these rectangle masks that are each of these shapes. And I am merging those together for a little bit of a reason, but also a side note. A lot of people know that mask data gets you this black image, white image. The white is where it will apply the mask. But you can actually just combine mask data with a merge node, which is cool and kind of niche, but very, very cool. So we have all these masks lined up on top of each other. They're into a background node. And then I use a brightness and contrast node to make them all very dim. So what I am going to do, since I've done this, is copy all of those and straight use that as a starting point here. So we have these, we have that. And the first thing I want to do is actually create that little green border we had behind each of these nodes. I know they are very dim. I'll pull this up a little bit. Yeah. I just want a little green border around all of those. And there are a few different ways we could do that, but we're going to start by using the system of instance nodes right away. Instance nodes, very cool. I like to think of them as selective copies. So I'm copying all my masks here, Control-C, and then I'm typing Control-Shift-V. And so we have copies of those nodes with this little green line connecting them. And if we click on any of the instance nodes, all of the parameters in the inspector have a little green line over them. So here I can see this first one is this shape, and the original node is the exact same shape. But I can go to the instance, and if I right-click on border width, I can go to D-instance, and I'm going to do the same thing on solid. And if I uncheck solid, oh, make sure I am previewing the right one, pull up border width, then, hey, now that's just an outline, but the original mask stays exactly the same. So I'll pull those two up separately. But the instance of, or the power of instance nodes is that if I change any of the other parameters, those are linked. So if I want to change the width of this shape, I am changing the width of the outline and the width of the background node. So very quick, I'm going to do that same process of the instance, walk through. So there are, of course, a wild amount of uses for instance nodes, but especially mostly for like keeping things dynamic if you aren't sure if things are exactly the way you want them to. Instead of like copying a node and just pasting it in 12 different places, and then if you need to update like one position or width, that can be not fun if you need to do the exact same thing in all those different nodes. But once I am through those, I will make sure they are all border widthified the same amount. And these I will actually not use merge nodes, but I will just connect the raw mask inputs together, which is how masks function more than not. You can pipe them right into each other, which is a little different from our making toast illustration. But now, and I tried to connect it to this brightness and contrast, but first I do need another background node. We will make a cool techie teal color. Pipe that, yeah, that in, wait, nice. That in, connect the two outputs to get a merge, and now, ooh, I didn't click some buttons. Uncheck that, uncheck that. We have all those same boxes with nice little outlines, and if I go back to any of those masks, change the other parameters, we're good to go. And now, we're gonna look at our first little window. We're going to talk about this window up here, which just has this little like wiry pattern swinging through. And we're going to touch on a really cool tip about snapping. Because especially if you're dealing with anything with like hard like right angle lines, or you want things to come back to a perfectly level point, if I made a just polygon node here and pulled up the border width and started like clicking around to make, ooh, not that width, to click around, you can hold shift, which will like keep that at only right angles or 45 degrees. That can be cool, but we can also do something else that's pretty nifty. I have a plain white background, and if this is on viewer 1, and if I scale out, you can see the main resolution we're working with here. On like background nodes and text and some other stuff, you have this main image control, which will default to your timeline resolution. But you can uncheck that, and I can bring this all the way down to 16 pixels by 9 pixels. And just to save a step, I'm actually going to like double that up to what? 32 by 18. And then, hey, once more, 64 to 36, right? Cool. And now, if I preview that on the same window, I can zoom all the way in. And because that's correct, right? 64 by 32, cool. This is a 16 by 9 image. And one of the powerful systems in Resolve is that you can toggle on this like actual like pixel grid control, but the default coordinate system in Fusion is going to be 0, 0 in the bottom left-hand corner and 1, 1 in the upper right-hand corner. And because you can preview things in 2 viewers and interact with things on one viewer that exist in a second viewer, we're going to see some pretty cool stuff pretty soon. I'm going to make just another white, or kind of tealy solid. I will connect an ellipse mask on that. So we have this nothing right here, but this is where the viewer, I am viewing this actual layer here. But if I zoom in on this panel, I can right click and get some very interesting options. The first one being options, show pixel grid. We got down to 64 by 32, and now each of these squares is 1 pixel. Very cool. And then we right click and come to controls, snap to pixel. And now if we select our polygon, which remember exists over here, but we can also click on this first viewer to add points. So what I am doing, I'm going to very quickly, oh, we have this point already, that's cool. I'm going to very quickly click around, drag this down, and we'll see what we're doing. Like click, 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 click. Great, that looks awesome. But if I zoom in, after I deselect that, if I zoom in, yes. Now if I click on any of these points, they will perfectly snap to that grid. So you can make like perfectly geometric shapes. Ooh, this is interesting that it's added some easing. I can come up to linear, eliminate that. So if you want things to be perfectly straight, snap into perfect lines, you can toggle on a pixel grid. This is really great, especially if you want like very specific angles. You can do the straight, okay, this is like this many pixels over this many pixels. And you see I am giving these points that sort of exist, here we are, on this very small pixel grid, but because of that relative viewer, we also have this line over here on our like full resolution window. You can bring that down. It looks like we might have some funky easing stuff still going on here. We do. Click that out. You can always change this if you want like sharp edges. Bring that all the way down, and that's really cool. And then what we are going to do is animate this line to wipe across our screen. And the main control that if you know a little bit you might think you go with is this length, because yeah, you can write that off and ride it all the way on. Little pro tip as well, if you go down to 0, you will still have this little nub where it just starts, and that is because of this like rounded little like, I don't know, in After Effects it's the butt cap, I don't know what it's supposed to be here. Rounded, but if you square that out, it goes away and only starts when it rounds up. So you could have this right on, but length by default will not let you write that off, so we are going to use position. I'm just gonna start at frame 0, make sure we're good, set a keyframe on position and change this to -1. It's completely gone. Come forward a little bit, set that to 1. It doesn't look like anything happened, but between those keyframes, this wrote on and then wrote off. And if I pull down length, then that will even be a little thinner, depending on how much you want. Make a transform node after that and pipe that into my main little panel window we have here. And I want this just in this upper right-hand corner. So on one hand, I can scale this down, shift it up into the corner, but then we have a lot of that extra spillover. But remember, we have these individual mask windows. You will have to zoom out a whole bunch if you go back to full res. And this is the window we want this to exist in. So this is building that main background shape and also that outline shape, but I can take the output of that and mask this merge node way over here, and it will be perfectly trimmed inside that window. And again, this will remain dynamic. If I change the height of that, it will only reveal what's inside. It's using the exact same information. And that's pretty cool. So let's keep going. We're going to look at something building on the systems inside this mask, looking at the same length position here. This is very interesting because, hey, this is just I'll draw this here, and I'm going to align, hold shift to be a straight line right up. If I pull up border width, we have this little line, which, hey, looks kind of like these little lines. And we have this length parameter, I will also, grab this background that we used for those outlines, copy that. I'm going to use instance nodes here, because if I connect this, and at any point I want to change my overall color scheme, if all of the background nodes driving your color scheme are instance nodes, you change one, you change them all. So that will be this line. And we have this real nifty length slider that goes from 0 to 1. And this is great because this is effectively a percentage slider. Just instead of 0% to 100%, it's 0 to 1, which is very easy to make 0 to 100. So we are going to use this as this sort of like, not progress bar, but I don't know, fill up bar, whatever word I cannot remember, because I haven't taken a breath in a while. Cool. So what I'm going to do here is a right click and go to modify with, we have all these pretty wild things. We're going to perturb. Perturb is very fun. You also have shake. I like perturb better. But if I come into modifiers, which is up now, if I play through this, and I will actually get rid of that as well. If I play through this, now that length, you see here it's shaking, and at points it does go above 1, which won't be visible here. So I want to set this value, which is its starting perturb position, to 0.5, halfway up, and the strength will also be 0.5. So this is going to wiggle from 0.5 and then 0.5 above, 0.5 below, which is A, and that will just do some wobbly stuff. That looks great, and then we can get into some more stuff with expressions. Expressions are entirely their own world, but they can be very fun. So to demonstrate / use in another second, I'm going to create a text plus node. And hey, we'll go ahead and connect these. And I will type something in here. Nope. I'm going to right click and go to expression. And here, I'm going to go back to that polygon and click this little pin to pin this, so that when we also click text, where I've added an expression, click this little pick whip, scroll down, and go right to that length data. And then now, as that wiggles, it will pull that value in. Very cool. And if we want this to instead be from 0 to 1, 0 to 100, all we have to do is times by 100. Nope, I'm not going to. I was going to try to do it without referencing it, but that is hubris. I am coming back up to this pretty messy doc earlier that is looking at the same thing, and I'm going to pull in this expression, just math.ceiling, and then that right length times 100. We already have this part. Sorry, let me zoom in. We already have this part, right? We're already linked to that in our expression. And if we math times ceiling, and then put that next expression inside it, all that will do is round to the nearest number. That's great. And then, hey, 2 periods just means and also add. And then we are doing in parentheses a percentage thing. What's that called? That. The sign. Nice. Yes, that. So we have other stuff in there. So I will just copy that math ceiling. Now we got a dynamically updating a percentage sign as this wiggles back and forth. Now a few times in here, I am using perturb to just drive animation, but that is also just because I just needed something and I didn't care what it was. You could, if you wanted to talk about it going up to a very specific like point, just keyframe it to that point and the number will update. One thing I didn't note that will be important now is that in this perturb modifier, we have this little random seed, which is what is driving the specific random motion here. And that's cool, because if we talk about, in my original, I had a few different copies of these. And even, yeah, I will come down here and like slide that, make it look a little bit better. If I copy this entire thing, I'm not pasting an instance node, I'm just pasting a straight copy. And if I merge that together, those will be over themselves, so you can always keep it up. This is its own complete separate thing, but since I just copied the entire thing, pasted it, these will move in the exact same random order, but that is driven by that random seed. If I go into this copy of the perturb modifier, all I need to do is click reseed. That will be its different number, and you'll have 2 random things. And next to that, which I will demonstrate almost as quickly, by copying another instance of that color. And you could selectively instance these text nodes together, and so if you change just a font on one, it changes all of them on that. You can connect a lot of stuff in this way, and it's pretty exciting. But you can also just do this ellipse mask, which I will do here, mask over, which will look bad, but uncheck solid, pull up that. This length functions kind of similarly, where if you have an open mask, it will go from where it starts to where it ends. But if it completes itself like a circle, it will have a set start point, and you can set on, and then this position will sort of rotate the entire mask around itself. So we can add an expression on this length, parent it right to that other length, and then as this main bar wiggles, this circle will wiggle the same amount, but in a visually pretty different and distinct way. And as dynamic as you make a mask, you could do a just straight squiggly line, and it would still go around that. The only other extra bit I added on polish of this is right-clicking on position, and I went to expression here. So this one point of this circle is going to be staying in the same spot, and then it's wiggling the other points around. If I want both of them to move, I can pull in time, which will look at the main frame count of the entire comp, and that'll be a little slow when talking about something like this. So I can times that by just 4, and now that circle will be slowly 100. Oh. Maybe. As that position rotates around, this should also. Maybe 4. Maybe it's too small. So I'm driving this by time in a way that I did at one point, which I can reference here if I actually want to look at it. Time. Oh, maybe angle, not position. Don't do position. Do angle, because apparently that doesn't do what I want it to. But angle does. So now, as this rotates around, the circle is rotating, and it's also getting randomly extended as well. We're getting a little choppy here. I might grab some. We'll see what we can do there. Cool. That's a lot already, right? That's a lot. Let's see what we can leverage by jumping to the shapes system, another system. Shapes relatively recent. That was 17 shapes came in maybe. I didn't touch it for a long time, but it's very cool because we are going to jump to this guy over here. This is a little more visually obvious, some of it, if you know what's going on, because here we also used our little cloud box fast noise. Pulled it up on viewer 1. Hey, we have smoke, and if I want to get rid of that, we want the smoke to be more detailed and smaller and more contrasty. Yeah. And maybe we want to uncheck this lock and pull up the Y scale so that when I zoom out, maybe, pull down the Y scale so it stretches in a really cool way. And we're going to save that because, spoiler alert, we're going to use this as mask data. What? But first, I'm going to create an S rectangle tool and then immediately an S render tool. Because the shape system is a system, I cannot go to this S rectangle node and just preview it on a second viewer. This is really dynamic, really flexible, and preserves a lot of data inside the system. So in other places in Fusion, if you push something off of the side of your view area and you add a later transform node, you can't pull that back in because that first node pushed it away and it's gone. With some sometimes that doesn't happen when you use it in a certain way. But inside the shape system, it's real dynamic. We have this S render, and a lot of times when you have your first structure in here, just like jiggle something on here, and boom, we've got a square. I can bring this square, I want it to be very small, 0.2, 0.2 on the width. Over here, I am making myself try to remember to zoom in for people. We have a square, and then out of the square, we can add an S. All the nodes inside the shape system start with S. That helps. S, duplicate, and we'll create what? Like 5 copies, maybe. Change their X offset, so hey, some stuff is going on. I'm going to duplicate and paste that, except instead of an X offset, we want a Y down offset. And then if we bring back in that S transform node, we can control this entire block of once. And I just want these in frame, and then I'll scale down this whole system. We effectively want just like a wall of big blocky blocks. And then we're going to do something real cool. So one reason I was really excited to give that main project file is that you can learn a whole lot by like breaking down big effects like that. And I'm going to show off something I first learned from one of the included free templates like that everyone has loaded on their system right now inside Fusion. And that is after this S render, I'm going to create a plane transform node. I'm changing these edges to wrap, and if I make sure that is previewed, when I scale this down, it wraps those edges, and we went from a few big old blocks to very quickly a giant field of pixels. So I can, I'm just going to straight, you know what, I will create another transform after that, just for fun. I'm going to pipe that back into my main timeline. So we have these pixels over everything. Wow, this looks interesting, and not what I want to do. I'm going to add a transform node after these like data things we did. Sorry, we're getting this up. Because, hey, we want to do the same thing we did earlier. I'm going to shrink this down. This won't like naturally move out of the box, but hey, this is just where I want to position it. And then if we bring back in this pixel field, it will be over the entire image. I definitely do not want that. But we could, in that transform, maybe scale that back down, get it in that corner, and then just like we did before, there we are, zoom in. I need to find that box in our master rectangle here, so I can just click around that one. And you know what? Instead of dragging that line all the way around, I am just going to paste a clean instance node over here. I'm not going to de-instance anything, just instead of line stretching the entire way across our comp, even though this green line will still be there. I can just pull that in as the mask, boom, comped, and then this little magical fast noise guy, I'm going to actually slot this in. I wonder if this will let me. But I'm going to grab the output of this, actually mask the fast noise first, and then use the fast noise as a mask, bringing that pixel field in. And now we have this pixel field that if we go back to the fast noise, pull up the seethe rate, then as we scan through that, it'll just sort of be all funky. And even better, if we wanted to, there are a few ways we could colorize this, but back in the S rectangle, because of how this is built up, is actually that same core color data. I could always expression these specific things, or I could get close enough. Very cool. Shapes, back to fast noise. We're going to stick with shapes for a little bit because they're very cool. And we're going to touch on this very interesting thing happening here. It's like wibbly, it's wobbly, it's like dynamic, but it's what is going on. It's shapes. So I'm going to make an S ellipse tool and an S render tool. Check that out. And yes, I will uncheck solid. I will pull up border width, and I'm pulling length all the way down to 0, which gives us that little nub, which this time we actually want. because now it's a nub or just like a little circle. And if we pull up border width, that little circle will get larger. And I am, just like I created S duplicate to make that field, this time I'm going to bring in S duplicate, pull the copies up to what, like 10. And if I change this rotation, because this is origin relative, and like the origin of this S ellipse is still in the center, but the dot is off center. So when I pull up this rotation, it spins them around a whole lot if you grab it too fast. So I have 10. Let's do something manageable like 5. And so these spin around, but we can go back to our good friend expressions. This rotation, I want this rotation to perfectly space however many copies we tell it to. This doesn't like show off in the animation, but it's pretty cool. So I will take, I'm going to, type in 360, because degrees and math, and I'm just going to do that, divided by, grab the pick whip, copies. And now if I change this copies to go back to 10, there will be 10 perfectly spaced, or I already did 5, 7 perfectly spaced, however many we want. And I can always go back to ellipse, bring down this border width even more if I really want to pack those. That's cool. I think that's cool. And because they are based off this ellipse, I think, yeah, I can pull this angle to rotate them around. And if you'll remember in our example, that outer ring sort of drove a lot of animation. So you can go to our good friend, perturb. I will leave that as is. Check out this render, and maybe, is this perturbing? It is, it's perturbing a little slow. As this, oh, it's because our strength is 1. We want something beefy like 360. So now this will go all over the place. On this example, I might need to even like pull down my wobble a little bit as this swings around, and this maybe speed. So this, I want this to not be so wild, not be so hectic, but more just like, oh, I feel like going this way, and then I feel like going this way. Very, very cool. And now, that is our main effect. And we are out of the shapes system here as well, but I want a trails node, which by default, if we preview that, this is sort of just like keeping a trail of whatever movement happens in your scene. So when we start playing, it will kick in, and we see it like, oh, it like keeps the trail of where it used to be, so very soon it becomes a circle. But, we can pull down scale, and instead of around, it like zooms in and creates this really cool thing. And then you pull down gain, and by some combination of pulling down gain, pulling down scale, you can get this little line of these going inwards, depending on how much you want to be visible. Yeah. And these trails have a time offset built in naturally, so when the outside system rotates around, the inside ones rotate a little later, depending on how fast they are rotating. Does pre-roll change that? A little? Fun. So then we've got cool stuff. The only other things I added in my original effect were a neat little glow, which glows around each of them. And to be cool, I unchecked my X glow from my Y glow and pulled in X, pulled up Y, so it has sort of this like up and down, right? That's pretty cool. And then, yeah, no, you click some buttons, it colorizes it. And now as this rotates around, it's like, it's clean, it's technical, but there's a little bit of organicness in the movement, both from the copies in the trails and the wobble in itself. Very cool. And then, hey, hit it with a transform to shrink the entire thing down, connect it all back up, and then boom, that's in its way. If I wanted to and wasn't moving on to like the coolest thing I have to show you, then I would go back and grab the mask. But you know how that looks in a box. Let's talk about something pretty wild. Like we haven't touched on wild stuff so far. Cool. Talking about this little box here. I will drive into my finished product, and I should just be able to grab, okay, yeah, with how this is merging together, I can't super grab just this box, but you see what's happening, right? We have this outside box, and then inside the box, we have this little box with lines connecting the little box to the big box. The outside box stays pinned to those lines, but as the little inside box move around, the lines are dynamically stretching to wherever that wobbles. Okay. The box is wobbling because of perturb modifier. That's nothing special. What is special is what we're about to do. And it's cool. It's cool. I saw this in a few different ways, and like different people have expounded on it. There's a great video by a small channel, Dabbler Gaming. He does this specifically. He uses the same system to make like speech bubbles, where like the little like pointer stays perfectly pinned to the corner. That's great, but it uses the same system. And let me demonstrate this system. First, I'm gonna just like straight up create this in a vacuum. So let's say this is our big box. Oh yeah, we're gonna make this ugly. This is our big box. This is our little box. Merge those together. Sorry if I am very small. Boom. Little box inside a big box. And then all I'm going to do is make a green background with one polygon. I'm going to loosely go from this big box corner to this little box corner. Merge those all together. I will have to pull up the border width just a hair, preview that. Okay. This is like the effect for kindergartners, but it's gonna work because we are all kindergartners in Fusion. Okay. And then just to get started on this rectangle 3, I am grabbing center. And this is interesting. We've only used perturb so far on like single value things, right? Scale, it's all 1, it's whatever. If you add perturb on the center parameter, it takes both the x and y into account, and the modifier itself actually changes. Now we have x scale over here and y scale. I want both of these to be something pretty small, 0.1. Ooh, the mouse is very zoomy. So now that just like wiggles loosely within the confines of the big box. Check this out. Okay, I have big box here. And remember, we have this main like real pixel value resolution here. But if I were to like pull any points from this shape naturally, it would be on that 0 to 1 scale. But if I come up to these 3 dots up here and go to region, show DOD. DOD stands for something very impressive, I'm sure. But that gives me this little outline box. And this outline box gives us values here in each corner. Now this is very clean because this is a rectangle. If this was a circle, it would still draw a rectangle box around it. It's just marking the furthest most right pixel value, and then the furthest most down, and then the furthest most, oh, it was left before, and now it's right. So these are x, y coordinates, right? And because we're using a rectangle, they're very clean. This is the actual x, y coordinate of this point. This is the actual x, y coordinate of this point. If I wanted this point, I would grab this x and this y. But these are notably not in the 0 to 1 system. These are the actual pixel values. But this is information, and this is information we can pull in with expressions. So the last thing we need to do to sort of set this up is go to this polygon node we have here. I am clicking off of my pen tool and to this like selection tool. I'm selecting those 2 points, coming over here, check down publish points. When I click that over here in my inspector, now I have point values for those 2 points. And if I wanted, I don't want to this time, I could right click on both of those and modify with perturb, and our line would just be random all over itself, but like dynamically stretching between those 2 points, because that's what a line does. On this instance, I want expression. And I am pulling up text because we're going to type some stuff out. OK. Check this out. I am pulling in reference because I'm scared again. This is pretty wild. I will explain this better, but this is what we're typing out. Cool. This is a big ol', no, I'm going to explain before I show because this is intimidating. In an expression, because we are controlling two different values in a point, you might see here it says point, and then this first number, the second number. So if I were to type in here, point, parentheses, 1, 1, close parentheses, it would set both of those to 1. Cool? So if I were to leave this second one correct, in this expression window, I am going to big box, which is background 4, and I'm not changing that right now. I could go into background 4, make sure I don't spell anything wrong. I'm typing period. Also, something I would have loved to have pointed out earlier, when you manually pick whip, pick whipping is helpful, but you can always type it in straight. And then sort of the system for pointing to a specific node is typing the name of the node, period, like the parameter name. So at any time you could type in like transform1, period, angle, and then that would, to get that like DOD value, I'm typing in period, output, period, data window, and then brackets, 1, brackets. And if I zoom out and click away and preview that again, this goes out in the middle of nowhere. Because, not spoiler alert at all, I'm pulling in that same expression I just wrote, pulling back up a new version of text, scale up, and if I, text is a really fun way to preview expressions because it will just give you the output. So if I type expression and I type in that same background output data window 1, that gives me that 902 number. And I can use that number however I want to. But remember, the big thing we need to do is convert that back into our 0 to 1 system. But to get this 902, hey, we have our actual full x value. We know if it is completely to the right side of the screen, the x value is 1920. So this 902 will go from 0 to 1920. We want it to go from 0 to 1. So all we have to do is come back to this text. We have this number that gives us 902. I'm dividing that by the same background dot width, which, hey, is 1920. And then that gives us something because I spelled something wrong. What?
Background 4.
Oh, yep, thank you. Background 4. That gives us this number, which, I mean, spoiler alert, I'm not going to rig up something to demonstrate it. Hey, you notice how this point is almost halfway across our screen? It is 46.9% across our screen, because that in the system from 0 to 1 is 0.496. So I take all of that, come back to our ugly kindergartner effect, and I can type in here from scratch, point, parentheses, I am pasting all of what I just did, comma, 1, just as a placeholder, close parentheses, and now, did I break it? Oh, no, I didn't break it. It didn't stick to the line, but you know what it did? It went to the exact x coordinate of that line, because we're dealing with point data. So the x, if I go back to this big rectangle mask and increase the width, that line goes to the exact x position of the width, and all I need to do is pin the y position. So I can go back into this polygon, scale in. I'm grabbing everything from background 4 through the end of that data window, I am copying, and also I don't think I said it explicitly. This data window in brackets 1 is these series of numbers. If I want this number, brackets 1, brackets 2, brackets 3, brackets 4. And that can solve all of our problems. So I am copying, getting rid of that 1, pasting in for now a straight copy of that, except I want this, remember, in that, from where I set it up, the right top point. So the top y point would be brackets 4. So I will change this to brackets 4, and then the background 4. And then I'm opening Notepad and pasting this because I am concerned. What did I do? Oh, yes, I am still correct. But previously, where we divided that by width to get the x value, this time we need to divide by height. Oh, divide by that specific height. Really, any default node that is in your timeline resolution, you could pull in for this specific height or width value. You just need that 19 by 20. If that's your resolution, it's all over your timeline. Background, oh man, typing is. Background 4 dot height. Now, I copy all of that, paste it back, see if I broke it. I did. Open up a clean copy of Notepad. I'm guessing it's capital H, unless I did something else wrong. Expressions, this is my life now. Hey! So, if I go back to this big circle, if I change the height or the width, that moves around. But that is not really the tricky thing, because the inner circle is the one moving around. But now, we're in a pretty good spot, because we can copy this entire thing. And if we add an expression on this second point, we can paste that in there. And because this, the bracketed 1 and 4 points are just saying top left, then we still want that top left data, just not for that specific node. Instead of background 4, we want background 5. So all I need to do, again, this height and width, this is an example. I'm not going to touch the divided by height and width, but I'm going to go to this background 4 and 5 data window, change that 4 to a 5. If I actually labeled things, you could change more things, change the 4 to a 5. If I zoom out,
you missed one. There's another background 4 there, I think.
Oh, that was for dividing by the width. I hope so. We'll find out. And then now, if I play, we shall see the little green square wiggling around, perfectly dynamically tied to big square. And then you just do it a few more times. Or, yeah, so from here you are dealing with x and y data, right? So on the big square, if I wanted this corner, I would grab, this exact point, which would be like data window 3 and 4 for width and height. That's its own thing. But the important thing is that you can pull in these specific pixel values, divide them timeline, and get a perfect, relative but precise position data inside the system. There are so many different ways you could do this. If you wanted something perfectly stuck to the middle bottom of your shape, if I wanted a little accent line or something coming out of this system, then I could take this x position, this position 1, furthest left, furthest right. Hey, add them together, divided by 2, you have the perfect center. Divide by width, and then tie the height data to this lower height. And wherever I would move this square, you'd have a little something stuck right there. Very, very flexible. And if you stick it all together, it looks bad. But if you spend more than an hour on it, you can get it looking pretty good. And then, you just toss it in 3D. Ooh, that the pixel grid thing I showed off? I pretty much did that again, except went a lot finer. That does not do that on the Fusion page. So I created pretty much a pixel grid over the entire effect, so it looks like a screen. and then I threw that on a 3D plane, and then I threw a duplicate of that onto a 3D plane, shifted it like a few. That, like I said, is all this grayed out stuff if you want more information on that. But that would probably be its own talk. So systems are pretty cool. Fusion's pretty cool. And I talked about a lot. But I feel pretty good. Hopefully that's exciting. The only thing I skipped over was this little guy down here. If we played through that, this is using the exact same principle as these over here. I am driving a random value both in scale and opacity for these circles, and then that same value is driving its X position. So as it gets larger, it also gets more visible, goes further to the right. All of those are masked into their specific windows. If at any time I go back to a main mask, I can like pull in this width or whatever, and it will all stay dynamic. I can't straight drag this because right now it would drag the, it drags the mask, but not what's inside the mask. You could always set that up that way. But I feel pretty good about that. It's intense, but it's fun. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Thanks for the headache, Patrick.
Good job, man.
Thanks.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay.
I had water here. I was like, I'll drink water sometime.
I care about you. Okay, great. So we have a giveaway we need to do for giveaway 4 for a, I believe. Well, we started one before Patrick's, and we're finishing up that one. We will be starting giveaway 5. Yes, we need to give away a Resolve Studio key. Who's the big winner? This real scientific way where I go like this. And they win. See? Number 5181836. 5181836. Who won it? I'm going to give it away to the first person I see. Okay. 5181836. Going 5, 4, 3. You must be present to win. 2, 1. Sucks for them. All right. 5181763. That's you? Hey, congratulations, man. Very cool. Hey. We will get you. This is why it's easy when it's in-house. You know what I mean? We will. And we are going to get giveaway 5 going. There you go. Congratulations, man. Thanks for coming. All right, so now we're going to get going on giveaway 5, which is for a Godox Genius mic. So exclamation point giveaway 5 in chat, and make sure you have your raffle prize in here. We're going to start the Q&A with Patrick Stirling. Right now, we'll give away this guy at the end of our Q&A session. Who's got a question for Patrick? You covered a lot there. I know you're all catching your breath. Good job. It's like running next to a marathon runner. You're a maniac. Question right here. Go ahead and stand up.
Hey, do you have a tutorial series on expressions? I think something like that would be really, really beneficial.
I have a video on expressions that even then is pretty basic. It's the way I more broadly think of expressions is like I less understand expressions as a whole than it's like I know what a handful of expressions do, and then you learn a new expression. It's like, oh, it's just like a tool in your tool belt sort of deal. There are some like really amazing like community resources, like several different blogs have just like main reference things. Some like interesting like tools that people are building to like function like natively that have like some small stuff, like some different stuff out there. I've mostly talked about expressions when I need to, than like expressions as a thing, as its own subject. Yeah.
All right. We have one question from our live stream here. If you need to change something in an instanced node, do you have to change it in the original, or does it matter which one you choose?
Yes. Well, okay. No. If you have an original node.
Wait, what?
Yeah. I understand the question. If you have an original node and an instance node, and you have de-instanced some nodes, but say you want to change one of these shared parameters, like we had those two rectangles. If I wanted to move the position of both rectangles, it doesn't matter whether I change that position in the original or the instance. They're linked, either one.
Okay. So what you're saying is it depends.
Sure.
Okay. You had a question?
Yeah. Just
go ahead, stand up.
Yeah. So say I connect x to y with the modifier, and then I put, or excuse me, with the expression, and then I put the modifier on y. Is that modifier going to be doing anything to x at all, or is it solely modifying y?
Yeah, it might depend a little on your order of like operations, but say you've got an x transform, right, and you've got like x offset, y offset. If I added an right, and you've got like x offset, y offset. If I added an expression to just make x, y, right, I'm just pointing to that specific one. If I then went into y and added a modifier, it would send the same value to both x and y.
Any other questions for Patrick? Yes, right here. Go ahead, stand up.
Yeah, the question is, can you have external values, like parameter values that can pull the system time off the computer, or an external file?
Some things, I think, could be wrong. I am not as confident on that. But I believe like in a moment you can pull, I believe time and maybe like all the way through date and stuff is more like a project file. Like you can pull in your frame rate from the edit page timeline. Like there are different things you can't pull, or you can pull, like external values as far as like specific, like if you have a spreadsheet you want to point to or something, that would probably, you'd have to like, I would assume, dive pretty heavily into like custom scripting. They're just like, hey, look here, grab this. And scripting is a whole different thing.
Thank you. All right, one more question from our live stream. Can you use DoD to center text?
Yeah. If, say, I wanted inside this red square to be, yes, but maybe not necessarily, depending on how you build your nodes. Say you had this red square and you wanted text perfectly centered inside of it, and then you wanted that entire thing perturbing around the place. You could add a perturb to the position of the rectangle, and then use that DoD information to find, divided by the exact center, and drive that to the position of the text file. Or you could just have your rectangle merge text over it, and after that, add a transform node that has your wiggle, and it will wiggle both.
Yes, obviously. All right. Any other questions for Patrick in-house? I have one more here online, but I want to give you guys first dibs. Yes. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Any advice on optimizing 3D node systems for performance?
No hot tips. Depending on your 3D scene, I would.
Hot takes?
Did I say hot tips? No hot takes. Depending on your 3D scene, like texture value or texture quality might be a big consideration. I would say nothing. I've dabbled with 3D stuff, and even then, like, I haven't touched real 3D stuff where you're working with like active scenes in 3D. But I believe with your 3D is also its own system, by the way, but you can preview nodes before you get to the renderer 3D. But I believe like with your main renderer 3D, you should be able to like bring that down to like almost proxy level. But even then, it's still like processing all the real 3D. I don't, there are selective systems for like if you have a lot going on. You can right-click cache to disk, which is like, hey, process this entire thing beforehand, and then effectively like substitute this for this cache. It's like selective. It's almost like render in place, maybe. That's probably wrong in some technical way. But if you have a really complex scene and one entire tree of your node tree isn't changing, but like you don't need to process that every time, you can like take that node tree and effectively like cap it right there and say like, okay, replace this with cached information. Which could probably be helpful in 3D situations.
Okay. What are your thoughts on instances that use expressions versus instances that use scripting?
I don't know if I super understand. Most.
I don't either. That's why I'm asking.
Instances that use. If they mean something specific in scripting, that might just be something I just don't know. But like some people, when talking about it casually, like might use the two interchangeably. So I'm not super sure how to help.
All right.
I have no thoughts about that.
That's fine. That's good. Okay, guys, give it up for Patrick Stirling. That was incredible. You are a wealth of knowledge, friend. Thank you so much for sharing that with us here at Resolvecon. All right, let's give away that Godox Genius mic here, since we've had some time. This is exciting. Again, very scientific. This is happening.
Puget system really helps us understand.
We'll be back here at 3:58. Is that right, Sam? Yeah, 3:58. So take a quick break. We'll come back then. Thank you, guys.
specification of the system, especially the benchmark. We know exactly how to push the system, and we know exactly where we could push it. What happens is when a computer goes down or when there's any other technical issue, which is bound to happen on set, Puget system really helps us understand the specification of the system, especially the benchmark. We know exactly how to push the system, and we know exactly where we could push it. What happens is when a computer goes down or when there's any other technical issue, which is bound to happen on set, it can cause some downtime, and it means that maybe we have to compromise on shots. And since we're using such stable systems now from Puget that are really well optimized for virtual production, it's something that we don't have to worry about as much.
All right, everyone, come in, find a seat. We're gonna get this going here. First, I wanna say, hey, come on in, find a seat, guys. Come on in. Want to quickly, I got one thing I got one announcement, and then I got one thank you for our sponsor. We'll just get the sponsor thing out of the way first. Thank you again to Blackmagic Design for sponsoring Resolvecon 1. Super awesome. Also for giving us so much stuff to give away to you guys, helping supply the raffles for today and tomorrow. Pretty awesome. And then also helping get our presenters from all over the world to here, which is amazing. So cool. Thank you very much, Blackmagic Design, and check them out, blackmagic.com. So second, I've been instructed by our stream and tech team in the back there, Mr. Photo, Joseph, and Aaron, to announce to you guys that we believe we may be tapping out the bandwidth of the hotel out of this room alone. And it is possibly affecting the quality of the live stream. So if you're watching, basically that, stop it. If you have Dropbox synced up, if you're watching the stream, if you are downloading the actual Earth or uploading your Earth to the internet, please stop doing that and wait until after the convention, and then browse to your heart's content, dear friends. Anyway, that's it. We'll see if that helps our online experience increase anymore. With that, I want to introduce to the stage very own Jason Yadlovski. Come on up.
Hey. What's going on, everybody? It's great to be here at Resolvecon 2022 here. Casey, thanks for asking me to come back this year. I'm just excited to be able to be here and just share this stage up here with all the other awesome creators here. Today's been awesome. I mean, I've learned a ton. Hopefully you guys have too. So today I'm going to be talking about audio a little bit. Actually, I just looked at a poll that I had put on my channel this morning, and I asked people like, do you get into Fairlight to work with your audio? And I think it was like 60% of the people said, I get in there, but I got a lot to learn. And then I had another like 25% that were like, nah, I just edit my audio in the edit page. I don't even go into Fairlight. And the rest were just scattered amongst the other options there. So, but we're gonna get in there and I'm gonna go through the Fairlight page and kind of show you just around the interface what all the different parts and pieces are, so you can understand kind of where we can do things, how we can work with our audio in Fairlight. I'll give you tips and tricks along the way, and then I've got an example that we're going to work through to just see how we can take audio that I recorded out of my 5D Mark IV with no microphone, just straight into the microphone that's built in, which is junky, it's terrible. So how we can take that and then use a few of the tools in Fairlight to make it sound the best we can, right? It may not be perfect, but how can we just make it better than it is if you just record it right out of here? So that's kind of where we're going to go with all the Fairlight stuff. And then just a quick background about me. If you don't know me, you haven't seen my stuff. Got into Resolve by watching Casey's videos and learned there was a free version. And I was like, okay, I'm going from iMovie to something. Do I want to pay for it? And I was like, wait, there's a free version? I'm in. So I got in there, started looking around, and when I saw Fairlight, started poking around in there, and I'm like, wow, I got a lot of good audio tools in here. And a lot of it looked familiar to me because I've got experience mixing service. You had to learn how to get the mics ready for speakers, for vocalists. You had to learn how to get instruments, all into a big mixing board. You had to learn how to set good gain levels for everybody coming in, because if you don't have good audio signals, right, if our audio is garbage to start with, we can't make it great, right? We want to start with the best we can, and then how do we start to add things to it or take things away to kind of sculpt it and make it sound good for the room that we're in? Things like using some EQ, maybe adding in some dynamics, maybe working with effects. And how do we start to do all that? So a lot of my audio background came in just learning that stuff. How do I do all that stuff on a big 32-channel mixing board? And how do I get it right? Because if we're working with audio and you mess up, everybody knows it, and they're usually going to tell you too. But if you do a good job, then nobody says anything. Everything goes on smoothly, and you're able to have a good whatever it is, conference here, service, whatever it might be. So that's kind of like my background, and when I saw what Fairlight had to offer, I said, hey, I can just take kind of what I learned for all this stuff over here and bring it over into Resolve, and we can use the same tools and work with the same things to kind of make our audio sound better for any kind of audio that we have, right? And we're going to be taking a look at an example of just dialogue today, but I mean, you can edit any kind of audio here in Fairlight. So when it comes to audio, like I think the panelists were talking about earlier today, super important to have good audio, right? Because if we all jump on a video and it doesn't sound good, we're probably just going to go to the next video because we know it'll probably sound fine and it's just nicer to listen to, right? So I've got a few examples here just to kind of illustrate the point of good video and bad audio, bad video and good audio, and then what it looks like when we put them together. So here's some examples of just me, and this first one is some bad audio and a video that looks all right. Let's see if we can make this a little bigger here. So here's the first example, and let me know if you'd want to sit and listen to a video that sounds like this. All right. What's that? Oh, there you go. That'll do it. Thank you. All right, here we go. Let's try it again.
What's happening, everybody? Welcome to Resolvecon 2022 here. Casey, huge thank you for having me out here. Let's get into some Fairlight. Would you guys watch a video that sounded like this when you're trying to learn something, or even just watch something for fun? What do you think about this? Is the audio good enough that you would keep on watching? All right, now we'll go put on the real microphones and all these kinds of things. Okay.
All right, so a couple of things. I don't know, maybe we can turn it up in here. I don't know, see if I can turn it a little louder. But some things we notice about that. One, it sounds like junk, right? I had a big fan going on in the background, blowing air right into the microphone. I had the microphone far away from me, so it was picking up extra ambient noise. And then it was peaking, right? It was all distorted. It sounded like junk. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm not going to sit there and listen to a video or watch a video that sounds like that, whether it's just something I'm watching for fun or whether I'm trying to learn something. So this next example is a video that doesn't look as great, but it's going to sound better. So for me, I think I would be more likely to watch a video that sounds like this.
So welcome to Resolvecon 2022. Now here is our second example. The video quality on this one might not be up to par with the previous example that we took a look at, but the audio is going to be much better. So which video are you more likely to watch, whether it's to learn something in Resolve or something just for fun?
Right, and it's kind of like everybody mentioned earlier, people are more likely to forgive, a video that's like, it doesn't look so great, but sounds good, right? We can all hear it, understand it, it's clear. And ideally, we want to bring them both together so we can have good audio
and
good
ideally,
video.
we're going to take the best of both worlds. We're going to take our good audio and our good video, put them together, and then we're going to have a video that looks good, sounds good, and that our audience is going to want to watch.
What's happening, everybody? Welcome to...
And back to the bad stuff, right? So it was actually kind of hard to make that bad audio. It took me a couple tries to get it bad enough, So you can see the difference there. I think that just helps to show, like, we can watch a video that doesn't look great, but at least we can understand it and hear it good, and it's not killing our ears. So we're going to jump into Fairlight now. If you're following along or you have the practice files, I'm going to jump into the timeline that says edit file, and this is the one that we're going to work with. So the first thing I want to do is actually, we're going to jump into Fairlight. So musical notes down at the bottom of the screen. And we're going to run over the whole interface here, and I'm just going to kind of point some things out and give little tips and tricks and maybe how I use things along the way, just to kind of give you an overview of everything that we've got going on here. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm actually going to reset the UI layout by going to Workspace, and then, where's this guy? Oh, whoa. Oh, I only got to hit it once. All right. Right there, reset UI layout. I'm a Mac guy. This whole PC thing is just, it's weird. It's weird. All right. So if you guys did that too, you should at least be seeing the same thing on the screen if you're in the practice file. So we're just going to run across the top here. So media pool, obviously, most of us are familiar with that. It's where all your media lives. The effects, when you open this up, you've got two different things in here. You've got your audio transitions and you've got your audio effects. Now, you're not going to see any of your video effects here because we're just focused on working with the audio stuff and not working with any of the video effects or video transitions. So just audio stuff is what we're going to see here. And with all of our effects here, we can add them onto either our clips or our track right from the effects library here. And it's easy to do. It's just drag and drop. You can just click, hold, drag. If we want to apply it to just one particular clip, we would drag it and drop it just on one particular clip. And it'll bring up the effect window that you can adjust. But if I wanted to apply it to the entire track, actually I'm just going to undo that. If I wanted to apply it to the whole track, I could just click, drag it, and drop it on this area over here. And then it's going to apply it to the entire track, which it'll also put it over in our mixer over here. And we're going to talk more about the mixer in a little bit. So two different ways that you can add effects with just the effects library there if you want to. Moving to the next part here, the index. The index is kind of cool because it gives you kind of an overview of all your tracks, right? We can see all the names here of our tracks. You can turn your tracks on and off. So if I click the little eyeball on the video track, it turns that off. If, say, I want to look at just one particular audio track, I can click on the eyeball and turn off anything I don't want to see. Maybe I just want to be able to focus on one particular track that I'm working with. You can turn things on and off, which is kind of cool. You can rename your tracks. You can do it in multiple spots, but one of the spots is right here. So if you just click on the name, we can name it whatever we want. So you could do it in other places too, but it's handy to be able to do it right there. We can also we also have these track controls here. So we can lock our track, which is going to allow us to not make any changes to it. It's going to lock the track. We can arm our track to record right here. We can solo the track, which means play just this one track that's soloed. You can have multiple tracks soloed. So you can play, say you want to play, I don't know, one dialogue track, two effects tracks, but no music. You can just solo the tracks you want to hear, and it will only play those particular tracks. You can also mute a track. So if you have some scratch audio maybe that you use to line up your good audio or something, you can just mute that entire track and it won't affect anything else, and that way you don't hear it. It'll also tell you the format of your track. So are you set up with a mono track? Is it a stereo track, which is 2.0? Is it 5.1? Is it surround sound? What kind of format is your track in? So it gives you a lot of good info. And one of the other cool things that I kind of wish they had in the edit tab that I don't think they do is that you can just move tracks around right here in the edit index. So instead of having to come over here and right click and say move track up, move track down with this guy right here, you come over here, you can just click on your track, drag it, boom, and drop it. Now my music track is all the way at the top. So if you have a whole bunch of effects or you need to organize stuff a little bit, you can just come in the index and just grab your tracks, move them all around, and put them wherever you want. And I don't think you could do it with video. Well, exactly. I don't think you could do it with video, right? I'm like, why not, right? It would be so much easier than move one level at a time. So maybe they'll add that someday. But it's nice to be able to just drag and drop things, move them around. You can also do that with buses. So you can click on your bus and I can bring that to the top. Now in my tracks, it's not gonna put the bus right here, but in my mixer, it's gonna put the bus right in the beginning over here. So it'll be my first track instead of my vocal 1 being the first track that I see here. So it's just handy to be able to kind of move things around and reorganize a little bit. Because like we talked about with file structure, organization is important here with audio too. So a lot of cool stuff you can do in the mixer. You can also check out your markers if you have any, and if you have multiple video clips, it would show you here in the edit index tab right there. The sound library, you can download, I think it's a free library right from Blackmagic, and really just have one central place to have like effects and sound effects and things that you just want to drag and drop easily right into Resolve. So that's handy. I'm sure you can even create your own sound library if you got your own, you know, effects, noises, music, whatever. You could probably create your own sound library. I haven't done that, but I'm sure you could do that. The ADR tool, so if you do a lot of voiceover work, the ADR tool comes in real handy because it can give you like cues on when to come in. It can put the words on the screen for you. So if you have something scripted out, you know when to come in and then exactly what you want to say, and it will, you know, highlight it over the length of time that you say. But you can like build out a whole thing for voiceover stuff if you wanted to. So that's a cool tool that you can use if you need it. The mixer is where we're going to do a lot of work in Fairlight here. There's a lot of tools that we're going to be using over here. So we're going to talk a little bit more about that, what each one of these little things are and how to kind of work with them in a few minutes here. The meters at the top here, we have kind of like a high level view of the levels or the meters of all of our tracks. So you can, you know, play through your video and just kind of get a good high level view of where our levels are kind of falling for different tracks. So you'll be able to see maybe, you know, are you peaking on any tracks? Does anything look really low? And you know, you've got your levels over here. You can kind of just get a glance of what's going on with all of your audio. And same thing for your buses here. You can see the levels there, your control room and your loudness levels over here. Just kind of like an easy way to see what's going on with all of your audio. And then over here, it's kind of cool. We've got a little viewer, which is handy. And it pops out, which is kind of cool if you hit the little icon in the bottom there. And we don't get a lot of options to like work with or move like, you know, windows around in Resolve. So the fact that we can pop this one out and move it around and resize it if you want, I mean, kind of handy, kind of neat. So, and to pop it back in, you can just hit the little icon in the top right corner there. Moving down, we got our time code here, and fun little tip, if you right click on it, you can change like the format of the time code if you need to see it in a different way for some reason. So I just leave it at the default, but the option's there to change it if you need to. You can change timelines. So if you click on this little drop down here, you can flip between your different timelines right here in Fairlight. You don't have to jump back to edit, then jump back to Fairlight. You can just change your timelines right here. Then you've got your transport controls, your forward, reverse, your play, stop, record, the loop button, which is going to allow you to loop the playback. It doesn't take a clip and like loop it through your timeline where you want something to play over and over again. It's just going to loop playback, which I'll show you how that works in a minute. Then we've got automation controls, which we're not going to talk about today, but those can come in handy. And then you can just mute it right here, like somebody pointed out. I forgot to unmute it back in the edit tab. But you can mute it, you can drop your volume down. And if you hit the dim button, I think it drops it to like, I don't know, 60% volume or something. So you can hit that and just drop it back real quick if you need to do that. Then moving down to our tracks. So here we're going to start to see some of the same info that we saw in our index. We've got our track name, and you can edit it here too by clicking in the track name there, and it's going to highlight. You can name it whatever you want. Again, it's going to tell us, are we on a mono track? Are we on a stereo track? And our same buttons down here, we've got our lock, our arm to record, our solo button, our mute button. So it's nice just to have options to be able to, you know, use these tools, these three buttons, for example, in a couple different places. You can also use them in the mixer. And then over here, we've got a little 0.0. If you click and hold, you can drag back and forth, and that's one way that you can adjust your levels here in Fairlight. And this actually corresponds to our faders, which are over here. So if I grab this fader and I move it up and down, you can see that number over there is going to change. So they're essentially changing the same thing. You're adjusting your fader. So you can adjust your levels that way when you start working with your audio. Although for me, that's not the way I prefer to do it initially. I'll show you how I typically like to start adjusting my levels and stuff. And then I save adjusting the faders kind of at the end to help kind of blend everything together a little bit more. So then moving over, obviously you got your timeline here. On our clip, what we see right here, we can see our waveforms. We have what they call the gain line right here. So this is another way that we can adjust the levels for our clip by raising and lowering this. And levels, if that sounds confusing, think of it as like adjusting the volume, right? We're making it louder or quieter. And we would watch our meters to see where we want our levels or the loudness of our audio to fall. So we'll get into that a little bit more when we get into our example. Up here you got your timeline view options, and I think Casey had touched on this maybe first thing this morning, where you can show your video track, which actually I turned it off in the edit index, but if I had it turned on there, you would see it pop up. You can look at your waveforms in different ways. You can turn that gain line on and off. I like to leave it on because that's one of the main ways that I like to start adjusting my levels a little bit. Navigation options, it's just different points on where your playhead's going to jump to or snap to, where fades are, the beginnings, jump to markers, or jump to transients, which are different changes in the music that we can tell Resolve to pick out for us. You can change the way the timeline scrolls. It's kind of just how do you like to see it? Do you want it that playhead to stay still? Do you want it to scroll back and forth? Just different ways to look at it. Then down here you've got the scroller, which is kind of cool too. If we click on that, it's going to bring up different options of things to see at the bottom of the screen here. So you can show your video track, and we can add up to 2 different audio tracks. So you would turn those on, and then you've got the ability to just come here and then select whatever audio track you want. Maybe you want to see, I don't know, your music track against some other track, but like they're too far apart, in your timeline. So you can use this as a way to just get them kind of next to each other to see, what's going on and do your audio work. So those are kind of handy. Although honestly, I don't use them too much, but it's nice to have them. And then there's some preset zoom options there that'll set different things for you that you can check out. Then we've got some more tools here. You got your little arrow tool. Use that all the time to select things, deselect. You've got your range selection tool here. So if you click on this guy, it's cool because you can just come in here, grab a little range, and actually I'm going to make that a little bit smaller, I think. And it'll set in points and out points for you. And that's handy because you can do that. And then if we come up here and we select our loop button, and then we use the keyboard shortcut Option or Alt and /, it'll just loop the playback of whatever's in between the in and out points. So if I hit it here, it'll just play, and then it'll just keep looping over and over again, which comes in handy. And the reason we want it to loop is because a lot of times if we're working with something like EQ, I kind of want to hear the same part, over and over while I'm playing with the EQ, so that way I don't have to start the video, let it play, it'll stop, move the playhead back, and just kind of keep doing that. It's more work than you need to do. Then these 2 guys, I don't use them that much. Then you got your snapping tool, your link tool. You can set markers and flags if you want. You've got your transients right here. So transients are cool. If you turn that on, you notice nothing happens, right? We don't see anything on our audio clip. But if I come over here in my audio track, we've got this little icon right there. You got to turn that on, and then it's going to put the transients in. And transients you can kind of think of like where changes happen, where the beat is. It's going to mark out a whole lot of different things. And there's different ways you can isolate maybe parts you want to hear if you use a little EQ on a clip and then run the transients. Maybe you want to find a kick drum or something like that. There's ways that you can do that. But it just kind of gives you reference points that are based on the waveforms versus maybe trying to use your ear just to kind of hear where different things might be happening in your audio or in your music track or whatever it might be. So I'm just going to turn those guys off. And then we have obviously our controls here to zoom vertically and zoom horizontally. There's some keyboard shortcuts I'll talk about in a minute that we can use instead of using these guys, but that's one way that you can kind of navigate around. I did forget up here, the metadata panel. If you want to know some info about your clips, you can hit the metadata, look on that, and get that info if you need it. And then you got the inspector as well. So if you have a clip selected, it's basically the same inspector in the audio tab here that you would see in the edit tab. You're going to have the same options here. You got your little EQ, the pitch, the pan, volume. And one thing to know is that the volume here, when I move this up and down, corresponds to the gain line that's over here on my clip. So kind of like we got, the fader down here corresponds to this number over here. The gain line here corresponds to our volume in the inspector. And you can kind of edit them in either spot, whatever you like to do. So closing down the inspector. So just taking a look at the mixer here, this is where we've got a lot of stuff going on and where you're going to get a lot of the tools that you want to use to work with your audio. So just running through a column here. So a column is everything that's applied to one particular channel. So in our timeline, we see everything horizontally. In the mixer, we see everything vertically. So just taking a look at like our first Vocal 1 channel here, we can see the names down here. You can double click here. You can rename it here if you want, which is handy, right? Lots of places to do things. Same record, solo, and mute buttons over here that we can use. And just running right from the top. We're just going to go from the top down. So input. Input is going to show up as something different than no input. If you have a microphone attached, maybe you want to do some voiceover work or something, you could come here. This is one way that you can patch in your microphone. You can go to input. It'll bring up this window. And if you had anything that you could patch in, you could patch from your microphone to whatever track that you want. And you could do that there. You could also go Fairlight and go patch input output and patch things there. But if you had a microphone attached, you would see it here. It would say whatever your input is. You can also adjust buses or patch buses, and then you've got path settings. So if you're working with a voiceover, you're trying to record into Resolve, and let's say maybe you have no adjustments on your microphone to boost the volume up, the levels are a little low, it's a little quiet coming in. Your computer settings are turned all the way up, you still can't hear it too good. You can come into the path settings here, and when you've got a microphone patched in, you can adjust your record levels. So you can come in here and just boost your gain a little bit for your microphone that's coming in. So you've got a good enough signal coming in to work with. And you've also got the trim and direct output, which will help boost and change your signals a little bit too. But if you're having trouble and you're doing a voiceover and it's just too quiet, you can't adjust anything on your microphone, your computer settings, or you can't adjust anything or whatever, this would be a good place to come in and say, hey, I want to boost up my gain a little bit so I've got more signal coming into Resolve for my voiceover. But if you already have audio in here, you don't even have to worry about input. But it's good to know what it does. Next, you've got order. So order is what order is my audio going to be processed, right? So we've got my clip, right? So what's going to happen to my clip next, right? Well, first, typically we're going to set our levels, so we've got good levels for our audio clip, right? But then what's it going to go to next? And if we look at order here, it says effects, dynamics, and then EQ. So by default, our clip that we have is going to go into any effects that we apply. Then it's going to go into any dynamics that we apply. Then EQ will be applied to it very last at the end. So it's what signal path is your audio taking, essentially. And I like to change this down to EQ, then dynamics, and then effects. And it's going to change the way your audio sounds. So say you had the same settings in all three of those categories. If you change the order of them, it's going to change the way that it sounds. But I like to do EQ, dynamics, and effects because I like to take my clip, then I bring it to the EQ, and I pull out things that don't sound good, right? That sound harsh, that I just don't like, right? I'm going to use the EQ to do that, to clean it up, pull out things that sound bad. Then I'm going to go to dynamics, and I'm going to work with the dynamic range of my audio a little bit, right? We're going to deal with the loud parts and the quiet parts. And then once I've got my audio sounding good, then I'm going to bring that to the effects and apply any effects that I might want to put on there. Because I know my audio is good, it's clean, volume's good, every dynamics are good, and then I'm going to apply effects. So that's just kind of the way that I like to do it. I don't know that there's a right or wrong way. I think it depends on what you're trying to do, the sound you want. But I like to go EQ, dynamics, and effects. And then the next section here we have is effects. So with your effects, this is where you're going to be able to add in any kind of effects onto a particular track. So when you add an effect here, it's going on the entire track. So everything that's in the track, all your audio, is going to have that effect applied to it. So in this case, we dropped the chorus effect on there. So everything in this track would have the chorus effect on it. If we didn't want that, we could either move clips to a different track, or we could just apply the chorus to particular clips, not to the entire track. And then with effects, you can add them in by just clicking on the plus, and then you would go to whichever one you want, distortion, and then boom, you can add it in. And then once the effect is in there, you can, you've got a couple options. The little red button, when you hover over it, turns it on and off. The little drop down all the way on the right is going to allow you to delete it, disable it, which is the same thing as turning it off, right? Or you could swap it out, right? Maybe you want to swap out this effect for a different effect. I want to change it to the dialogue processor, changes it to that. And then if you want to know, say, you put it on your track and you're working, and then you're like, I think I want to make some changes to the effect. How do I get that effect window back open? Well, when you come over to the effects there, the little slider looking things in the middle here, you click on that, and that's going to bring the whole effect window back up for you so you can get in there and tweak things and changes. So I'm just going to jump in here and delete this guy. We're going to delete this guy because we don't want that now. So that is the effects. Now next we got effects in, and that means the effects insert. So if I have, say, 5 effects on this channel, this insert will light up, which means my effects are being inserted into the channel and they're being applied to my audio. So let's say maybe I'm working on my audio and I want to know what it sounds like without the effects. Well, you can go through and you can turn them off one by one, or you can just come and click this button once and it shuts them all off. They're not getting inserted into the channel anymore. So it's a handy tool to have to just be able to shut them all off at once instead of having to go through one at a time and click them off. Dynamics here is the next one, and new in version 18 here is that you can just click it once and it turns it off. Click it twice, it turns it back on, which is kind of handy because you used to have to open it up, come up here, turn it on, turn it off. Right, so this is our dynamics panel. You've got your compressor in here. You can use gates and expanders. You've got a limiter. We're going to talk more about that when we run through the example that we're going to take a look at. But this is where you can work with dynamics. You've got your EQ next, and same with the EQ. You can just single click on it. It's going to turn it off for you. Single click, it'll turn it back on. Double click, it'll open it back up. And this is the whole EQ here. We're going to cover this a little bit more in our example, and hopefully we can help clean up the audio a little bit that we have. But that's the mixer, or the EQ. Next, you've got bus sends, so you can send channels of audio to other buses. It depends on how you want to route things. I mean, the more complicated you get with audio, the more you might have a reason to kind of group things in different ways. I know some people are confused by buses, but really just think of a bus as like a group of channels, right, that we can do things with it, right? And we'll talk more about that in a second. You can pan your audio left, right, front, back, depending on how you have your channel set up. Your bus outputs, are you going, to your main outputs? You could click and drag your mixer bigger there, like I did with the little arrows there. We can, for example, if we wanted to send, say, our vocal channels to a vocal bus, right? I can come here, and right now they're going to bus 1. So by default, bus 1 is like your main audio coming out of DaVinci Resolve. So everything's going to go to bus 1. Well, let's say I wanted to, I had some effects I wanted to apply to my vocal channels. I didn't want to go to every single vocal channel, put the same effect on there. I wanted to just do it once. Well, we can have all of our vocal channels go to one bus and then just do everything once on the bus. So to do that, you could, I could just X these guys out, get rid of them. Click on the plus here, and I could go vocal bus, vocal bus. So now when I play my audio, it's going to come to this vocal bus right here. And we can see the meter moving. But we don't hear anything coming out of Resolve, right? So why not? Well, it's because our bus, our vocal bus vocal, isn't going anywhere, right? Right now it's just sitting there, it's not doing anything. So we have to tell Resolve, hey, send that vocal bus, my group of my vocal channels, send that guy to the main output because I want to get it out of Resolve. I want to hear my audio. So you can click on the plus here and send that to bus 1. And now when we play through, we should be able to hear it.
Thanks, I wouldn't use it if I didn't have to, but let's...
So now we've got our audio coming out of Resolve. So buses are nothing more than just a way to group stuff. Now there's another way that you can group channels right here in the mixer, and that's using group. So if I, for example, put my 2 vocal channels in group number 1, and I make my mixer a little bit bigger here, we have group number 1 right here. So now these are like what they call a VCA, right? And it's kind of like a remote control for my 2 vocal channels. So you might be thinking, well, how's that any different than a bus? They're both groups of channels. I don't get it. Well, if we look in the column above the bus, for example, we've got a lot of options and things we can change and things we can do with our bus, right? We can add effects, we can add dynamics, EQ, we can send it somewhere else if we wanted to. We've got things we can do with it. Well, if we use a group from this group down here on the bottom, and group 1, there's nothing up there, right? We can't do anything with that. But what the group number 1 is going to do here is if, for example, I say my faders were set like this, and that was good levels for these 2 particular tracks. Well, let's say I wanted to make them as a whole louder or quieter. Well, I could come in and move each one individually, but then what if I mess up the relationship between them a little bit, right? I could change, the balance or the mix that I had. Well, with a group like we have all the way here on the right, I can click on this, and if I drag this fader, it's going to proportionately raise or lower those two faders. So it looks like one's moving more than the other, but it's because at the bottom of the scale, you know, it gets close, it gets tighter as we go down our level scale here. So just a different way of grouping things. Depends what you wanted to do. You know, if you had a lot of effects, or you're using third-party effects, you know, on tracks, like there's some, you know, background noise reduction effects that I have. If I have it on like 3 or 4 different audio tracks on my computer, sometimes it gets a little sluggish, right? So I could use a bus, put the noise reduction on there once instead of 3 times, and then just send all my audio tracks to that one bus. So I only have one instance of the effect, but all the tracks are going through it, just to kind of like lighten the load on your computer a little bit. So different ways you can do things. And then you've got your faders down here. I'm just going to double click these guys to reset them. But you've got a way to adjust your levels or your volume, again, of all of your audio. So, so that's kind of like everything in a nutshell, and kind of the parts and pieces, and some cool little things you could do with different parts of it. So now let's get into the example here. So I'm going to come in, select my clip, and I'm going to come to my inspector, and I'm going to reset this. So we're going to start working with this. Oh, actually, a couple timeline tips. So before we get into the example, with just getting around and doing things with your clips right here in Fairlight. So the first one was zoom, right? So we have these tools right here to zoom around, but you can also just use, again, the middle mouse wheel, right? Middle mouse wheel. If you hold shift and middle mouse wheel, it's going to scroll vertically. If you hold control and the middle mouse wheel, it's going to zoom horizontally. And if you hold Alt, sorry, I'm a Mac guy. Some of these keys are a little weird here. If you hold Alt, that lets me zoom in more. Control slides back and forth. All right, here we go. Control slides back and forth along the timeline. Alt zooms in and out horizontally. So you can do that, navigate around like that a little bit quicker than coming up here and sliding these guys and trying to get exact every time. So that's one way you can help navigate around a little bit easier. Rename the tracks. We talked about that. You can double click and rename your tracks. Try and stay organized with stuff so you know where things are. I know sometimes with sound effects, things get a little, you know, jumbled up. I know I just kind of throw stuff on tracks sometimes, but try and stay organized if you can. You can cut clips right here using the keyboard shortcuts. Was it Command or Control B? Sorry, Control B on a PC. You can make cuts here in your audio if you want to do that. You don't have to jump back to edit to do that. We can move tracks around easily. Say I want to move this to my Vocal 2 track. Just use your little arrow key or arrow pointer. You could drag and drop it down. But let's say maybe you're in the middle of the timeline somewhere and you don't want to move it left and right. You just want to bring it straight down. You can highlight it and you can use the Alt key and your arrow keys, and it'll drop it straight down, right? And move your audio up and down. So that's handy. I use that a lot when I'm just trying to organize stuff on tracks. We can copy the clip really easily. Say you've got a sound effect, maybe a transition whoosh or something that you want to copy around. You can use Alt and then just click on a clip and drag it, and you can copy clips all over the place if you want. So that's handy to know. We can fade clips in and out, just like in the Edit tab with the little handles right here. Drag it in, fade it, and then you can also, you know, change the way in which it fades in if you want. Adjusting levels, we kind of talked about that a little bit. You've got, you know, the gain line here. You've got your inspector over here with the volume. You can use the faders if you want, or this number over here. It just kind of depends on, you know, what you want to do, what you prefer. Another cool thing that I think Casey touched on this morning is that if you zoom way in here in Fairlight, you can get all the way down to like the sample level of audio. We've got to zoom in here. And you can keep zooming in, zooming in, zooming in until you see the waveform, and then you see the points. So if you had like a click or a pop or some kind of noise that you weren't sure how else to get rid of, you could come in, find that spot, grab the couple points, and then just drag them down to kind of reduce that loud click or pop or whatever it might be. You're probably not going to want to do it for a ton of problem areas, but it can work if you have, you know, just 1 or 2 spots or something like that. So zooming way in, you can get those options. And then looping the audio we already talked about. So, all right, so let's get into our example here. Reset the volume of this guy again, which it is. Good. All right, so I'm going to play through this clip, and then we're going to listen to it. I'm going to pop out my viewer here so we can actually see it. And we're going to listen to it and make some observations so we can decide what do we need to do with this audio? How do we want to start working with this audio? So let's go ahead and play through here.
So now maybe you have a more budget-oriented microphone. You know, we can't all afford these.
So first thing we notice is really quiet, right?
Audio sound awesome, right? What if you're using a budget microphone?
My volume's
or
up
maybe
there.
You're just recording straight into your camera with the built-in microphone on your camera, like I'm doing right here on my Canon 5D Mark IV.
Oh,
now this microphone
lost
is
our
not
window
good.
there. Where'd it go?
I wouldn't use it if I didn't have to, but let's say I had to.
All right, so good enough because we can't hear it anyway. So the first thing we need to do is start working with our levels, right? We need to bring it up to a volume that we can hear it, right? Because right now it's not doing nothing, right? So I'm going to close our viewer. So to start, what I want to do is I'm going to play through my clip a little bit, and I'm going to look at my meter down here and just kind of see where my level's at. Let's get a baseline here and see where we're at. So if I play through, let me watch over here.
Now this microphone is not good.
So it's hovering around maybe minus 25 dB right there. So where we want to be with our dialogue audio and where I try to get it is around that minus 10, minus 8 dB, somewhere in that range, give or take a little bit. That's where I want my meter going up to. So to do that, I'm going to adjust the levels or the volume by just coming here to my gain line. I'm going to boost it up. So I'm going to come up to, I got to be around, like, say, let's try minus 15.5. So now if I play through, let's see where we fall on our meter.
Microphone. I couldn't afford a different one. We're going to take this audio, bring it into Fairlight, and we're going to see what
so
we
that's
can do
kind of more in the
to
range where I want it to be.
For our audience and for the people who
right,
are
it's coming up
watching.
in the red a little bit. We don't have to get too worried about the red just yet. The red doesn't mean we're peaking. It means be careful because you're getting close to peaking, right? And we're going to deal with that a little bit more with dynamics. But it looks like it's kind of in the range that I want it to be. I think it'll be good enough for a good place to start. So leave it there, and we're at 15.5. Let's just go, let's see if we can go to 16. One other tip, notice when I'm doing this, it's kind of jumping the numbers pretty fast, right? So if you hold the shift key, then it lets you go a whole lot slower, like a little more incremental, kind of by the point, whatever. So that's handy. Hold the shift key while you're doing the gain line there, and then you can be a little more precise. All right, so I'm going to leave it there. So now let's play through it a little bit and listen again and see if what else we notice that we might want to try and clean up or fix.
You have a more budget-oriented microphone. You know, we can't all afford these big fancy microphones to make our audio sound awesome, right?
Can you guys hear it okay out there? It sounds quiet to me. Can we turn that up? Is there a way to turn that up? All right, well, I'll just tell you what I hear in there. I'll play through it again once he turns it up a little. So it's going to sound a little hollow, right? It's going to sound a little tinny, kind of like I'm in a tin can. There's a little bit of background noise, but not too much. Most of it, it's just going to kind of sound like hollow, right? It's not going to sound full. It's not going to sound like there's body or like thickness and body to the voice, right? So
fancy microphones to make our audio sound awesome, right? What if you're using a budget microphone or maybe...
Actually, it doesn't sound too bad on these, but... Oh. All right, you just work the volume over there for me, all right? All right, so what I would do is... a lot of times when you're editing audio, it's good to have on headphones because then you can kind of hear the differences a lot better. A lot of times the differences or the changes that we're going to make are going to be pretty subtle, but at the end as a whole, it'll make a good difference when you hear like a before and after. So the first thing that I would do is try and remove some of the tin can sound. And it actually didn't sound too bad in here, but let's see what we could do with it. So to do that, I'm going to use a little bit of the EQ. So I'm going to double click my EQ. I'm going to open that up, and I'm just going to kind of give you some general tips in here on how to use the EQ. I don't have enough time to go over all the knobs and buttons and everything, but when you're working with dialogue, a couple tips that you can do right off the bat before you even start listening to anything is you can apply a high-pass filter, right? So if I come here and I just turn on band 1, that applies a high-pass filter. And what a high-pass filter is, it says wherever my point is, so at 70 hertz in this case, everything that's below that, get rid of it. I don't want to hear it. Anything that's above that, let it pass through so I can hear it. And the reason we want to apply a high-pass filter is because with dialogue, a lot of the low-end stuff is going to be more like bass, right? And it's just going to make the voice kind of sound muddy and just not as clear as it could be. So we don't need that in speaking dialogue. So you want some low-end, but we don't want the bass stuff, right? We're not a bass guitar or whatever, so we don't need all that. So typically what I'll do is I'll come here and I'll dial this guy up to 100, 120. Kind of depends on your particular clip. But if you go somewhere in that range, that should be a good place to start. And then you can always just, play your clip and bring it up, and you'll hear it. It'll start to sound like too thin. It'll sound, it won't sound good. And then you'll be like, oh, let me bring it back a little. But if you go around 100 or 120, somewhere in there, that's usually a pretty good place to start. And then when it comes to dialogue 2, I like to turn on band 6, and this is going to be a low pass filter. So it does just the opposite of what the high pass does. So if I bring it down just a little bit, say like to 16 something, it's just going to get rid of any of those real high pitched frequencies that in dialogue and in speaking, when I'm talking in a video, I don't need it, right? It's just going to, it has the potential to just, make my audio not sound as good. So I'm going to just turn that on, get rid of a little bit of the highs, and that'll help if you have anything going on up there. Now, if you're working with like singers and vocals, maybe you want a little bit of that high end to add a little like sparkle and a little presence to the voice, when somebody's singing or something. But for speaking, generally I'm gonna just apply a little bit of a low pass filter there. So now everything in between here, in between these two, is everything that's going through. So the next thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look for things that don't sound good. So how do we do that? Well, we're gonna start with one of our points here. I'm gonna pick point number 4 here, and you can just click on it and drag it around, and we can boost or reduce anything, right, wherever we put this point. And if you use your middle mouse wheel, you can actually change the shape of our little bell curve here, which is pretty handy. So what I like to do is make it kind of narrow, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna play through our clip, we're gonna bring this guy up, and I'm just gonna sweep it back and forth like this until I hear something that doesn't sound good. And you're gonna know it, like it's gonna sound weird in your speakers, or it's gonna sound extra muffled or extra sharp, where it's kind of hurting your ears a little bit, especially if you have headphones on. And we're gonna find wherever that is, and then we're gonna stop, and then that's where we're gonna make a cut, right? Because when you're working with like dialogue and audio a lot of times, with the EQ, we want to cut stuff before we boost it, right? We want to pull out things that are bad before we try and like push in things to make it sound better, right? And another tip, like with the EQ here, is, in my experience, pretty much any microphone, whether it's on a camera, whether it's people with a handheld microphone, there's always going to be some kind of issues, in my experience, in this 800 to like 3K range. In there, you're going to find things that kind of sound harsh, in my experience. So that's where I'm going to start to look with this point number 4. I'm just going to sweep back here. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to select a little range where we can listen to. Make sure my loop button is on. And now I'm going to use that Alt//, and we're just going to sweep back and forth with this point number 4 and see if we hear anything that doesn't sound good.
Microphone on your camera, like I'm doing right here on my Canon 5D Mark IV. Now this microphone is not good. It stinks. I wouldn't use it if I didn't have to, but so let's say I had to. Microphone on your camera.
Killing the speaker there. So we know that sounds bad, and it sounds extra worse because we're boosting that up, right? So we know that's a point we want to get rid of. So you can just click on your point and drag it down, but so that we can go straight down, I like to come down here and use the gain knob and just bring it straight down. So I'm going to play it, and then I'll just drag it down.
Microphone on your camera, like I'm doing right here on my Canon 5D Mark IV. Now this microphone.
So there, so we cut out that frequency, and it's not going to be sounding as harsh as it would if we left it in there. So we're going to do the same thing with our other points too. Now, you don't always need to use all these points. It depends on your microphone, depends on your recording. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Some microphones need more than others. I know with the microphone that's just built in here, and all the time I was playing with it, I used most of these guys because it just didn't sound good, and it helped remove some of that tin can kind of sound. So I'm just going to loop it, and I'm going to do the same thing with point number 3 here, a little bit below where I did point number 4. So I'll just narrow this guy out.
Microphone on your camera, like I'm doing right here on my Canon 5D Mark IV. Now this microphone is not good. It stinks. I wouldn't use it if I didn't have to, but let's say I had to.
So maybe like right there. And I'll just drop that down. And you might be thinking, well, how much do I drop it down? You just got to kind of listen to it and see what sounds okay, right? Maybe you want to go down 5 dB, and maybe that's not enough. Maybe you want to go down, like I did here, 10. You don't want to go too far because then it's going to distort it too much or pull out too much. So it's kind of a balance. You got to listen to it, and it just takes time of like developing your ear and going through audio and listening to it, EQing it, and just seeing what sounds good. Sounds good to you, because ultimately we can look at the meters and all this kind of stuff, but we want it to sound good too. So you got to just use your ears and make sure it sounds good to you. So now I'm gonna take my band 5 and 2 here. So here's my number 2, here's my number 5. And we're going to do the same thing with those, but we notice if we try to boost those up, they look different, right? So I'm going to make it the same bell curve. So if I come to my band 5 here, you just click this little drop down and click on my little bell curve here. So now I've got the same thing. So I'm gonna make them a little narrow. Gonna bring that guy up, and I'll just change the band number 2 here so we can do the same thing. So I'm just gonna play through and adjust these two. And the reason I keep working with these is because I want to remove more of the tin can sound. And maybe it doesn't sound too tin canny on these speakers, but if you throw on some headphones, it totally sounds like a tin can. So let's just play through, and we'll find 2 more spots that don't sound good with these guys.
Camera like I'm doing right here on my Canon 5D Mark IV. Now this microphone is not good. It stinks. I wouldn't use it if I didn't have to, but let's say I had to. Microphone on your camera like I'm doing right here on my Canon 5D Mark IV. Now this microphone is not good. It stinks. I wouldn't use it if I didn't have to, but let's say I had to. Microphone on your camera like I'm doing right here on my Canon 5D Mark IV. Now this microphone is not good. It stinks. I wouldn't use it if I didn't have to, but...
Right, so maybe I want to do something like that, right? Looks a little weird, but I mean, it was also a crappy microphone, right? And maybe that's going to start to help it sound better. So let's just hear a little before and after. I don't see if we can hear a difference on these speakers here.
Microphone on your camera like I'm doing right here on my Canon 5D Mark IV. Now this microphone is not good. It stinks. I wouldn't use it if I didn't have to, but let's say I had to. Microphone on your camera like I'm doing right here on my Canon 5D.
So it pulled out some of the highs. It's kind of sounding, it actually sounds a little bit more full on these speakers. But it's just going to help pull out some of those frequencies that we don't like. All right, so we're going to skip past the rest of this. This is good. And if you don't even know where to start with EQ, there are some presets that they put in 18 here that you can just click on one and try it. It might work, it might not. Maybe it'll just put some points on there and you can at least grab them and start moving them around in the frequency ranges that they put them in. Because you're gonna, if you don't know where to go with frequencies, like it's a little confusing. But if you just visually do it like we just did here, move it around and listen, that's a great place to start too. So I'm gonna close that. I think we're sounding all right there. So next I would go with some dynamics. So I'm gonna open this guy up. And in dynamics here, if you don't even know where to start with this, you also have some presets that they put in there in version 18, which is pretty sweet. So you can just click one of these guys as a starting point. But what we want to do in here is turn on our compressor. So our compressor is gonna take the parts that are really loud and attenuate them, bring them down a little bit. And then we're going to use the makeup slider, which is right here. We're going to use that to take our quiet parts in our audio and bring it up. And the goal here is to take the loud parts and the quiet parts and bring them a little bit closer together. So that way when somebody's watching our video, they're not sitting there and they got to, like, the quiet parts coming, I got to jack the volume up. And then it's the loud parts and now I got to turn the volume back down, right? We want consistent audio so that it's a good listening experience. And we want some dynamic range in there, but we don't want it to be so extreme that, like, you're riding the volume, you know, on your TV, your computer, your phone, whatever. So compression is going to bring down those loud parts for us, and makeup is going to boost up the quieter parts. So I just turned on my compressor. We'll just go with the default settings here. This blue line tells me where the compressor is going to kick in. So I can grab my threshold and I can change that a little bit. I'm going to dial it back just a little bit. And I'm going to play through my loop section here. And I'm just going to listen to it, and I'm going to watch this meter right here. This is my output meter. So this tells me where are my levels at, right? Because we did a little EQ work. We brought down some things. We're applying a compressor. So as you start to do these different things, you're going to lose a little bit of signal from your audio. So we need to compensate for that and boost things back up. And by using the makeup here, to boost things back up, it'll make our quiet parts a little bit louder and hopefully help balance things out. So I'm just going to play through our loop here. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. And let's see if our dynamics are working. And if they're working, our compressor is going to show up in this middle meter here. And let's see if it's working.
Microphone on your camera like I'm doing right here on my Canon.
So we can see it's working a little bit.
Now this microphone is not good. It stinks.
But we can also see our levels are down now around
I forgot my microphone.
minus 15, a little over, right?
On your camera,
so
like I'm doing right here on my Canon 5D Mark IV. Now this microphone is not good.
Boost this
it
up.
stinks. I wouldn't use it if I didn't have to, but let's say
now
I
we see
had
the compressor working a little more, so the compressor is going to keep it from getting too loud, right? And we're bringing our levels kind of back up to that minus 10 dB range there. So, and you can adjust these things. I'm not going to go too into detail on it because it's like a whole video thing on its own. But you can make adjustments here and just kind of sculpt the sound the way that you want. The other thing that I like to do is turn on the gate or expander. And what that's going to do is say, hey, anything below a certain threshold, in this case, minus 35 dB, right, on our meters, it's going to reduce the volume of that sound. So, for example, when I'm talking in a video, there's pauses or spaces between my words, right? And maybe there's a little bit of background noise, maybe your computer fan's going. Well, a gate or an expander can help kind of reduce or remove that little bit of background noise that might be between your words and phrases. So you can adjust that. Right now you see it comes down to like 0 dB, but if I wanted it to cut down quicker, I can drop it down quicker, and now this graph shows me that it's actually working, right? So I don't think you're going to notice it too much in this particular clip, but a lot of times I'll throw that on, at least an expander. A gate is the same thing, but it just allows you to drop that down even faster, right? To kind of like mute the audio below a certain decibel level. So a handy tool that I use quite a bit. So we'll just leave that like that. And
microphone on your camera like I'm doing right here on my Canon
checking our
5D
levels.
Mark IV.
So
now this microphone is not good. It stinks. I wouldn't use it if microphone
so
on your camera like I'm doing right here.
it's around there. It's not too bad. It's good enough because we're running out of time. So that's where I'm going to leave the compressor for, or the dynamics for this one. So now that we worked with the dynamics and stuff, our clip is getting there. I think it's starting to sound a little bit better. But if you had some headphones on, it's probably still going to sound a little thin, right? It's going to sound like it's missing some low end. It's missing some the lower frequencies to kind of just help it sound fuller, a more fuller sound that you might get if you used a better microphone or the microphone was closer to me. So how can we kind of bring back some of that warmth to the voice, right, and the thickness to it? So you would think you might be able to do it in EQ, and sometimes you can. You can boost, your lower end frequencies, and that can help and that can work. But in this case, we're going to use some effects. So we did our EQ, we did our dynamics, and now we're going to go into our effects, and we're following along, the order that I set up here: EQ, dynamics, and effects. So an effect that I like to use to kind of help continue to sculpt the sound a little bit is a multi-band compressor. So if you click on the effects, you come down to dynamics. We've got the multi-band compressor. So it looks complicated. There's lots of knobs, buttons, and dials here, but you don't have to get too worried about it. They don't give us any presets in here, but what you can do is just start with the default here and see how that works out. So what a multi-band compressor does is it takes these couple different frequency ranges that we can change and adjust, and it will compress just those ranges of audio. So for example, below where I set my high pass filter, we're not going to get anything down there anyway, so I'm not too worried about that. In our mid-range here, that's going to be where we kind of want to boost for this particular clip, because I know it's pretty hollow sounding, right? It needs more body to it. So where we're going to find that kind of sound in a dialogue or in a speaking track is in this, 200, 250, in this range over here somewhere. So I know I'm going to make it a little bit bigger, and that's probably what we're going to boost a little bit. Then the next section is kind of where the main part of your vocal or somebody speaking lives, right? From like 800 to 3K, we said, a little more, a little less. A lot of it's going to kind of live in that range of our frequencies. So we want to be able to adjust those. So we got the low ends, and then we've got the main part of the voice, and then you've got the high ends, right? With a speaking track like this, we don't have a whole lot of high ends, so don't have to worry about it too much. If there was a lot of maybe like hissing or that kind of noise in there, we can reduce this range or compress it a little bit more to kind of get rid of it a little bit. But for now, I'm going to take this guy and I'm going to drag it down to, 3,500, somewhere like there. So I'm going to play through it, and we're just going to hear what it sounds like. Maybe I'll turn it off, turn it on, and then I'm going to make some adjustments, and we're just going to see how it sounds. Now, the adjustment that I'm going to make, all I'm going to do, besides maybe moving these guys left and right a little bit, is the gain button right here. So I'm either going to bring it up or I'm going to bring it down. That's all I'm going to do. So let's loop our playback.
Microphone on your camera like I'm doing right here on my Canon 5D Mark IV. Now this microphone is not good. It stinks. I wouldn't use it if I didn't have to, but let's say I had to. I forgot my microphone. I couldn't afford a different microphone on your camera like I'm doing right here on my Canon 5D Mark IV. Really now this microphone is not good. It stinks. I wouldn't use it if I didn't have to, but let's say I had to. I forgot my microphone. I couldn't afford a different microphone on your camera like I'm doing right here on my Canon 5D Mark IV. Now this microphone is not good.
It sounds muddy now,
I wouldn't use it if I didn't have to, but let's say I had to. I forgot my microphone. I couldn't afford a different microphone on your camera like I'm doing right here on my Canon 5D Mark IV. Now this microphone is not good. It stinks. I wouldn't use it if I didn't have to, but let's say I had to. I forgot my microphone.
So maybe I would go there, right? It's kind of hard to tell with these speakers, but if you got headphones on or you're sitting, in front of your better speakers or something, you'll be able to hear the differences that it makes when you make adjustments to these different frequency ranges, right? So, and then even if we mess with, you know, where the main part of the vocal lives a little bit, here's what that
Microphone on
sounds
your
like.
camera, like I'm doing right here on my Canon 5D Mark IV.
Right, then now we only hear the low ends.
It stinks. I wouldn't use it if I didn't have
We
to,
boost
but
it
let's
up,
say I had to.
then
I
it's like
forgot my
peaking, it doesn't-
microphone.
that
I
doesn't
couldn't
sound
afford a
good.
different microphone on your camera, like I'm doing right here on my Canon 5D Mark IV.
So a lot of that is just listening to it, making an adjustment. Does it sound better? Does it sound worse? Do I think I need a little more low end? Do I need to hear the voice a little bit clearer? What does your clip need? A lot of it's listening to it and making adjustments and seeing how your clip is affected by that adjustment. And then in here too, we have our gain knob. So again, as we kind of work with our audio in, you know, the multi-band compressor here, we're going to lose a little bit of our audio signal. So a lot of the effects have a gain knob in there where we can boost things back up as the audio is coming out of the effect. So a lot of times I'm going to use that, and in this case I used it. Let's just
Microphone
see.
on your camera, like I'm doing right here on my Canon 5D Mark IV.
Right, because we
now
want it
this
to be up
microphone
around
is
that
not
minus
good.
10.
It stinks. I wouldn't use.
So yeah, it's peaking up a little bit more, but you get the idea. That's kind of how you would kind of work with the multi-band compressor, right? You might want to adjust these ranges a little bit, but something like the numbers you see here might work pretty good to kind of start tweaking it a little bit. And this would really help you be able to just make it sound fuller without having to use the EQ, because we used all our points to remove the tin can sound. But this can bring some of that body and a little bit more warmth back into the vocal. So the another effect that that I would use a lot of times on just a dialogue or a speaking track is a de-esser. So come to effects, we go to restoration, and you got de-esser. So you got this guy here, and you can actually use one of the presets that they have here. I usually just come up here, boom, I'll go the male ESS, and I'll just leave it there. I'll see how it works. You've got a little meter right over here, so you're gonna see if it's working or if it's not. So let's just play through our clip. We'll see if it's doing anything, and we can make adjustments if we need to. We can move the frequency range. We can change the amount. Maybe we don't need to do it that much. You don't want it to remove too much, because then it's gonna sound weird. And these little buttons here, they just change the shape of that curve, right? So let's just play through and see if we hear anything.
Microphone on your camera, like I'm doing right here on my Canon 5D Mark IV. Now this microphone is not
it's
good.
working.
It stinks. I wouldn't use it if I didn't have to, but let's say I had
the
to.
S sounds,
I forgot my
you can click on this little
microphone. I couldn't
icon
afford a
here.
different microphone on your camera, like I'm doing right here on my Canon 5D Mark IV.
can't even tell on these
now this
speakers, but-
microphone is not good. It stinks. I wouldn't use it if I didn't have to, but let's say I
But
had to.
you can do that, and
I
if
forgot
it
my
looks like it's
microphone. I
catching some
couldn't afford a
S's,
different.
you should be able to hear it too when you're editing your audio, that it just pulls out like the harsh S sounds, right? So you don't hear all the time in the video. So I'm going to usually apply that on there too, just to kind of clean it up and make sure nothing sounds too harsh. So that's the gist of how I would kind of go through and the steps I would take to edit some audio. After I get done editing my dialogue, I would then go and look at my sound effects. I would maybe adjust the levels on those, make sure that, you know, if it's happening when I'm talking, that things are kind of balanced well. You know, being that I have my level set good on my dialogue clip, and let's say I went through my music tracks, I went through my sound effects, and I kind of set the levels for each one of those things where I wanted them. This is where I would come in at the end and listen to my whole thing. I'd play through it. And this is where, for me, I would use the faders to kind of fine tune things, right? Maybe I want to bring all the effects back a little bit, or all the sound effects down a little bit. So I could come to my, you know, sound effects too. I'm going to drag that down a little bit. Maybe I need to bring my music way down, right? Or whatever. But once I have all my levels set for individual clips and things, I know they're good. I can just make fine tune adjustments using the faders. And then hopefully we're good to go. And then once I get done doing all that and everything sounds kind of good, I'm going to go back and check my loudness levels. And they talked about a little bit in the panel discussion earlier of trying to, you know, get in that minus 14 LUFS range for YouTube. And you can check your levels or the loudness levels by turning on your automation controls. And if you scroll all the way to the bottom, you've got your bus 1. And you have to make this track big enough so that you can see it. If it's closed, you won't see it. You got your loudness history right here. And this is going to be where you can tell what the loudness is for your video. So I don't know, I think I have it set at minus 14 in my in the project setup, project settings. So when we're looking at this graph here, this 0 represents minus 14 LUFS. little weird, but that's how they do it. So, so we want this blue line when we're playing back. Let me just mute this. So if we come back here, I'm gonna just reset my my thing. So if I just play this, let me give it a second. We'll start seeing where our audio is falling, right? So we can see we're about -6 dB below -14. So let's say just if I push that all the way up, now we can see our levels are going up, right? We're not quite peaking yet because our track wasn't that loud, but you can see now we're getting up close and maybe it's going to go over, right? Which is going to tell me I'm too loud for YouTube. When I upload it to YouTube, YouTube's going to automatically squash down our audio, right? It's going to compress it. And you don't want YouTube to do that. You want to have control over your audio and being able to get it to the right levels so it sounds good. And it's what you want it to be, not what YouTube is going to make you turn it into. So that's in a nutshell. I know my timer's done. So in a nutshell, that's how I kind of go through the audio process. That's it. That's it.
Well done, Jason. Thank you so much. That was a lot of information. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of people who are really going to get a lot of value out of that.
Hope so, yeah.
You did great.
Awesome.
You did great. Awesome.
Thanks.
All right, guys, we're at the point that I know a bunch of you have been looking forward to, our last giveaway of today for the Blackmagic Design Micro Panel. So, if you haven't gotten your tickets in, get your tickets in now. If you want to enter for this raffle, in the chat, ! giveaway 6, the DaVinci Resolve Micro Panel. This is micro should be in quotes, okay? It's bigger than you think. And the people at Blackmagic are kind enough to, they are going to be drop shipping this item to you. So wherever you live in the whole world, that's super cool. They'll send it to you, pretty awesome. Compliments of Blackmagic, thank you again. So while that's going, we're going to get into the Q&A section with Jason. I'm sure you guys have some questions. I know we got a ton from the chat, which is really cool. But we'll start off here. Does anyone here have a question? Look at that, just like weeds popping up. I'm going to start back here. So we haven't heard from this guy yet. Go ahead and stand up.
Thanks for the session. I was just wondering, is there a quick and easy way to turn off all effect changes or any changes you're making to the audio track to kind of compare the original?
So, I mean, you can, if you're looking at, okay, I'm up there. So if you're looking at the mixer, you can click that in button, the insert button, and that's going to turn off your effects. And then it's as easy as just clicking once on the EQ and dynamics to turn it off. The other way is just to, come and hold Alt, drag it down to another track, boom, and then you can just listen to it on another track. You can solo, and you'll only hear that track, and you can solo back and forth to compare.
All right. You had a question?
Yeah. First, thanks for a great presentation. In regards to preparing your audio for YouTube, like your target loudness is what, around -14 LUFS?
Right, -14, yeah.
Yeah. Do you have to change anything in the project manager on the Fairlight where you can change your target loudness?
Yeah, so to set your target loudness for a project, you want to come to your project settings, Fairlight, and right down here, you have target loudness level. So I think by default, I think it's -23, which is like broadcast stuff. But YouTube's -14, so you can just plug in whatever number you want. And then when you get to that loudness graph in Fairlight, the 0 is going to represent -14 LUFS. Although if you don't want to look at it that way, you can change right here, you have absolute scale. You can turn that on, and I believe now it's going to show, now it shows -14 LUFS. So it just depends how you want to see it. So again, that's right up here. If you come to your loudness right up here, and the 3 little dots, you've got absolute scale. So that's going to put that line at -14. If it's off, the 0 down here represents -14. I don't know why that is, but that's the way it works.
Yeah, just briefly, I noticed that the loudness meter up there at the top, next to control room.
Yeah.
That M stands for median LUFS rather than integrated. How do we see the integrated LUFS meter instead? Median LUFS meter is useless to me.
I don't know. I never really use that meter up there, so I'm not really sure how to change it. The only thing I use is the reset and the start, and then I just look down here in the graph. So I'm not sure. It's a good question. Good question.
All right, we're going to take a question from our YouTube chat here. Is there any way to export a project and have the sound effects and Foley separate as opposed to locked into the MP4 MOV, like one version complete and one version to be able to change the sound effects without the project file?
I mean, you can export like a multi-track file, like a surround sound file or something where it'll have the different tracks and stuff. That's one way you could do it. I don't know if you could just bounce the audio out. I don't know, I don't really bounce the audio out too much. For me, everything's kind of in the video, and I can just do everything I need there. So I don't send out just the audio, or I don't need multi-track stuff coming out. So I don't really do that too much. But.
All right. Any other questions in-house? Right here.
Just a quick question about the room tone. Do you use the room tone for bigger production, and do you like subtract that from the,
Yeah, I mean, that's a little out of my wheelhouse. I don't really deal with that at all much. I just kind of work on smaller projects. I don't do any kind of big production type things. Mostly what I do with the audio here is just brought from the sound world and mixing live stuff, live music and stuff like that. So coming from there to here, it's just working on videos, for YouTube mostly, or just other smaller client projects if those come in. So I don't really have any insight towards that.
YouTube, you don't need it, right?
No, I mean, I don't worry about it. Nah.
All right, another question here.
First, thank you for the presentation. It's been very informative and should prove very helpful for many.
Thanks.
But anyway, my question is, like if you're working on the color section and you've made color corrections to a particular clip, and you're able to hit that middle scroll wheel to copy that grade through subsequent clips. Can you do something similar to that with the audio?
Yeah. So you can copy around things. You got a few ways you can do it. You can come to your track and just click over in this area, and you can copy your attributes. And then I can go to the next whatever track you want, right click again, and you can say paste attributes. And then you've got the option to do all these different things. You can do all of them if you just click the top, but your volume, dynamics, mute, pan, EQ, and plugins. So you can select what you want to copy from track to track. Or you can, another way you can do it is if you just come over to whatever part you want. So effects, for example, if I hold the Alt key, you can just click, drag, and boom, it copies it right to another track. So you can copy it around like that if you want. On the dynamics and EQ, just right click, copy, right click, paste. And there you go. So it's pretty quick. You can also make presets though too for individual things, any one of these individual things, or globally as like a whole track. So for me, I have the same recording set up all the time. I know what I need, the settings. I have a whole track preset saved. I just apply the whole thing to the track and boom, I'm done, one click.
And you can do that preset in different timelines?
You can do the preset anywhere, yep. So if you made once it's in there, Fairlight, presets library, all your presets will live in here. EQ, dynamics, plugins, global track, global bus, and then configuration presets. So, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for Jason? Yep.
Hi, thanks for being here and giving this lesson. So I see there's stereo and mono to be able to edit. Can DaVinci do 5.1 at all? Any surround sound, or how do you get to that or do that?
Yeah, it can do surround sound. So you could just make a new track, right? Add a track, 5.1 surround, 7.1. I don't do too much of it because I don't think you could do it on YouTube. Or somebody told me recently that you can get it if you, I don't know, if you watch a certain way. I don't know. I tried it before and it doesn't work. But yeah, you can do surround sound and all that kind of stuff. And they've got a whole bunch of cool tools that I haven't really had a chance to get into because I don't even have a surround sound system. So it's kind of hard to try it out. I'm just a stereo left and right guy for now, but they do have tools to work with it, yeah.
Awesome. Another question from YouTube here. What's the point of having multiple buses if you have to output each bus back to bus one just to hear it, as opposed to having groups?
So the benefit to buses is just that you can apply different things. So in the groups, like we saw, you can only essentially adjust the volume, right, using that group feature. But with a bus, you can apply effects or dynamics or effects, or EQ, I mean. So it's just it's a way to kind of group things together, right? It just depends on what you're trying to do. If you have a lot of tracks, a way to maybe consolidate, or maybe there's a reason you need to route things a certain way, or there's a lot of different reasons. It kind of, I think if you needed to use a bus or you need to group things a different way, you'd probably know why you'd want to do it. But it can just help simplify things, so you don't have to do something in multiple spots if you're trying to apply the same thing to multiple tracks. Like, say for example, I wanted to, I don't know, change the pitch on like all my sound effects, right? Well, I can just send them all to one bus and do it once on the bus instead of going to my 30 different sound effects tracks and applying it to the track over and over and over again. So.
Any other questions here in-house? All right, I got one here from YouTube. Does the ideal decibel level for audio depend on the quality of the audio recorded? I've edited a short film before. It sounded fine on my PC, but was way too low on my TV.
Right, so one of the things that I do is when I'm done with my audio, I'll export out my video. I watch it like the other guys mentioned. Then I'm gonna upload it to YouTube once it looks good, but then I'm gonna watch it there too, because what I hear in my good headphones and through some good speakers might not sound the same as it does when I play it on my phone. It might sound like garbage, right, for some reason. So I like to try and just make sure it sounds good, especially when I'm trying new things or new plugins. I put it on YouTube and then I listen to it and see how it sounds. How does it sound on my phone? How does it sound on my iPad? I could throw it on my TV. How does it sound there? I've noticed that in general, YouTube videos sound great on most devices, but when I put it on a TV, even other people's videos that I watch and even other big timers, like, it doesn't sound as good as it does if you watch even on like good speakers or headphones. It sounds better there. It doesn't sound as good on my TV for some reason. I don't know why that is, but a lot of times you want to check it on different devices because it's going to sound different depending on where you're listening, and you just try to get a good balance. If you notice when I put it on all my other devices, it sounds like too much bass. It's too much low end, but it sounds okay on my computer. Well, most people are probably watching on their phone. So if it sounds all garbled up on their phone, you probably want to try and fix that and then, export it out again and give it a try. So.
Right. Good advice, Jason. Guys, let's give it up for him one more time.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Okay. We are at the point we're going to be giving away our DaVinci Resolve micro panel here. Big moment, you guys. And again, I'm going to do this as scientific as possible. That's the winner right there, because it didn't fall out. You know what I'm saying? It's meant to be. If you are number 5181793, you won. Was that you? Oh, give it up. Yo. Congratulations. Norman with the win. Hey, congratulations, man. I will shoot you an email. We'll get that sent out to you, okay? Congratulations. Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, my friends. What's that? Here's the schedule for tomorrow. Just kidding. It's all right. If you want to know the schedule, you can type !schedule in the chat. You can also go to resolvecon.com to see some of the things that are coming up tomorrow. This concludes Resolvecon Day 1. We're going to be moving into a meet and greet here afterwards. Oh, look at that. Here's more info. Look, it's a dog. Anyway, that's everything that's happening tomorrow. You can scan that QR code to see what's going on. We're going to be going into a meet and greet, hangout, and then later we're going to go have some fun. So this is just more incentive for those of you watching at home. Get your butts over here because we do some cool stuff that we can't do online, okay? It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great day. Bye-bye.